Okay, so when can you name any experiment that NASA have done in a vacuum chamber using or testing a rocket engine to just prove that rocket
Prove
engines
Newton's third
does
law.
not necessarily, just like to prove that
Well, right, I would
rockets work in vacuum.
Well, yeah, this would now this is where Newton's third law comes in, right? Because a law is a law, right? So it would happen well in any medium. Well, because as we understand rockets and a few different types of like engines and stuff, they push off themselves. It's kind of the equivalent. Now I know it's not a direct one-to-one comparison because this is happening on the ground on Earth. But like, let's say you get on a skateboard, right, and you start throwing something heavy in one direction. You're gonna go the other direction. You're like pushing off the ball as you're letting it go, throwing it because you're throwing it, so you're kind of pushing off the ball at the same time. So it's gonna push you in the other direction. That's kind of how a rocket works. It's throwing out stuff and it's kind of pushing off of that. Does that kind of make sense?
I know what you're talking about, but the major issue here actually is what is the bowling ball compared to the rocket? In the rocket example, what is bowling ball? You would say the gases, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The exhaust gases.
Yeah, the exhaust gases, they're coming out violently.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
So here's the thing you need to understand, and this is why I brought this. I started this talk. So the exhaust gases for in the rocket is actually in the bowling ball example you gave is actually the force you exerted, you applied on that bowling ball. The bowling ball is the atmosphere. Without atmosphere, you go nowhere with the rocket. Let that sink in for a moment.
Wait, so you're saying that? So you're saying
the exhaust gases are the force the rocket applying. The bowling ball is the atmosphere.
No, the bowling ball isn't the atmosphere. The bowling ball are the jet fumes that are coming out the back. That's what the bowling ball is representing.
Okay, no, that's not the case. So basically, if you put a rocket engine in a vacuum chamber, a large enough vacuum chamber, okay, and it just like starts expanding those gases, right, or like blowing those gases, it will not generate like any good force for it to lift up even.
I feel like this could... Well, I guess it wouldn't be easy because you would have to find a really large vacuum chamber, and they're not going to let some random people use it for weird experiments like this. But I feel like if
actually,
large enough,
it has been tried. I have seen many experiments.
I've seen with a GIF on here where it where it shows a rocket starting to propel itself, but it cuts off kind of short. But then I heard flat earthers say that, well, when you keep a rocket going inside a vacuum chamber, it no longer becomes a vacuum chamber, and now the rocket is able to push out the gases that it itself created.
Actually, one second, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
In a vacuum chamber, it especially with no tiny outlet. Let's just say if you did get that vacuum chamber and you were to make a whole the whole chamber itself disappear in that moment without removing the vacuum in between that chamber, the space would fill up. I don't know. It would fill up so fast that it would probably create like some kind of explosion.
Oh,
right.
So you're saying like the whole Earth entirely, right? Like if there was a vacuum and there was an atmosphere, you're saying it would like suction out so fast, or not suction is the wrong word. It would
fill up,
throw itself. Yeah, it would fill the void so quickly.
It's a very
big explosion.
It's basically like comparable to temperature and differences in temperature, like absolute zero. it's so fucking hard to accomplish that it's basically impossible.
Wait,
Same
so
thing with absolute, like, just same thing with his absolute vacuum though, right? It's just something so contrived by not man. I don't think even man had came up with a vacuum concept. I think that was divinely inspired by the gods. It's something that it transcends reality. It's so absolutely um unnatural that it's just violent. You know what I mean?
so I do have a question for you, or I mean, I guess whoever wants to answer it. So it's like, do you guys agree that you can have multiple different pressures, let's say, in one container? Can that happen?
Yeah. So, like, for like example,
So let's say you have a
gas.
box and you put, a lot of different types of gases in it. Will those gases eventually, separate, and you will have like layers? Like, is that possible in
Well,
a closed container?
well,
Can you have multiple pressures in a closed container?
Yes.
I like sponges. I like sponges better.
Wait, so yes. So my question is real quick: is there a limit to the size of the container? Yes or no? Like, is it possible the container is too big and it doesn't work, or is there no size limit to the container?
No, it has to be like what's the correct word in English? So you need good amount. The bigger the you need to compensate, the word I'm looking for. So if you put like too little gases or a very small amount of gases inside a wave, insanely large, the layers of those gases won't accumulate in a way noticeable for us. So then it's a question of how good are your sensors or your measuring or your method of detecting those layers, you see? So you need more of them. So but basically, yes, it will create layers even if you have the lowest amount of
Okay.
gases. But it won't be, theoretically, it won't be good for any practice or any measurement. But before that, sorry, it was very exciting talking with you. I need to go now.
Okay.
But just like remember what I told you about the rockets, and go do some research about the force affected by vacuum for rockets. Does it how does it affect it? If you go to, let's say, NASA, you ask them, they tell you actually with vacuum rockets operate at higher efficiency, which is incorrect. There's many experiments have been done, even in a small vacuum chambers, showed that rockets actually lose performance. It doesn't gain any efficiency or performance. So apply that at a very low atmospheric pressure up there. So the efficiency will be like close to zero, because it's not doing any work actually. It's not pushing itself away. It's just like having that momentum, the potential energy, spending it all the way to create that arc falling down again.
Okay. Well, I will look into it more.
Yeah, and it was nice talking with you. And sorry, Which, if I cut you off something.
Oh no, it's fine. Hey, you said you had to go. I gotta give you the floor for that, for respect. And it was nice talking along with you.
Yeah, we'll see you around.
Same here, guys.
I don't know exactly how to say your name. Komuritu?
Komuritu, yeah.
Okay. It was nice talking to you, bro.
Same here, man. Take care, guys. Thank you, guys. Take care.
I will say this though. You were forced to concede that there would have to be some sort of container.
Oh yeah. But I would agree. But I would say that the universe is the container, and that's why I asked: is there a size limit? Because I would argue the universe contains all the gases. So
yeah, but gas, like molecularly, gas cannot attract gas. So there's got to be something with the sun where it's not gas related. If we're talking about gravity, there's no way that gas is going to attract itself.
Well, so one thing I would ask is, does gas have weight? Because if it has weight, then that would mean that there is a downwards vector. That's usually my way to tell something has a downwards vector.
So it would have to go downwards in space, right?
Well, so like, let's say we get like, well, there is no downwards in space. That's the thing. It's so big, we don't know where. there is no sense of really direction. I mean, I guess you can make one up, so you can kind of have a fixed thing, but yeah, there's no.
Well, that's the big problem, though, because you keep all this gravity thing, like it just keeps coming up, and there's no downward force in space, so there's a huge problem with that. With me, it's there's no up or down in that one. So
well, right. I guess when we talk about space, then it starts getting more into the theory, right? Because now we're like, okay, well, mass attracts mass. We get into an orbit, and the reason why an orbit happens is because you're attracted to that mass. Or if you want to talk about like Einstein's thing, you can say, oh, well, mass, still involving mass, warp shit, and that's essentially why you fall towards it, or however they explain it. I don't know. This is why I personally just roll with Newton's theory, because it works for just normal everyday shit, and it's not overly complicated. That's just me. Some people will say, oh, Einstein's better, and it's like, yeah, he's technically more right than Newton, but I mean, his theory is still pretty solid for like just predicting shit, basic shit.
It's got to be a foundation, in some sort of way, because I mean, it's more simple. It doesn't need to go further than that in an argument kind of situation where it's harder to argue space-time kind of stuff, because it just sounds like some kind of self-righteous prick kind of explanation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a really complicated subject. It's almost like a programming language, right? Like, it's just overly complicated, and only so many people are really into it. But I don't think that necessarily means it's like fake or wrong, or that we shouldn't discuss it. It's just that it's it takes a lot of time to learn it, and most people don't have that time. But this is why this is why I generally trust other people, because I don't have the time to learn all that shit, nor do I want to. So I just put trust into people that are willing to go through all that. 'Cause fuck that. It's too much math for me.
In that sense, I mean, that you might have heard that I'm quite good at photography. I understand all this vision kind of stuff. So like why don't you trust me when I say that, yeah, what we're seeing is flat, because there's no explanation to describe otherwise, that we've seen a lack of curvature.
Well, so I don't think I ever said I didn't trust you on this specific subject, because I do agree that it appears flat. But I guess if we were to talk about, something that I have disagreed with you with, I guess probably my answer would be, I mean, so the reason why I trust people when it comes to space and stuff is because it's coming from multiple different people and from multiple different countries and cities, and it's really important to figure out if something's true if multiple people can repeat the same thing, right? So like, let's say if one person were to send me a picture of like the Loch Ness monster, I'm probably not going to believe it because it's coming from one person. No one else can capture the picture. It can't be repeated. But when it comes to space and things like this, we're having multiple different agencies all kind of coming to the same conclusion, and this is why I'm like, okay, pretty trustworthy. Sure, can they be lying? Sure, but I would put it at like 0.0001% chance that they're lying.
I know. Why would they lie, dude? It doesn't make any sense, right? Think about it. Besides the 60 million a day, why would they lie?
I mean, sure, we can come to a conclusion, but I don't usually hear good enough reasons as to why. I mean, besides control, but I feel like control's a very I don't know if their answer is poor answer. That's kind of what I want to say. Like,
well, I think I came up with a good one.
Like,
60 million a day is not a good answer.
Earlier. I think I mean Octane, you heard what I said, that it's a good way to change the history in a way, right? It's so do you think I mean I don't think it's possible to change things certain, like when there's a globe kind of theory, those and we're living in a globe theory type of reality, right? So our reality is mostly involved with that. All right, just a theory, because everybody thinks that way. I'm not saying that that's really what it is. I'm saying that that's what everybody understands that our reality is. So things like Newton's superseded theory of gravity, it still sticks around. Even though Einstein had the better one, that one still stays because it's supporting what everybody's thinking, right? And like you said, let's be honest, it seems way more simple. It doesn't need any more explanation than mass attracting mass, correct?
Well, yeah, it's more simple, but you get like a less like accurate result, right? So that's why Einstein's so complicated, but you get a really accurate result if you use it. But I mean, Newton's theory can be used to make, I don't want to say vague predictions. That's makes the theory sound worse than what it is. It makes actually pretty accurate predictions. It's just the reason why Einstein really made his theory, I think, was because like things happening at like light speed and shit like that. That's generally when people use it, or super far away objects or super massive objects. Like there's a time and place for the theory, basically. But I feel like Newton works just fine. I mean, and one thing I'm always confused, why do you guys have a problem with theories if people acknowledge it's a theory? Like people within the science community and everything acknowledge that these are theories and that this isn't the final stage. Like we're like probably in the next 100 years we might move away from Einstein. We probably will. Someone will create a more predictable theory that can make, repeated things that we can predict. That's usually what validates a theory.
I think people get mad at it because they're that theory just is used to invalidate other people's theories. Like it's just somehow automatically superior. So people, a flat earther is going to get obviously pissed when you say, well, this has nothing to do with the flat earth. This is only a globe earth, and you can't have gravity unless it's curved. And it's only curved because of gravity, and this and that, and we get to the explanations later. Well, a flat earther is not satisfied with that because it's still obviously labeled a theory, for one thing. That's going to be obviously falsifiable in some sort of way. It's going to be an unsure kind of answer. Like, so it's like when an officer says, well, I'm not going to arrest you unless you come with me right now. Well, the come with me right now means you're kind of arresting me, so it's hard to take anything that they say seriously after that.
Well, but I was going to say the reason why we have theories, though, and why we use them and accept them is because we acknowledge that we will probably never, find the true cause. But why should we put a pause on progress, right? Why not try to keep moving forward? Theories help us move forward in hopes that we either find the cause somehow, which I don't think will ever happen, or hey, we just have a really accurate theory and it helps us. And like I don't think theories are made to like invalidate like flat earthers or anything. It's just that if it can make predictions, people are going to use it. It's just that simple. If your theory can't make predictions, then it's basically just a fictional story at best, right? Because you read it, oh, it sounds good, but it can't do anything for us. So why are we going to use it? So I don't think theories are bad, because I mean it's true, right? There are some things we can never know the cause. Like Because I feel like if we could agree on that principle, then it would make sense to accept theories. There's some things we will never know the cause for. Do we agree, or can we know the cause of everything?
No, we can't. Not at least. Some people might be able to have something close to knowing everything, but they will never. And for the majority, a lot of people just they only know a small amount of their reality.
Right, so
Which is-
so that's why I think theories are okay, because we'll just never know the cause. But why should we just say, okay, you guys, let's not look into it anymore. Let's not try to progress like that. People don't want to do that. People just want to sit dormant. People want to keep exploring. So that's why theories come out. Predictions are made, and we're like, hey, let's use this theory. This theory is getting us predictions. It's getting us results, and we're continuing. That's all a theory is. It just helps us progress.
Wait,
It's almost
weren't
like a
you the one
stepping
that- weren't you the
stone.
one that said that you don't have the time to look into this stuff, so you just trust other people?
Yes.
So now you're saying that you're not satisfied with just not knowing, so you have to look into theories.
Okay, I looked into it a little bit. I don't remember in what context and why I specifically said that. I mean, of course, I've looked into it. I've been on the server for a long time. I look into it a little bit, but generally speaking, yeah, I do trust the mainstream narrative. I do trust academia. Because multiple people do it. It comes from multiple different countries, and that's a pretty good reason to trust something.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's just so naive. It's
No,
like
it's fine. No,
the
it's fine. I'm just
naivety. It's like being naive like a child. That's all. It's endearing.
I mean, so
I'm
how
not
do you
laughing
trust
at you.
people? What makes you trust someone?
I don't trust people.
So you trust no one. So you don't trust the chefs that make your food. You don't trust how your car is made.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, I don't
Eventually, you have
because
to trust
I'm
someone.
Octane. I'm a vegan. I don't trust shit that people make hardly ever. It's very fucking hard for me. There's a very good reason for it. All right, so take that with a grain of salt if you will. But I've got myself a theory which I hope you respect, because you said theories have to.
Well, they have to make
theories have to be considered.
predictions. No, they have to make
Theories have to be
predictions. That's what
considered.
validates them.
I'll predict that somebody who loves gambling is going to the casino probably fucking tomorrow. Actually, that's a fact. That's going to happen, no matter what you say about it.
Sure.
People that like to do things will strive really hard. They'll spend an exuberant amount of money just to feel that pleasure of what they like to do. Now, that being said, maybe it doesn't make sense.
Have you flown on a plane before? Have you taken a taxi before? I mean, you probably trusted the pilot, probably trusted the driver. You do trust people, right? I'm
yeah, I have trust, but I have a good reason to trust them.
Right,
When it's a business aspect.
And space is a business too, largely.
You're right. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
why would they lie to you about business stuff if it's financial, right? They would never lie to you about financial stuff, right?
Well, sure, there could be a
it's a
reason, but then you have
government
to have proof
business.
for that, right? Yeah, sure, if people are getting money, yeah, sure, anyone could be, lying to make money, but you have to have proof for that, and I just haven't seen it.
Wait, you have to have proof that they're lying?
To call someone lying, yeah, you generally have to have proof that they're lying. Yes.
So you're saying that you're basically saying that falsification isn't independent of replacement.
Can you put that? Can you say that simpler?
So I have to give you an alternative. Like I have to show you an alternative that works if I can debunk something that they're doing, and then not have an answer for it. You're saying that because they have an answer that it's feasible.
Well, okay, so the reason why I trust them is, I mean, like I stated before, and if you're gonna tell me, oh, they're lying, and they're lying because they get a bunch of money, if you're gonna make that claim, you generally have to have something that shows that. I mean, because I can make a claim about anyone. I mean, the reason why people work is to
Okay,
like
so
make money.
how about this? And how about this? When Buzz Aldrin told that little girl that they never went to the moon, but if he had gone to the moon, then he's lying, right? So therefore, he's lying one way or the other. So there's fruit from the poison tree right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've seen that video. I would have to revisit it, but I think it's taken out of context.
He might be speaking metaphorically to that little girl, huh?
I mean, I would have to look through it, and I'm not going to do it at 4 a.m. Maybe tomorrow.
I'm just saying.
And also, some people misspeak. I don't think we should also take, like, he's on average said that he's been to space more than he said he hasn't, right? So it's maybe he just misspoke, right? Yeah, it's possible, right? People can misspeak. And the man's old too.
So
I think that's possible. I mean, and he said on average more times he's been there.
Huh?
I mean,
if he what?
He has said on average that he has been to space, that he's gone, right?
Yeah.
More times than he said that he didn't. So it's possible that he misspoke, right? It is possible.
He has no social pressure to say that, though.
Some people just misspeak. I misspeak on basic shit all the time. I don't find it far-fetched as some old man.
Yeah, but do you misspeak when you're doing an interview on a major network or something?
Yeah, you probably would.
And you don't think they'd cut that out and redo it? You don't think they'd redo that?
Well, because most people, because they're not trying to convince anybody. I feel their job isn't to try to convince people that, you know, we went there, because everyone already believes it, that we did, for probably the same reasons that I stated. So they're not looking to convince. They're not looking to make it perfect. Like.
So what do you think people whose jobs are like head of NASA communications and a space communicator? You don't think their job is to make people believe in outer space?
No, that's not their job. They try to make space fun for like kids and stuff.
Why
and
even
for
how would they profit off that? How would they profit in any way off that?
Because people get interested in space, they go to college, they go through all the hoops, and then they get hired, and then they get to help them. This is why they want to make it fun. They want more people to get into it, because the more people get into it means the more people are researching into it. More people research into it means it gets better. This is why they try to make, things fun in general. The reason why the military tries to make it look all cool, to have people join. Same thing for space. They're like, hey, this is really cool. You could join. And even maybe go to space one day. You might have that option. That's...
Yeah. Do you think if you took all the right steps from this point on in life, bro, that you could maybe go to space one day?
100%. But I don't fucking want to. Shit's terrifying. I hate flying planes. I sure as hell not getting a Rocky 7 to the Challenger. Hell no.
It's funny how a lot of people they want to go to space, but they don't trust the science. They're just like you were talking to me, like, don't you trust the pilot of the fucking
I do trust them. It's just an irrational fear. Like, planes are the safest form of travel, and I'm still scared shitless. It's just an irrational fear. Same thing with rockets are, to my knowledge, extremely safe, actually.
No, they're not.
Are they not?
No. The sound alone would have killed the people inside. You can't soundproof that rocket good enough.
Oh, I see. I see. You're saying, oh, that's right, because they don't even happen. Okay. But I'm just saying.
No. It's because of those rocket launches. The decibels are so goddamn high that it would rupture the insides of your organs if you weren't several miles away. Even if you were like a mile away from that launch, you rupture your organs from how loud it would be. Nobody's
I guess I don't know about this. I never researched soundproofing of a rocket before. That's actually new to me. So I can't really say much on it. But I mean, maybe.
Well,
I mean, obviously, it's not a problem because they go. But but I guess this is where we
okay,
disagree,
sound
right? Because you're saying they don't go.
the sound aside, there's some globe earther who had set up a fucking camera. Sorry for the language. You know, it's just
No,
a
that's
filler.
fine. That's fine.
Um,
Keep using
they,
keep
they
using
set
it.
they had set up a camera on a tripod, and I'm assuming they're maybe not more than like a couple miles away, like maybe only just 2 miles away, but that's still pretty far away, wouldn't you think? Yeah, their camera melted from that rocket launch. Would you imagine what the heat would be like inside of that rocket? It would have been cooked alive, seared to death, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specific technologies of everything. I mean, again, I just largely trust them and say that it's safe. People go up.
Well, think about how they live stream all this stuff. Okay, maybe there is some heat and sound insulation on the inside. What about those cameras on the outside? No protection at all.
Wait,
They're impervious to the heat. They're impervious to the sound vibrations that
Well, I'm
would
not for sure
jar
because don't
them
those
off.
cameras go down quite often? A lot of the times.
I'm
Like-
all
like
right.
they'll
I've
stop
never
working.
seen that. I actually would like to see something like that. To be honest, if a live stream the camera had detached from the rocket.
Like I'm not
that's
saying.
actually interesting.
Oh, sorry, I'm not saying anything like that. I'm saying like where the camera just stops working, like it just like it on like the feed stops, probably because the camera, I'm assuming, got, I don't know, broken somehow, or maybe it just lost, like some kind of connection. I mean, it appears that happens. Now it could be wrong why the reason that happens, but it's possible that they're breaking. That's why we lose.
You ever
feed or
seen the
something.
mouse on the booster once they get to low Earth orbit? The little mouse on the booster.
Yeah, I've seen what it appears to look like a mouse. There's no way to confirm that, and I doubt it was a mouse.
That
I
was,
mean, I don't know.
like
It was
one of the
something.
that
I mean,
happened.
yeah, it was something. I would agree.
Um, and some people said it. The explanation for it was like some ice that had shifted in space.
Yeah.
In space of all things, right?
Yeah. Where it's 375 degrees hotter than Earth, but also 375 degrees colder, so it just balances itself out in that Goldilocks zone.
The Goldilocks zone. Yeah. Well, how does ice form when it can melt a camera miles away? You telling me?
Right? Yeah, on a booster.
On the fucking booster itself. Oh my god. Come on, Octane, you've got to be following me here. If this thing is fucking glowing orange, why is there fucking ice forming on it?
I have no clue. I
That
mean,
would
I
be some
haven't even seen the
bullshit.
video,
That
to
would
be
be.
honest. I mean, but
You
I'm
have
just
to tell
taking
me.
it word for word for you. I just
Yeah, I
believe
know,
it, and I don't know why.
I know. You have to believe that that's bullshit. I have to be talking some major bullshit. There's no way that that's possible. But go ahead, watch the video. It's
Oh, I
glowing orange
believe-
with ice on it.
Oh, I believe what you're saying is happening in the video. I'm just saying I don't know the reason why it would happen. That's all. It's like I can't give you an answer for that one.
It could be
Or
the
not that one.
vacuum. I mean, obviously, ice. I think ice can form a lot quicker in a vacuum. I think that's what it is, possibly, if you were to come up with an explanation. But I mean, the sheer fact that over like a mile away it had melted a camera, it's a little too hot for me to believe that anything could have cooled that down to the point where it formed ice. I mean, like, you don't see ice on the sun because it's so fucking hot, right? Why would it be on a fucking booster? It's still, both of those are supposed to be in space.
Yeah, you know it's cold because it looks so hot.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a perfect explanation of a woman.
Right.
Yeah, she's so cold because you know she's so cold because she looks so hot. Oh, boys, come on, this is too easy. I see flat.
All I see is flat people.
I'm in the Flat Earth Discord. Any of you numpties listening, come on. You know what to do. Get in here.
So there's a good read that I love posting because it's pretty relevant to this conversation and theories and how to think about them and everything. I suggest everyone read this. It's actually a good little read. It's not that long. And it does tie into Flat Earth in like 2 paragraphs in it. But it's just a read I suggest. Because I know none of you motherfuckers have anything better to do. So give that a read. Please, por favor.
Oh yeah, I was gonna compliment you too, you know. You're my favorite numpty. Whatever.
I appreciate it. I mean, I much prefer these conversations on like how to think about things instead of like the actual like stuff, like talking about how to think about things. I just find that interesting.
I mean, nobody really looks at your profile picture and says, "Oh, this guy's gonna come at us with a good flat Earth debate." But here you are, you know. It's
Yeah.
he's an artist over here. Honestly, though, you haven't been bad. There's no real big problems that I'm seeing. You know, that's why you're valued. You know, this Chris M has undersigned this whole deal where you've gotten this valued, and yeah, I just hope that you realize that that's a real honor for a Globie to have valued, and
Yeah.
you don't roll out with fallacies left and right. You do make a lot of sense.
No, I try to avoid them as much as I can, but I know I end up saying them. It's kind of impossible not to use a fallacy every once in a while.
Yeah. I mean, every time I try to say another word, it could be a red herring, right? So
Yeah.
you never know how that's going to go. But what I just want to say, like, is it ridiculous to you that we think it's flat Earth? Like, is that's basically my question.
No, and that's why I want you to read the thing, because it actually kind of talks about that, and that's what I agree with what it says, like in the essay. But it's like, no, I don't disagree. I mean, this is why, lots of people, even thousands of years ago, believe that the Earth was, that's what you saw, that's what you experienced. So I don't really see it as a stupid thing, no.
I'm clicking on your fucking virus download right now. Let's see what it says.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna rat you and I'm gonna take all your skins off Rocket League.
No. Holy shit. That's hilarious.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah.
That used to be the good old days.
Not
Rat people.
anymore.
Not anymore. It's too hard. They put in too many checks and balances.
That's funny. That's great. Oh wow. I'm gonna try to kind of read this out loud so other people don't have to.
Good.
I received a letter from a reader the other day. It was handwritten in crabbed penmanship. So that it was very difficult to read. Nevertheless, I tried to make it out just in case it might prove to be important. In the first sentence, he told me he was majoring in English literature, but felt he needed to learn or teach science. I sighed for a bit because I knew I spoke very few English, and I was. Wait. Who are. All right, let me start this one. I sighed a bit for I knew few English lit majors who are very equipped to teach me science, right? Okay. So let me put in my opinion here, right? Yeah, he's
Okay.
automatically distrusting him. So this is where the
no.
stories.
He's not distrusting because in the same sentence he's saying, but I am
It's
very
not
aware.
qualified.
Yeah, but I'm very aware of the vast state of my ignorance, and I'm prepared to learn as much as I can from anyone. So he does admit, even though he's like, oh boy, here we go again. He's like, you know what? Maybe he can teach me something. So he's acknowledging that sure he could maybe learn something from this guy.
So proper wordsmith is a lot of artillery in any argument. So I can see why he would do that. So it seemed that in one of my innumerable essays here and elsewhere, I had expressed a certain gladness at living in a century which we finally get the basis of the universe straight. I didn't go into detail in the matter, but what I meant was that we now know the basic rules governing the universe, together with the gravitational relationships of its
Yeah, I
gross
know about that word.
components, as shown in the theory of relativity worked out between 1905 and 1916. We also know the basic rules governing the subatomic particles and their interrelationships, since these are very neatly described in the quantum theory, wink wink, worked out between 1900 and 1930. What's more, we have found that galaxies and clusters of galaxies are the basic units of the physical universe, as discovered between 1920 and 1930. So they say. So, these are all 20th century's discoveries, you see. The young specialist in English Lit, having quoted me, went on to lecture me severely on the fact that in every century, people have thought that they have understood the universe at last, and in every century, they were proven to be wrong. It follows that the one thing we can say about our modern knowledge is that it is wrong. The young man then quoted with approval what Socrates had said on learning that the Delphic oracle had proclaimed the wisest man in Greece. I am the wisest man, said Socrates. It is because I alone know that I know nothing. The implication was that I was very foolish because I knew a great deal. Alas, none of this was new to me, because there's very little that is new to me. I wish my corresponders would realize this. This particular thesis was addressed to me in a quarter of a century ago by John Campbell, who specialized in irritating me. He also told me that all theories were proven wrong in time. My answer to him was this: John, when people thought the earth was flat, they were wrong. When people thought the earth was spherical, they were wrong. But if you think the earth is spherical, it is just as wrong as thinking the earth is flat. Then your view is wronger than both of them put together. The basic trouble you see is that people think that right and wrong are absolute, and that everything that is perfectly and completely right is totally and equally wrong. However, I don't think that's so. It seems to me that wrong and right are fuzzy concepts, and I will devote this essay to an explanation of why I think so. Now, let's pause and let's say, what do you think he's trying to describe before he goes on with the rest of the essay?
I mean, he's just going to explain that like right and wrong are not like absolutes, or they shouldn't be looked as absolutes.
That's
crazy.
Just simple as that. So I mean, I think it's a good read. Hey, if you want to go through the whole thing, I'll sit here and listen because I think it's pretty good.
Well, I'm not gonna read past this point unless somebody else wants to read it. I will look at it and read it, but I don't want to control the live stream on a huge reading of an essay. Because
I just want people to know to look at it. That's all. I just want people to look at it, because then some people who look at it actually might end up reading it. So I just suggest everyone just click on it, browse through. If it looks interesting, hey, give it a read. Because I think a lot of people view right and wrong as like complete, like solid. Like they don't see it as a fuzzy concept. It's either something is right or something is wrong.
A good example would be something like abortion, for example.
I mean, he does give examples within the thing, like how do you spell something, right? Like how do you spell sugar? And you could spell sugar in a lot of different ways. Like you could put like, well, if you just read it, it says it right there. But I think it goes into good detail on how right and wrong shouldn't be looked at as like,
oh no, I don't know.
Absolutes. I feel like a lot of people here view it that way, and that's why I want some people to look at it.
Absolute should not be in the English language, because the English language isn't absolute in itself. We kind of just steal shit and pronounce it however the fuck we want to. It's really weird.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like most languages, they just say shit how they want and it catches on over time.
Well,
how you say it.
For a different kind of for comparison, English is not a phonetic language. When I say the word right, there's a G in there, but you didn't hear a G sound. We start off by learning what letter makes what sound. I mean, it's got multiple answers. It shouldn't have multiple meanings for the same symbol. So the English language, it's very, very, like, it's like a bastard language. Like I can't think of a better term for it, but it's just some shit that doesn't come from itself. It's raised by other parents.
Sure, it comes from it comes from multiple different languages, and it's kind of like mashed together, and that's what we get.
I got them right here. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Witchcraft, how about this? I want your homework to be, I want you to read it, and I want to hear your opinion on it.
I mean, if I become a Glober, nobody's gonna lynch me, right? Y'all are cool with that?
No. This isn't gonna make you a Glober. I can promise you that.
Well, if there was anything to make me a Glober, I would love to hear. I mean, you're really good at having a good conversation with this. I mean, like, let me come a little bit south, and we'll talk about the Black Swan as we sit in front of it someday. over like curved martinis.
Curved martinis.
But the glass would be flat and level. Yeah, it's a funny world. I mean, for me, if we can get along, just great, and fine. I think that in a perfect world, there will still be people who are globe earthers, because blind acceptance to things, and even if the proof is seeming solid, if you don't have a devil's advocate, then you can't really progress from that certain point. And it makes it at least more difficult, in my opinion. So what I like is, I like to hear different opinions. And I might like to, steel man my own, or maybe even, it might not even be a man, it might be like an it could it could be either or, right? Well, it could be fluid, and yeah, it for the downward acceleration kind of topic. That one's difficult to cover, very very difficult to understand, and I think that linguistically we might be even limited because we're only using what we've been given the tools of, right? And we can only kind of determine at some point what is right and wrong, and sometimes linguistically things change, and how are we going to explain it some other way, right? I just know what I see and what I feel, and the senses. I think the senses are things that we can really rely on.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a moon bow?
A moon bow?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Look it up. It's most incredible thing, one of the most rarest things that can be viewed.
Okay, so it's literally like. Okay, so it's kind of like a sundog sometimes, or sometimes it could be an actual rainbow.
It's yeah.
Because I've seen a sundog before, like around the moon. That looked really cool.
Yeah. Or like maybe call it a moon dog. Yeah, those are.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. The moon. That's how I saw the moon dog. I guess is what we'll call it. Yeah, that's what and it looked really cool at night.
I'd love to see somebody come in here with the username as Moondog. That would be great. Go ahead. Somebody, some nickname master. Y'all better be listening. Change your name to that.
Yeah, I'll just make his night or morning, however he is.
So yeah, I've actually witnessed a moonbow, and that was just one of those days I didn't have my P900 on me. It was a real disappointment.
It seemed pretty rare.
I was so rare that I didn't. Well, of course, a lot of people don't know about it, and at the time I didn't know about it. I just exclaimed to myself, "I'm like, what am I seeing? Is that a black rainbow? Like at night, it's like a black rainbow. Like what is this? Where's my camera?" And yeah, it's not there. Fuck. I could probably have been $1 million.
Moondog in the chat. Witchcraft, there's a moondog in the chat. See him?
See, there's a moondog. He did it, the madman.
There we go.
And our lives are now complete.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the most incredible things I've ever witnessed in my life was the moonbow. It's someday, hopefully again, and I'll have my camera on me. I'm hoping soon because I'm kind of like avoiding the indoors right now. So, what if I were to show you a video of mine that I had taken of the sun while it was setting? Okay.
I mean, I'll take a look at it.
All right. And in this video, the sun had set, right? And it's not supposed to be a perfect circle. It doesn't look like it, right? Well, I basically had filmed this, and it had turned back into a circular form, what it seemed, and then faded away. So I want to show you that real quick. And this is my own film. This is not somebody else's YouTube video. Let's see, I got a couple of them. I mean, start uploading me playing chess on that YouTube channel.
Oh, nice. We're gonna get see some chess gameplay.
Yeah, so yeah, you can check out some of that on my channel too. And yeah, you'll definitely confirm that it's me because you'll hear my voice. Talking shit about people for not being flat earthers while they play chess versus me. The nerve.
The nerve.
I'm
Yeah,
dropping it in.
God, I want to go skeet shooting tomorrow. I already went tonight. I need to go again, but money. Birdshot's not cheap. Sad times we live in.
And it's just made of clay too, right? Isn't that some crazy shit?
So it's actually made
Clay
of like a
pigeons?
porcelain. It's called clay though, but it's made of porcelain.
Yeah, you know what? Because it does make that loud shatter noise. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
clay would make that.
Yeah, I have no clue what they call it clay made because it just like sounds better or like rolls off the tongue, but okay, I'll play your video while I play TF2 here.
Hey, check it out. Everybody, every flat earther in here, take notes. I avoided the algorithm with that one. It's not
Oh, because
identifying
you,
it as
like,
a
put
flat
bunch
earth.
of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't. Your stupid YouTube shit ain't working on me. That's why. Everybody take notes for real. The flat earth term needs to be kind of like this. Like the way I spelled it, you're not going to be shadow banned. It might not trend super differently, but I think it'll make a difference.
Wait, so is this a sunrise or sunset? What am I watching here?
Yeah, sunset.
Okay.
It's hard to capture a sunrise because the fact that you don't know exactly where to point at.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell where the fuck you're gonna be looking.
I'm not gonna lie though, when I took that video, I was not expecting exactly those results. I was extremely excited to capture it, so that you might see a little camera jerking around the end because it was very exciting and mind blowing. Even though that's kind of what I would have explained it, it's funny because it's what people said. That's what the science that I follow, has explained it to me, and that's what I observed. It's like a triple kill, I guess you could call it, for me.
I mean, I like the creepy music in the background. Really Really sets the tone.
So, what do you think? You watched the video? You flat earther yet?
No, not Flat Earther yet, but I did watch your video.
So what caused it to turn back to a circle and then fade away like that?
So it appears as like the light source gets smaller, it starts to form like it looks like it's forming like into a ball. It's really hard to tell because I tell her like there's like a lot there's like a lot of glare, like you're seeing like a second, like, you know what I'm talking about, like it looks blurry. I mean,
Well,
looks
it
cool,
looks-
but
Well, yeah, that's what. Look, it looks blurry because there's hardly any light to see at that point.
wait. So do you have a so do you have a solar? Wait, no, this isn't a
Yeah,
solar.
it's got a solar filter on there.
Okay, so there is a solar filter on there.
It's a great video, and one of the things I wanted to outline about it, thank you so much for sharing that, my friend, is that based on a round Earth model, you entertain the sun as a solid object. And if you entertain the sun as a solid object, that means it should never change shape. It should always retain a perfect circle when we observe it in the sky. However, based on that video that we just witnessed, the sun, in fact, does change form, oblong, or however you describe it. So my question is, in observing a video like that, is how come the sun, if it's a solid object, can change forms? Shape, if you will, not forms, sorry.
Well, I wouldn't say it's changing forms. I would say this is just how the light is reacting with like the camera. Like that's why I was asking, is there a solar? Because I've seen solar filtered sunsets and it doesn't look like this. It's a lot
But
more.
bear in mind, a filter wouldn't actually, and again, I apologize for saying forms, but a filter wouldn't affect an object changing form. Right? Unless it was like not a lens anyway. Actually, no, wait, I could see a lens. No, a lens definitely would change, make it appear to change. Could be oblong or elongate, if you will. But even when we look at the sun with our naked eye, we can see that, in fact, it's not a perfect circle all the time. It does, in fact, change ever so slightly, does it not?
I'm like, does it change from like being a near perfect circle to not really? No. I mean, always looks like a near perfect circle. I mean, I guess if you're not talking using a solar filter, then yeah, sure, yeah.
I don't think there would really be much a difference. I think the filter only serves the purpose of protecting the equipment, to be honest.
I don't know. I mean, I thought the reason why they use solar filters is to get a more clear picture of like a light source that you're looking at.
It could be that because it does filter out certain light, but I don't think it's really showing a visible like for example, is it supposed to block ultraviolet light? I believe that's what it's supposed to do. It's not taking pictures in an ultraviolet spectrum, so visually it won't be any different. Only internally will the effect of the ultraviolet light be different because it's filtering that out, and it won't negatively affect the internals. I think that's the only purpose that filter does serve. Because that's what they say, that that's why you are discouraged from even pointing at the sun, because it does mess up the internals, sensors and whatnot.
Yeah, because I don't know the reason for solar filters, but I think we do agree that it does like more or less show a true shape. I mean, I guess we can try to test this out. Like, we can get like a known like sized object, put a solar filter on it, and like see if we can see the true outline of said thing. See if it works that way. I don't know.
All I know is, I just kept the solar filter on at all times, pretty much with that thing, because it was a free lens that came with P900. I should get a replacement one someday, because that one did break over heat conditions.
You can get them at Best Buy for pretty cheap.
Yeah, I just need to find a Best Buy around here. To be honest, that just reminded me, because I need to find one, get a nice little laptop battery bank.
What you should do is you should order it ahead to make sure they have it in the store.
Yeah, that's another reason why I wanted to do it, because I'm having issues with PO Box delivery.
Yeah. Have you ever noticed when the camera gets really cold, it just shuts down?
Yep, and that's be impossible to have filmed any of that stuff or taken any pictures on the moon. Because the moon's freaking cold, they say.
Well, they had something better than the P900, but they lost the technology. And it's a painful process. It's kind of like going to the optometrist, or no, the proctologist. Dude, I'm in this one class, dude, and they're telling me to graduate from the class I have to get a physical. I'm like, dude, what? I'm not getting. There's no way I'm letting any dude do that to me. I'm sorry. I don't even go to the doctor ever unless it's like absolutely necessary, like I'm fighting an insurance case or something. But yeah, I'm not trying to do that. It's crazy. How could they think by somebody doing that to you that they'd be able to tell if something's wrong with you? By doing that, there's something wrong with you, you know?
So wait, they gotta finger your ass to make sure you're able to pass?
Dude, it's such a dumb. It's like this. There's like these anger management and like these NA classes that I have to complete, right? And normal people complete them in 6 months, bro. And we're going on like 2.5 years now of non-compliance. Oh man. Anyway, yeah. Dude, you know what's crazy is they give the anybody who's in this class, if you want, you could sign up to go in there and get methadone, Suboxone, Vivitrol. It's crazy, dude. And I asked them for a script for weed, and they're like, "No, we don't do that."
Yeah, well, they're retarded for that.
You know, I feel like I'm retarded for being in this stupid shit, though.
Are you trying to be like a is this like a medical profession then you're trying to pursue?
No, it's to complete probation. I wish it was that
Okay.
noble. No. Pretty much.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. That was probably my second guess, but
Yeah.
I just don't take you as the kind of guy who deserves it.
Yeah, I'm not a violent criminal or anything. I mean, I've got a couple, I picked up a couple sales charges like a couple years ago, and it's just been downhill since there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, dude. I've just dealing with the law is not fun. It's a very painful process, and
Yeah. It's like
that's
rebuilding.
that's what that's what Nessa says. It's a real painful process to rebuild.
Yeah.
I'd go back to jail in a nanosecond, but I don't have the illegal drugs. That's what I'm gonna say to the cop next time.
Right.
And then I'll be like, he'll ask me why I said that. I'll be like, oh, because Earth's flat. Totally forget exactly what he was there for.
Right. Hey,
Jedi
if
mind
there's
tricks.
ever a next time with me, bro, I'm not saying a word to them. Like literally, I'm giving them the silent treatment, and let them do whatever they can physically to me. But I'm not speaking a word. I realize with them, as soon as you start uttering words, dude, you cannot help yourself. You know?
Oh, it doesn't. Forget that, dude. The most important thing is don't sign anything when you get there. That's
Yeah.
where it gets fucked up. Because they could. Dude, you'd be signing up to be a fucking government test subject at that point, dude. No, for real.
Yeah.
Not even fucking playing.
No, I know, dude. It's crazy.
Because
I heard
if they don't like you,
they give people $20 in canteen if they get the what in the county jail here. That's crazy, huh?
that's it. Then buy what, like fucking 10 ramens, maybe.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're like $1 or something a ramen. Yeah, pretty much. And you'd be
Wow,
surprised how many
what a
people I've heard it didn't.
yeah. It's way to find the most desperate people.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it for anything less than 50 grand, bro.
Dude, yeah. If I can't bail out with it, why the fuck am I getting injected with some bullshit, dude?
Right? Yeah.
I could have bailed out like 5 times with that 50 grand.
Hey, are you familiar, or do you know anything about blood?
It's definitely not good to consume.
Oh no. I'm talking about our blood separating into different plasmas. Like one of the liquids is like a gold color.
Oh yeah, they do that with centrifugal force.
So, do you think that there's gold in blood? Have you ever heard that before?
Apparently, there's supposed to be a small, minute amount.
Of gold?
I don't know about the blood, but in the body, that's what they claim, that it's supposed to be some in there, part of our makeup.
Well, there's supposed to be. Somebody was telling me on this server. I can't remember who it was, but he knows a lot about biology, and he was saying that there's gold in the blood, and that I started thinking the only thing that gold's magnetically attracted to is mercury. So if you took mercury,
oh
you
shit!
need to use it properly.
So,
You know what I mean?
dude, so it's in the concoction, the mercury.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I totally get you now.
The cloth and everything.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's. Yeah.
Why do you think they're all dude? Literally, there's so many vampires, bro. Like every time there's anything going on, there's always a blood drive all the time for any incident that they have. They're pushing that shit hard on the news, and every time there's an incident locally, Blood drive, blood drive. You know what's weird though is they don't have any experiments or any peer reviewed, whatever they call it, if possibly giving bone marrow or blood or anything like that could hurt the person. Like maybe, they say we regenerate it back, but if people aren't getting grounded properly and, the EMF and everything, they might not be able to regenerate it.
Oh man, I'm glad I don't eat fish because there's a lot of mercury in that.
You're just vegan.
Oh yeah, I'm vegan. Yeah. Only plant mercury for me, thanks.
They say that there's mercury in fish and stuff like that, but who knows if that's even true? You know what I mean? I just know that the salmon went up in price hella. You don't got to worry about that though.
Well, I've got the opinion that salmon is probably one of the most. It could be, depending on the source, the most toxic food known to man. Without adulterating it, because the way farm raised salmon is raised, it's for one thing, these salmon farms, they're completely congested. Where like you watch the feeding process and it's like the water is fucking going all over the place. There's so many fish. There's such a deep layer of fish waste on the bottom. A lot of this, you gotta put like insecticides and pesticides poured in like huge quantities inside of their own living space. All of that, it gets inside the fish and it gets stored into the fat content, which is why people eat salmon in the first place, is because of all the omega fatty acids and whatnot that causes cancer. And you gotta be careful where you're eating your salmon from. Do not eat farm raised. Unfortunately, it's cheaper, and so people are more attracted to it, but it's not a good idea.
Yeah, I usually just try to get the expensive stuff. I don't eat it that often because it's so expensive. You know what I've been doing lately is just slicing up a raw sweet potato and just eating slices of it raw.
Oh man, like sweet potato chips, but without being crunchy. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds pretty good.
Well, because like you know how you can power stuff with potatoes, right? So potatoes have
Yeah.
all this electrical energy in them, and when you cook them, it takes that away. Just like with any plant, you know.
Oh yeah. Raw
fact-
raw is the way to go.
What's in Bo, the one who did the Black Swan photographs? He was telling me that he hasn't eaten anything cooked in like 11 years. He just eats vegetables and fruit like raw. But it makes sense though to do that because when you cook stuff, it takes the energy out of it.
I've been consuming raw water.
Raw water. I usually just get distilled water.
Fresh out of the stream, dude. No joke.
Right? Yeah. If
Got
there
a
was,
few
there's no
gallons
streams
just
around
sitting
here
there.
though.
Over here, a lot of the locals are filling up at this really tiny little point, and it's almost irritating because I want them to get the container filled and get the fuck out of my way so I could fill mine. But
Right.
it's worth the wait. It's unbelievably good water. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable. For one thing, it's cold, so like it just tastes awesome, like right out there, man. Like dunk your head
Oh,
in there
good.
and just sip if you wanted to.
Yeah. Where's that at?
I'm
Northern
in
California?
yeah, I'm in California. The Mount Shasta is got a
Oh
thing
yeah, Mount
called
Shasta.
yeah. So this is the headwaters that everybody fills up with. Is basically around where the start of the Sacramento River is,
Okay.
and that feeds into it. And yeah, it's amazing, dude. I don't
My
I
mom
don't
has a
feel any
place right there
different
in Red
now,
Bluff.
but
You know where Red Bluff is?
Red Bluff. I'm familiar with the name. I don't know where it's at though.
It's like 45 minutes south of Redding on the 5.
All right, so I was just at Reading yesterday, for a chess meeting. But yeah, so are you around? So Red Bluff, you said?
Yeah, that's where my mom has a place up there.
That's what's up. So
Yeah.
you around the area then, or are you further south?
No, I'm down here by LA, but I've lived up there before. I went to Butte College in Chico.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Chico's not very far from here. A
Yeah.
little bit. Is it south of Reading? I think so. A little bit.
Chico, yeah.
Um,
It's southeast of Redding.
it's funny, because I've been hearing Chico, and my brother, he sometimes works in Chino in a warehouse.
Okay.
That's even more south. Yeah, it's man, I'm
Chino's in Orange County. Chino's in Orange County.
yeah, it's a very I mean, they got a lot of warehouses down there. Very industrial area.
Yeah, they do. Dude, they just opened up 2 new Amazon centers right here in Ventura County, which is the county one above LA County, and these Amazon distribution centers are so big they look like a prison, bro. They even have the lights and everything. It's crazy. While you're up there, you're not happen to be passing through Paradise, are you?
I'm kind of just staying in this general area right now.
Okay. Is there any fires up there right now?
No, I've seen the aftermath though. Yeah, there's a lot of scorched trees.
Yeah.
If I were to leave here, I'm in weed right now.
Okay.
When I went to Reading, I had seen so many burnt trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trees.
It's really weird to see how there's still parts of the tree standing, but it was in a blaze.
Yeah.
Those firefighters really they fucking saved the day. They saved the whole fucking state probably. Like, imagine a world without firefighters. It'd be really, really bad.
I was a firefighter for 2 years.
Oh man.
Oh,
Well,
really?
Yeah. I was on an inmate crew. We're the ones that are cutting the line. They're the ones that do almost all the work.
well, you saved people then, bro.
Probably not.
You saved some property then.
Yeah. Truthfully, I don't really think it does anything cutting that line because we've cut line all night, and then the next day they're like, the fire jumped the line in like 10 minutes. It's just kind of redundant work, so they can get paid for doing something. It's really sad.
Did you get paid for it though? Like, how much did they pay for all that? Like, well,
$1 an hour. $1 an hour.
They still have some time to catch up on that minimum wage thing, right?
Yeah, they'll never do that. And then they take like half the money out for restitution, some imaginary fund called a victim restitution fund or something like that. Even if it was a victimless crime.
Well, yeah, they've got so many of these word games they can play to justify taking money from you.
Yeah.
Because one guy drank water, you gotta watch out for that water drinking dude who hurt people because
For
other
sure,
people are
huh?
thirsty. Because
I know, right?
people are dehydrated. It's because that guy who drank the water last.
Right. Damn water drinkers.
Selfish, thirsty pricks.
Hey, Friday, did Jackie get on Discord after she got on the server?
Oh no, dude! Dude, there's something wrong with her phone, dude. We tried.
No way.
I sat there for like. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. I tried for like an hour, and I was like, it's got to be this. Something's wrong with the phone. But thank you, though. She said she was trying hard to get on.
Yeah, that's a shame. Teach people
Yeah, thanks, bro.
you can.
I see you got the icon up.
Yeah, man. My 17-year-old's loving it, dude. He's into he goes tagging and doing pieces all the time.
Oh,
He's like,
cool.
who did that? Who did your profile pic? Like, oh, it's professional in California, man.
Yeah, dude. I know some graffiti writers from TKO. That's the crew that guy Mr. Cartoon is from.
Yeah.
So my friend Zerk, he's done some stuff like some walls for like different companies, different spray paint companies and stuff. And he kept telling me, come down here and meet these fools from TKO down here. And he's like, they rap and everything. So he showed me one of the rap videos, and the dude's got a full on medallion, square and compass necklace. And I'm just like, nah, I'm not trying to go down there and meet those people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got mutual friends with Banksy. Obviously, you know who he is.
You got what?
Mutual friends with Banksy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is he into that? Probably, yeah.
He's yeah, probably.
Yeah. Anybody who's anybody is part of them.
Laddie,
So
tell us about.
Oh, go on. Sorry.
I said, tell us about your space program over there.
What, the Welsh space program?
Yeah.
People smoke weed and they get high. But
All the way into orbit. That's great. I'm sorry. Okay, what were you gonna say? Fucked it up, didn't I?
no, I was gonna ask you. You want a road trip down California?
Oh yeah, I was thinking of checking out a lot of things because I haven't been really much further than between San Francisco and Sacramento. So I definitely want to check out the North Coast coastline. Because maybe some like beautiful hardcore waves splashing against a huge cliff will be beautiful. Us humans. Maybe we've been indoctrinated to say that thing's beautiful. So I want to check that out. Check out a friend up in maybe San Diego, and yeah, I don't know.
If you come through Santa Barbara, I could show you the Black Swan.
Yeah, I would actually really like that. Right now I'm kind of just trying to get this remote job, which I was really happy because I had a virtual interview which involved quite a few people, and I was the last one to be given the one-on-one interview, which means to me that he was saving the best for last, and he really wanted to talk to me over all the other options. So I'm looking forward to that. How's it going? I see cool. AI just joined the chat. How's it going, brother? Yeah, I would really love to come and see the site of the Black Swan. We should make a monument to that, really.
Right.
And I think a tombstone would be necessary. Here lies the globe Earth, and then from the time of Copernicus.
There's actually a monument right next to it in a field right next to it. And it's a Native American. It's for like a monument to the Native Americans, like to the Chumash or something. And it's like a painting of a dolphin, and then it's I think it's in Native American language or something. It's in another language, but it's like I don't know what it's for exactly, but it's in a field like right next to where the Black Swan is. That whole area is really, it has a lot of esoteric stuff. It's like right down the street from Oprah Winfrey's house, and what's the prince? What's his name? From England, King Elizabeth's son. Him and Markle or whatever her name is, Meghan Markle.
Harry,
yeah.
Harry.
They live right down the street from the Black Swan too. Ellen DeGeneres, a bunch of famous people. Ariana Grande.
Oh my god, I can't wait to meet all of them. I'm gonna have to do that too.
Hey, when you drive through right there on those streets, there's a street where the hedges on the road gets really narrow, so only one car can pass through, and the hedges are like 50 feet high on both sides, as far as you can see down the road. It's like something from like the Labyrinth is a trip.
Something like Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, it looks like a maze, dude. It's so weird the way they have it set up.
It sounds like some Elizabeth area. I mean, not area. Elizabeth era type of gardening, I guess you could say. Yeah, I'd really like to check that out too for the horticultural side of me as well.
They actually have the Santa Barbara Botanical Gardens here. If you can make a reservation to go in there, they say that it's the environment that any flower in the world can grow right here. It's kind of a trippy place.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I'm a really big fan of botanical gardens.
You trip out, they have a house that's made of wood, and the way they constructed it makes it look like it's melting.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds brilliant, dude. I really think the horticultural art is a psychological thing, by the way. For one good example, I guess you could say, is a casino. They're landscaped in a way that draws people inside, And not just inside, but even after they leave, they get drawn back inside psychologically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that seems like really interesting. When I apply that aspect to it, I really would love to really check out those botanical gardens with the apparently where you can grow any flower, right? So
That's what they say.
it's because of the name, isn't it? Saint Barbara.
Hey, you know what? Actually, Santa Barbara's named after his Santeria, that religion.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
So weird.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
dude. They celebrate it like a week before Christmas or something like that.
And
Yes,
now
sir.
I'm thinking about it. There's California Nightmare. I'll have to visit his ass and eat up all of his fruit that he's got growing in their garden.
Where's that at? Down south?
I don't wanna put him out there, but I think yeah.
Right.
I'm not gonna dox you, bro. Don't ban me.
Hey, what does dox mean?
Expose personal details about people that can be threatening, I guess.
I guess I'm always doxing myself then.
It's not a bad thing. I mean, I don't know. As long as you're comfortable, that's the important part.
Yeah. I put myself out there all the time.
I do think people have been vandalizing my car since I've gotten in this area, though. Even on like the very first day.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Weird.
I'm associating with a truther. I feel like I'm getting some flack over that.
So what you're trying to say is time is the reason your car is vandalized.
It's karmic damage. That's what it is. That's what they would say.
Location is why it's getting.
Well, I mean, as a flat earther, you are a antagonist to their religion, maybe even a heretic and the apostate since you used to belong to that religion. So it is their duty to their God to persecute you.
Oh, absolutely, because they've came from another constellation, obviously, according to them. So they have to prove themselves, and they have to mock me by putting a nice flat line on my car with their keys.
Your car's getting keyed too.
Yeah, somebody dragged their key across my car on one side, and then like a couple days later, the other side. It was really frustrating.
Dude, why are you fat shaming? Clearly a biker who's too fat and had their keys in their pocket and drove down one side one day and one side the other.
Well, why is he flat shaming? That's what I want to know. His keys are flat shaming me.
Maybe they just needed a little bit of your paint, bro. A sample of your paint.
What, to plan at a crime scene? Oh,
The planet. We're living in a gigantic crime scene for real. There's a lot of stuff going on that's really wrong. I can think of one thing: 5G towers around here. It's a pretty natural setting, and then these fake trees start showing up that start to get off signals. All right, you know
They're
what?
so beautiful.
It's okay. I love them, and YouTube. You know now that I'm supporting you. I love your 5G signals. They're so amazing.
I like
Nothing
the
wrong
5G
with them.
trees, dude.
I'm not talking in code at all. It's 100% support for 5G YouTube. Wink, wink. I really don't hope. I really hope that doesn't give us a strike, because I'm 100% serious. I do support 5G. Wink, wink.
Okay, so 10 more times.
I can say it 10 more
Yeah,
times in 10 different ways, right?
Oh yeah, that way it gives the algorithm that's searching the streams the best chance of finding data to scrutinize.
I will not satisfy you, algorithm. You will not receive the satisfaction. I refuse.
What about just Al
Um,
Gore?
Just the algorithm.
That's when he's dancing at a party to the rhythm.
Hey, dude, that's a good title for a book.
What, Al Gore's Rhythm?
Yeah, the Al Gore rhythm. How to become a multi-millionaire by tricking stupid retards into buying carbon offsets.
You think Al Gore and Elon Musk, they have like a little something between them, like they really like they vibe together because of the work that they help each other accomplish?
Probably they meet once a year at the Grove, dog. You know what I mean?
Like for me, I'm just thinking about the whole electric car and climate change thing.
Oh yeah, of course they vibe together. Okay, it's called government subsidy.
Wow.
You think Elon Musk got as wealthy as he is because people are buying products from him necessarily, and that's the only reason? I mean, get real. You know how much electric vehicles are subsidized, the production all along the way to the end user?
Well, I think he just listened to Ben Franklin and said, a penny saved is a penny earned. It's a lot of pennies, though. Wow.
Think about it. People that have certain electric cars that have a lot of subsidy. I know if I remember correctly, there's one that has like a $20,000 or $30,000 subsidy per car, or something ridiculous like that. So people who are a little bit more, above maybe, I don't know, middle income or above middle income can afford it. But the only reason they can afford it is because the taxes have lowered it to the range where they can get it. Otherwise, it'd be out of their range. I don't know. It's all a big scam. Let's put it that way. For example, like Solyndra. You remember Solyndra that made solar panels? Right? They're like, hey, government, give us $500 bajillion and we'll make these solar panels for people. And they're like, okay, here's the money. Now, where's our solar panels? They're like, oh, man, I stubbed my toe and got a sliver, so we're shutting down the company, but we're keeping the money.
Oh, my God. Stubbed my toe. Oh, that's a good one. AI, we're so the topic tonight before you got in here, we were doxing ourselves. You mind contributing to that? I'm in California right now. I'm experiencing a whole new world again. And I definitely want to do some traveling. So I wanted to check out this Black Swan location and maybe do a little bit of kind of an experiment myself, maybe with Latter-day Saints as well. And dude, maybe I can.
I got you, bro.
Yeah, and maybe we can make it a stronger kind of thing where we can satisfy these globies. Maybe it'll be a better condition, and the refraction will be a little bit too low for them to even invoke.
Okay, so here's what you need to do. You need to go to the target object, right? Which is what? The horizon. So good luck with going to the location of an apparent position. Then you need to trace the actual photons, right? Or wave propagation of light from the target all the way to the object so you know the exact arcs or straight lines that they travel in free space, right? When you accomplish all of that, then you'll have something. Until you do that, all as the Glober will do is just go, refraction!
Hey, you know what I was telling my chick, guys? I was like, they can through light, what do they call it? Light spectrosity. They can tell what a planet millions of miles away is made out of, right? But 19 miles away, they don't even know where the horizon is because of light refractive index, whatever.
And there's even another aspect in that the Black Swan, those oil rigs are actually letting off heat. There's like a discharge or a gas discharge vent that they set fire to. So most of the refraction that we saw in the Black Swan image was actually generated by the oil rigs giving off their own heat.
Yeah.
There isn't
The Benji
actually
crane.
superior miraging or inferior miraging occurring in that image. They just squawk refraction, not even understanding that it's the heat from the oil rig causing the distortion of those poles.
Yeah.
But also,
Which is obvious because I've been around, right, and seen the heat distortions and things behind it, and that's clearly what it looks like, right?
but this
It doesn't
isn't
take
what
a
we were
genius.
discussing. Isn't this what we were discussing last night, AI, when we were talking about what you could see off into the distance of the horizon? And we were discussing about the potential humidity that exists in the air that would affect your ability to see the horizon, right? The heat signature that you were just referring to earlier, I apologize, the name who was talking. I also believe that we have to tip our hat to the idea that there is humidity present when the weather allows for it, i.e., it's warm weather, it's summer. Right, where there's going to be humidity that's present in the horizon that we're witnessing.
Yeah, no one's arguing that. What we were saying was that the Black Swan doesn't exhibit any of the standard refraction, what would you say, modes or the types of refraction, being superior miraging, inferior miraging, all of which occur when there is a high proportion of humidity in the air. Then you do get those refractive effects occurring. But with the Black Swan image, which they make an appeal that it is a refracted image, there isn't the standard refraction due to high humidity. There's just a heat signature distortion.
And that is a very valid point because, again, as you say, offshore oil refinement requires a heat signature because these things are processing, giving off heat.
No, so they're drilling through the core and they're exposing certain shale layers and gas layers. And as they go through gas pockets, they need to basically suck out the gas to be able to continue to drill further down.
So the distortion that we're witnessing is actually coming from the resources the driller is finding, so to speak.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
And I've tried to raise this point with a couple of the Globers, like Kosho or Zanuck and them, that always say, no, it's refracted. Haha, Black Swan just shows refraction. Again, when you look into the definition of refraction, it's always with respect to the horizon. It's not moving the horizon. So if an object appears above the horizon or below the horizon, it has been refracted, meaning it's always in relation or relative to horizon. Not the horizon is being pushed forward or backwards, and therefore we have a type of refraction.
Sorry about the beeping in the background. So here's another question for you. I turn on my oven, 450 degrees Fahrenheit. I open the front door. I open the door of the oven, and I see heat coming out of that. Would that also be described as refraction?
Technically, it would be described as miraging, which is a type of refraction. Yes, correct.
Yo, that is a homemade version of refraction that we can use. Can we, gentlemen?
Yeah, the devil's always in the details. That's why we ask them, how many types of refraction are there? I think there's 6 standard types of refraction. None of those describe moving a horizon. They only describe objects either looming or being suppressed, or that your vision is limited, or you get the superior mirage or an inferior mirage when you're driving on the highway and you see that like shining effect because the road is heated. That's the miraging effect, and they know that objects can disappear behind mirages. But they never want to be specific with which type of refraction. They prefer the one-size-fits-all approach, and just by saying refraction, they think they've won, even though refraction is our argument. They need a physical geometric sphere edge. They need it to be physical. If it's not physical, it's not blocking boats and buildings.
So their version of refraction would be a, quote, solid object. Our explanation of refraction would be the image is still there, it's just your view of it is being altered.
Yeah, impeded.
They're saying impeded, we're saying altered, right? Because impeded means to completely stop.
I guess it's
Altered means to
splitting
be
hairs.
Oh,
Yeah.
The right answer to this always comes down to a simple fact of that the law of inverse square law, right? It's going to propagate the light. It's going to become very dim. That's basically what happens when things get further away. They become more dim. It's not easy to tell what color really things are at that point. Optically, even like our own eyes. So there's no device to really say that there's something wrong that we're seeing when we see it with our own eyes, unless you're going to say, oh, I got bad brains. But do you really see it any differently? No, not a lot of people do. And it's just funny, they bring their refraction thing in, and like, well, shouldn't the colors be a little goofed up at that point? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but they wouldn't go all in the same place. Refraction is just some kind of weak argument for something that people don't understand, and it's just going to apply every time somebody uses refraction. It's because they don't understand, and it's just the weakest argument. It's like saying, but you can't tie shoelaces. No, it's not that. It's because you don't know how to tie shoelaces. That's why you don't know how to tie your shoes, and that's why you can't, because you don't know how. There's literally all there is to the globe Earth argument when it comes to refraction. they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to make sense of it. They just say, well, there's something that's out of our control, something out of our understanding, and that's why we see this. Well, sorry. That's just a theory, and you're just making shit up to fit your own model. There's an error that has caused you to basically believe that. Well, sorry, an error like that doesn't necessitate an error doesn't necessitate a curved planet, I guess you could say. Everybody's going? Well, anyways, Globe Earthers, I hope you think about what I've said. If you have the capability to think, or if it's just some kind of belief you have. And any of you retards and gem pandas, I have nothing to say to you. Good night, Globies. Good night, Flatties.
Are you looking through a sextant at things through the sextant? Which one of these represents that, first of all?
Your sight to the star would be line B.
line B. Okay.
Yes.
And where's the horizon?
The horizon's not in the diagram.
You know how a sextant works?
Yeah.
What do you look at in a sextant?
Well, you look at a celestial object. You don't
And-
need a horizon for a sextant. You don't
and-
need a horizon for a sextant.
Now, the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Then you pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Don't need. You sound a little bit quivery in your voice there, Bob. You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Say what? Are you high right now?
What the hell did you just say?
You don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
you don't need the horizon.
Of course not.
Now what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
You're just being asked, do you know what dip correction is? If you don't, that's fine. Just say no. If you do, just tell us what dip correction is, Bob.
Dip correction is related to the angle formed between your horizontal and the horizon as you look down from an elevated height. You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon,
you don't need a horizon for a sextant. Your HS is your angle, is your altitude from the celestial object to the horizon. You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Now what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
Is that what you're stating the horizon dip correction is?
Well, you look up to the celestial object and down to the horizon. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. Well, you look up to the celestial object. You don't need a horizon for a sextant. And down to the horizon. So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Everyone stop. Just want to clarify what he said. So you're saying that when you use the sextant, it's literally pointed downwards towards the lower horizon on your sphere. I'm not going to try and get you in a gotcha. I'm just clarifying your position, Bob.
That's absolutely correct, Nathan.
Fine.
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Now what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
Go ahead, 10th.
He said he does. He said he doesn't use the horizon. I want him to affirm that.
Yes.
Now the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Then you pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Your HS is your angle, is your altitude from the celestial object to the horizon. So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no. Your HS is your angle, is your altitude from the celestial object to the horizon. So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Now the way that you operate the sextant is you start off by looking up at a celestial object, perhaps the sun. So you're looking up. Pinch the index arm right here, and as you bring the sextant down to look at the horizon.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Now what'll happen is you'll bring the sun down to the horizon.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Until the very lower limb of the sun, the bottom edge of the sun, is just touching the horizon.
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
And then what you do is you rock it back and forth a little bit to make sure that you are at the bottom of the swing so that the sun is literally just touching the horizon.
You don't need a horizon for a sextant.
and then you read off your angle.
So you don't need a horizon with a sextant, no.
Turn out the lights.
Double speaking, Tender Clown Face Monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
Oh, well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird's a winner.
You're a clown. Bird is a word. Hey, what's going on out there, guys? Welcome to the show. Got a good one lined up for you today. Hopefully. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Speaking of beautiful old birds, I wonder if Betty's out there. Hey, Betty.
Old birds? Doesn't sound well.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Right? What's that?
It was just impromptu. I'm just making it up as I go.
Yeah, well, being very on difficult territory, right? Like a minefield.
Yeah, it was sort of a shit sandwich because I gave you beautiful and then old bird. So
Yeah. Thanks. Well, I do have to say that some women do age well. Right? That's better than others, right?
Yeah, generally, no.
Generally, no. Unbelievable.
No. Who we got in Discord, girl? The Adam Meekin's in here. Look at that.
Push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, I push your feet, push your feet. Yeah. Glover came in and engaged. He's telling me just how far that I should see on the CD. Yeah, but that's not that beat. You done me, yeah. Time to eat. I push your feet, yeah. Club the feet, galaxies, yeah. Fantasy, gravity, another geek, he climbed a tree just to see it's not green. Yeah, at the sea, I got no C's. Yeah, I studied on the live stream. Yeah, QE, Oakley. Yeah, Creation B, my homies. Yeah, we push your feet, we push your feet, I push your feet, we push your feet. Hey, we push your feet. Yeah. Push your feet. Yeah. I ain't speaking on no Chinese, that pink chaling. Glover's tasting on defeat, like on repeat. And it's CB on the beat, I float in steam. Yeah, shuffling the feet, like Ali. Yeah, Glover's tasting sweet, like honey. Yeah, and we do it for free, and not money. Yeah, every ladies be some honeys. Yeah, Glover's in, they be funny. Push your feet, I 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 push your feet. Yeah. Circle run a map, we go east, I push your feet. Clown new ballers for FE, we don't want no peace. Got a spot across the pond, no curve degrees. Drop the dot and then we plotting exotic beams. See a curve, it's FE, globe is on your screen. Worship balls like it's D's, you know what I mean. Portuguese or Chinese, yeah, still FE. water freeze, ain't no curve, yeah, it's still FE. Privately, live stream, bitch, I push a V. Debunk the glows, basis fake, bitch, I push a V. Push a V, I push a V. Yeah, I push a V. Hey, I push a V. He paranoid, he can't sleep, the topic deep. Got facts on me, that's why they watching me. I push a V, I push a V. Push a V, I push a V, I push a V. Hey. Yeah. Brought up Effie, a red pill, of course. Yeah. 3-point space spin curve. Yeah. It's flat in a cup of water. Yeah. Water doesn't curve, man. That's retarded. Yeah. Effie community, the whole endorsement. Yeah. Can't leave the earth, man. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Slept the troll, now we finally tussling. Yeah. Bring the heat, you better ask some questions, yeah. Too rich at checks, doing the VC for it. Took the R out of the alphabet, then try to sort it, huh? Push a V, I push a V, I push a V, I push a V, yeah, I push a V, I push a V. Yeah.
Kaiser Soze. Great movie.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna play Nathan's live show, unless there are any objections.
The fact that you're going to do TV is my problem with it. If it comes from somebody else, I'm okay with that. But if you do it, I have a problem with that. I'm joking. Play away, man. Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah, just till the top of the hour. It'll be a live show, so if anyone wants to interact with the chat, it'll be on YouTube. I'll post a link in the chat.
Thanks, dog.
Horizontally is never happening. This is a fictitious line that they don't pull out a
What if the
plumb
plumb bob be establishing vertical though?
Well, the vertical gives you horizontal immediately because it must be perpendicular. So that's why in the bubble sextant and the artificial horizon and the theodolite that's level with leveling devices, or even the plumb bob hung underneath the theodolite, once you establish vertical, then you already got horizontal.
Sorry, who presented this to you? Where's this from?
Well, I'll get it for you. Let me finish. I mean, I've got all these things cited and everything else. Don't worry about it.
Well, I just wanted to, just while you've got it up, I'm sorry, I know you've got a flow that you want to keep to, but on this, you've got bottom line with dip, and it says, quote, visible horizon. Correct?
Right.
Shout out to Shatner's bassoon. It's a shout out street team in Leeds today. Will do. I will do that exact thing, Shatner's bassoon. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so according to this, from the ship to a dip that's going to be corrected, you've got the word visible horizon. Okay. No, according to them, that is not the case. Let me bring up Simon Dan. He's my citation in this regard. Simon Dan says no. Simon Dan and Ruhif say no. And everybody else who's challenged the claims of the Black Swan also say no. They say there's a bent line to a non-geometric horizon. On this diagram made by AB Science, Simon Dan's head was superimposed by me. It says location of apparent horizon. That means the one that appears to you, the one you can see. And then the one with a straight line to it is the horizon that they have made explicitly clear that we do not see. That's the geometric horizon. Remember, we discussed it, Chocolate summarised it earlier. Now let's go back to this diagram that you're now going to discuss in terms of how they do their correction from the visible horizon with a straight line to it. Well, no. The one with a straight line to it is the geometric horizon you all sacrificed along with Simon Dan when you told us the line to the horizon's bent. So you don't have a straight line to a visible horizon to do this dip correction. Because the line to your horizon on a globe Earth is bent at a rate of 7/6R. It's not a straight line to do a dip correction with. You haven't got a geometric horizon. That's Earth curve. Anymore. You gave up your geometry. You bent the line to this quote-unquote visible horizon. Not anymore. You may continue with this, which is probably being undermined by me severely, but I'm sorry.
No, that's the other point you can draw, which you did, because obviously Black Swan destroys, and you just destroyed it with the Black Swan argument. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is that on that debate with John Refracted Curvature, they kept wanting to use this horizontal reference plane by saying you can get an angle to a baseline without using the Earth. You can have that horizontal, which is what they mean when they say baseline without using the Earth. So, like this reference plane is seen here. Okay. At sea, using the Mariner sextant, when is this ever done? I have never read in any part of from start to finish that you must establish a horizontal reference plane before you use the sextant. You see the trickery here. Now let's move on. This will all make sense. Next one.
Before you do, I'm sorry. I just want to give 10th Man a few props. When he says all the stuff he's read, he's probably spent I'm going to say $2,000, but it's probably closer to 5, on Mariner's books about the sextant and celestial navigation in general. And it's a huge sum of money. I don't have that kind of money to spend on anything ever. But over the course, since 10th Man aired this argument publicly, more in the pre-shows as we were building up over the 12 months, it started to build. And then when it was finally, out there in a full, concise way, between those two times, 10th hasn't just sort of gone, right, here's my argument. He's gone out and spent an absolute shed ton on books. So, this has been an expensive endeavour. So I just want to highlight that, because you're like, in all the stuff I've ever read, what he means by that is a stack of books about 3 feet high that's cost thousands, and I'm not even joking. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because I know you've put a lot of money into this.
It's well over 5. It's well over 5G, and it's because I bought a German-made sextant, an A10 bubble sextant, a box sextant, an artificial horizon rather than using a pan, other paraphernalia, and the books, and the hours and hours of research. And I probably put in minimum an hour a day on it. And I watched so many of the videos that I've watched already 10 times. And like everyone knows, when you get familiar with the material, then you wait a minute, based on what I saw later, that contradicts this thing that I saw earlier that I didn't know what they meant by it. You see, this has been a journey for me. And the longer I'm on it, the more it pops out. And like I said, all of the books that I got are globe books. They use the sextant, an angle measuring device, and an angle is 2 straight lines that meet at a common point called a vertex. They use the globe books and that tool and try to tell us we live on a ball. No book have I bought as a flat earth celestial sextant instruction book, not one. So when Ruhif said on the show, oh, look, here's 10th Man, and then they play a recording of me saying I bought 4 copies of The Practical Navigator by Nathaniel Bowditch. It's because I wanted to see what the earliest version said versus the newer version. I even downloaded the original one on PDF and combed through that. But never did I say that those books weren't ball-related books or showed the audience who had the books that we live on the ball. It was always from that point of view. What I wanted to point out is the contradictions I find in those books that reveal that we don't live on a ball. And so what they did on the show was play that recording on your show of me saying about Nathaniel Bowditch, and it's a good resource. And then Ruhif, instead of showing the contradiction that I showed on your show, went to his own pages of that book and posted that on the debate rather than keeping it in context. See, I'm finding the contradictions. There is no flat earth navigation book as of yet. But guess what? You need a flat earth to do it.
So shockingly, he didn't address
but they'll say you never went out on a ship. You were never lost on a ship.
So shockingly, he didn't address the citations you did specifically cite from those books. He cherry-picked some new ones to attack instead. How shocking.
Correct. All right, so next
objection.
Okay.
Hold on.
We'll start again. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I just wanted to object because when he said he was going to use a vertical without referencing the earth, vertical implicitly references the earth. That's why I asked him, why don't you drop your plumb bob in free space? Have to be on earth to reference a vertical.
Yes, we'll get into that. That was a good point you brought up. But
Okay,
eventually we'll finish this.
Carry on, Ted. We're halfway through a presentation. I'm sorry, we've all rumpused it. Go ahead.
It's all right. All right, just go back to the original picture and I'll just summarize and move on.
Okay.
Okay, I got to go back there myself. All right, so this illustration of a ship with a sextant operator above sea level getting a horizontal reference plane, that never happens. You can just get rid of that horizontal reference plane. He doesn't have that at his disposal. He doesn't hang a plumb bob to figure it out. He has to use the star and the horizon. Okay, now, Next slide. Next slide shows similar. The observer eye would be the same as on the ship. It's above the surface of the Earth, and it's called the sensible horizon. And then you've got the dip to the actual visual horizon. On this picture, they don't even show it touching at all the Earth. And then they've got the geometrical horizon, and that is refracted and touching the Earth. Interesting. Next slide. On this slide, you have the observer's eye again above the surface of the Earth, and it's labeled sensible horizon. Where's that line going? Where's that sensible horizon, horizontal reference line going?
When you say where's it going, it's parallel with the geoidal claim to be horizon, and it's
but in the celestial sphere model, that's going to the extending all the way to the celestial sphere.
Right. If you were to draw out what you had in terms of the angle measurements from the sensible horizon at your eye line, then you'd have the half of the celestial sphere above you.
Correct.
It's going to infinity.
Correct. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian.
That one's a mess, Tim. Because the visible, the geometric, and then that bendy red line all meet the eye at the same point.
Hold on, we're not there yet. Go on, 10th.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. So now you've got the sensible horizon, which they say must parallel the geoidal. Now, what's the geoidal? That's where your eye is on the water. When you do dip correction, bring your eye on the water, and your eye becomes the tangent point of that parallel line. Now, is that matching the sensible? Absolutely. What must these two match for everything of theirs to work? The third, the equatorial plane, the celestial horizon, the equinoctial. It extends after the Earth's surface when it penetrates through it all the way to the celestial sphere. So you've got three horizons here. And the center one is what? Got a box there with 4 quarters of that circle, all 90s, as Brian showed before. Next slide. Here we got the surface of the Earth, the geographical horizon, which obviously their geometry doesn't match. And then the visible horizon, again, not touching the surface of the Earth. I don't know why, but it's not. And then the dip, and then the sensible, again, that the observer on an ocean with a sextant never has ever. The observer, if he had that sensible horizon, then voila, no dip correction needed. Why would he do it at sea? See, this is counterintuitive here, because at sea, when you use the actual horizon, you must do dip. Well, if he's already got the sensible horizon, he doesn't need dip. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes. In other words, if it's established a horizontal baseline, what's the point in doing dip? You're only doing dip to correct it to be a horizontal baseline.
Correct. Okay, so move on. So if we pull out some definitions, was it Ruth who said definitions don't mean anything?
He said the effing definitions of words are meaningless.
Okay, well, that's what they don't want to go to. But in this book of astronomy by Norman Lockyer, and look at his credentials: Fellow of the Royal Astronomical Society, Editor of Nature, revised, specially adapted to the schools of the United States. This has made its way across the pond. What does he say? Next slide. The sensible horizon, on all sides of us, we see a circle of land or sea, or both, on which the sky seems to rest. This is called the sensible horizon. If we observe it from a little boat on the sea or from a plane, this circle is small. But if we look out from the top of a ship's mast or from a hill, we find it greatly enlarged. In fact, the higher we go, the more is the horizon extended, always, however, retaining its circular form. Now, the sphere is the only figure which, looked at from any external point, is bounded by a circle and has the horizons of all places, are circular. The Earth is a sphere, and nearly so. I don't know how he gets that logic, because I could stand over a flat surface after having my eye on the flat surface and not seeing much. And as I stand on the flat surface, I see more of the flat surface. So this is a joke. But notice what he shows the sensible horizon touching as you go higher.
Just wanted to pause that real quick. I think Paige requested we chat with BT Avenue. So just wanted to give the floor. BT, what's up, bro? How are you? Are you with us?
I'm just, yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening.
Awesome.
Yeah.
How long have you been in the server?
Well, it's been quite a while since I joined this channel.
Nice.
But I've been here for almost a year and a half, 2 years.
Nice.
Cool. Because I got some roles. Not here to learn.
Yeah, I see that.
that.
No problem. Do you mind if we do a little status report? See where you are in terms of like how much you know about the globe and stuff.
Yeah, the basic 3 questions. Yep.
Oh yeah, we have that too. I have a couple questions I made myself, but yeah, we can touch on a few of those.
Okay. Well, even I have a few questions because the last time I asked, I got bullied. So now I wish I'll get real answers.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try our best. Okay. Well, how about just a few questions for you? So, just a status report. Not going to challenge you on any of these. If you don't know, it's definitely not a big deal. You're not going to be flamed or anything. But just to kind of get a sense of how much you know about the topic. But what about? Do you know the size of the globe? Maybe the radius.
Maybe the radius. I think it's. I know it's surface area. If you want me to say it.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's okay. How about?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. You can go ahead.
No worries. What about like the distance to the sun?
Distance to the sun? Yes, I do know.
Go
ahead. It's 152 million kilometer. I don't know. In the miles because I live in India.
No worries.
It is almost 93 million miles.
Right. Yeah.
Start with the noise, boys.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. What about distance to the moon?
Distance to the moon. Wait. Distance. Is it? Wait. I don't know in miles. It is 385,000. At the 385,000 kilometer. I don't know how much it goes. Is it okay if I just Google it up?
No,
into miles.
You got it right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it right. Roughly. All right. Nice. So far, so good. What is gravity? Can you define gravity for us?
Well, there are 2 types.
Nice.
I mean, two theories. You want there is Einstein's and there is of course Newton's ones.
There you go.
And I believe more in Einstein's. I think Einstein's makes more sense. Like okay, I'm not gonna say it's real, but I'm gonna tend more that makes sense kind of stuff. So I would rely more on Einstein's gravity.
Well, that is the current.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Just a few more questions for me. If anyone else has questions, please.
I am ready and waiting when you're done, CB.
Okay, I got maybe like 1 or 2 more. Okay.
Don't stress, my guy.
All right. Who has the positive claim or the burden of proof? Is it flat Earth or the globe Earth?
I did.
It's too much. It's too much for you.
Hang on. I didn't get your question right.
Let's see. Let's unpack that question.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, my friend. What do you think the burden of proof is, my friend?
What is?
The burden of proof. What do you actually think the burden of proof is?
Yeah, I don't know. So please.
Okay, so you don't even know what a burden of proof actually is.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's totally cool. We can appreciate that.
No
Uh-huh.
problem.
I
So
mean,
here's
I know, I know what is burden. I know what is proof, but I don't know what is burden of proof. So if you can just explain, because we
Well,
don't use that term.
again, well, knowing what a burden is something that you have to like carry, right? It's something that you know you can't get rid of it. It's something that you have to carry, right? And when you understand a burden,
Oh,
you
so
carry
okay,
it,
so
right?
basically, I have
And
to
when
prove
you have
it is.
something, hold on, you asked for an explanation, so I'm unpacking it a little bit. Give me the space, please. So when you ask for proof, right? And that's something that that we have as proof that shows this is something that we can prove. And the issue that we're having an issue proving is I cannot sit on a plane outside, as an example, on this stable plane, PLANE, and there's nothing that I visualize or can experience that tells me that I'm moving. So the issue that I have, from my standpoint, being a flat plateau person, so to speak, is that the burden of proof with me is I don't feel that I'm moving. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah. So you're thinking you don't move, but things around you move. Is that
Right.
it?
And the Coriolis effect is not a valid explanation as far as everything goes.
Let me,
Okay.
if I could, let me just give a really rough example of where a burden of proof would lie, and then maybe Kiwi can take on about the Coriolis and all that stuff if you want to. Is I think the Earth not moving is a big one of my favorite arguments. But yeah. So imagine your neighbor one day just comes home and he claims he won the lottery.
All
Okay,
right.
that's a claim right there. So if you go, nah, man, you didn't win the lottery. Who is now making the positive claim here out of the two of you? Is it you saying, no, I don't believe that? Or is it him claiming, well, I'm kind of giving you the answer, him saying he won the lottery?
Well, him.
Right. It's the guy claiming he won the lottery. So he now has the burden of proof to prove the claim. So, yep. So I would say that in this topic, who is claiming what? Well, people are claiming that the Earth is this size, right? A sphere with a certain size, that it's spinning or rotating, and that you can have gas pressure without a container. So those are three positive claims. I would say that the burden of proof lies with the globe Earth, not with flat earthers. But that's just that's just my 2 cents. Is that something you would agree with, or no?
Yeah, that is something that I agree with. That yeah, it's cool.
All right, cool.
And so you can understand that if I stand up just out in the middle of the town square, as an example, and I scream to the top of my lungs, the Earth is rotating, the Earth is moving, right? Think about how many different ways that can be greeted and subjectively responded to. One guy can say, I see pictures from space that say the same thing. Another guy says, I don't believe those pictures from space because those are man's creation, and I don't believe in man's creation. Right? So somebody who maybe, let's say, is not read well, i.e., I'm not afraid to say myself because I don't read books, I study numbers, would say that I have not studied your sciences, I have not studied your creations of man. I can only speak on what I experience, and I experience absolutely no movement. You don't even have to explain to me the Coriolis effect, because that, again, is a creation of somebody. I have to get into the explanation of another man to understand an effect that I am experiencing. That, in fact,
well, experiencing is different.
Hold on.
Okay.
If you, my friend, are going, and I'm not saying you specifically, but this man who created this book called The Coriolis Effect, by his wisdom, chooses to tell me how I am supposed to experience the world that I am engaging with, I find that to be ignorant, as I would say, because you're not allowed to tell me how I am supposed to interpret the world that I'm experiencing. Does that make sense to you?
That does make sense, but
Thank you.
experiencing something doesn't mean what I'm seeing is true.
Hold on a second. Experiencing something doesn't mean that what you're seeing is true.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So so for example, right? Okay, how should I explain this? Okay, you are seeing that the plane which is far away from you is small, right? What you're seeing is the plane being very small. But until you go near it, you don't know if it is really small or big. So what I'm trying to say is you're
But in my
experiencing
head,
something.
okay, but in my head, and my knee-jerk reaction to you saying that is my head, my brain also knows that that plane is way up in the sky, which is very far away. And I know when things are far away, they appear to be small. And when I get closer to them, i.e., change my purview on the subject that I'm viewing, it will get larger.
Yeah,
So
so
if
you
my
have
brain
knowledge
is
about
aware of what
that.
hold on, if my brain is aware of what I'm engaging in, how am I fooling myself?
Because you have knowledge about that.
Okay, keep going.
And you certainly are interpreting wrong things when it comes to Earth being round or flat.
Okay, so now
That's
you
what I'm
jump
claiming.
to I'm certainly interpreting things wrong.
Yes, because the thing is you have knowledge. You have knowledge that okay, the plane is big. As of I know, as of me growing, I know that the plane is big. So when the plane is far away, I can't just imagine the plane is small because I know that the plane is big. So
Right.
you have that knowledge. You have that knowledge that says, hey, you know what? Even though it is far away, even though it is small, I know it is big. So that applies same in here. So if you're saying that the Earth is flat and if I'm like what I'm seeing is just stable, like I think I'm not moving. When you say that, there is more to it. That is what I'm
Really?
trying to say.
Can I add to
Yeah.
this a little bit?
Please, CB.
Yeah, we'll stick with the plane example. First of all, we all experience the same Earth. That's just okay. I'm glad you agree there. So no one's experiencing something other than what everyone else is. So that's first. Two, well, just with the plane example, you go outside and you observe the plane moving in the sky. In the same way that I use a ceiling fan as an example. If you flip on the switch, you observe the ceiling fan moving. Yeah. So here's where we're getting to the nitty gritty. When we go outside, don't you observe the sun moving across the sky in the same way you observe the plane moving across the sky?
I do.
Okay. So earlier was saying like, well, your experiences may not be true. Is something you were saying something along those lines, right?
Exactly. The fact that you can experience things and realize that you don't fully understand what you're seeing, therefore you're ignorant. Right? Like you don't get it. Hold on, because no. What you went to, which is a common explanation that science does, right?
I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't say you're ignorant.
Hold on. No, my friend, understand. I didn't understand. Okay, when you say that you're experiencing something and you're not wise enough to put a label onto it, i.e., a vibration happens, you're not wise enough to put a label onto it, therefore you don't understand it. That is a thing that science does, right? Science says, oh, don't you understand it? Don't you understand it? No, I'm going to tell you that there is so many little small things, right, that lead to this entire plateau idea reinstating that we are stable versus being on a ball. Everything starts to fall apart when you actually start to entertain these arguments of a ball. Now, one of the other things that you can look at is observable distance, length. Have you looked at an observable distance that you can actually extrapolate what the observable depression would be?
Well, because here's how I know that the planet that we are living in is bigger than I think it is. Because I have traveled in a plane many times. So whenever I see, of course, we are not as high because like as I know when I'm traveling in a plane, I know two things. I know that we are not as high as we are. I know that okay, the plane is taking off high, but I know that this is not high enough to see the entire 360 kind of thing. And I also know that when I see out of the window, it is so much big. Like I know I am seeing until something, but there is more to that. There is a few, again, 100 kilometers more than what I'm seeing. So I know those two things. So again, I know, because when we are traveling from a plane, we know that because when I see up, there is more. There is more up, and when I see across, there is more across. So basically, like,
Do you observe the horizon when you're in a plane? Have you looked outside an unaltered window, i.e., one that's not been has a doctored window to it, like a bubble eye lens or whatever, a curved window? Like, have you looked at the horizon unaltered out of a plane?
unaltered? No. Out of a plane? No. I haven't, because there would be a convex or concave mirror, whatever. I don't know the difference much, but there's a mirror that is curved. So
Well,
basically, I
it's
don't.
the window that
Yeah.
you're looking out of has a curve to it. I'm glad that you realize that.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great. So the next thing is observable distance. And again, coming back to that for a minute, because I apologize, I may have lost your answer. But have you unpacked what an actual distance, like 60 kilometers, 50 kilometers, how long that distance would be, and what the observable depression would be over that distance?
Yeah, I do realize it. I do realize it.
No,
But
have you?
like,
Because you're walking on the land, and if you haven't measured the land that you're walking on, that would be something that's worth investigating. Because my other thing is, I have the advantage of close to Lake Ontario, and I always talk about the fact that I can see the Sky Dome, which is a 300-foot building in height, 60 kilometers away, and 60 kilometers away should give me at least 600 feet of depression, 700 feet of depression.
mm-hmm.
So where's this curve happening?
Well, as I said, I mean, of course, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the curve, because even on YouTube videos and everywhere, it's just all curved or fisheye lenses. But as of I know, I mean, just before you said that, all the small things that we notice, all the like, but let me tell you, there are still small things that we miss. So you said,
how do you miss numbers?
No, I'm not talking about numbers. I'm thinking about the things that you see. Most basic thing that you mentioned. I'm talking about asteroids.
Whoa, you didn't go just no. Please don't no. Okay, wait, hold on. You say asteroids.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm not done.
No. But okay, so the first thing we need to establish before we go there is: do you believe we lived in an open or a closed system?
Oh, there you go,
bro. I'm another guy.
This important. No, this is basic. This is grade 1 stuff. Do you believe that we live in an open or closed system?
Dude, I am an Earth guy. Of course, I would believe in Einstein's gravity and an open world.
So you believe that the gas that is present in our atmosphere is constantly created versus recycled?
Yep. Yes. Yep.
Holy shit.
Okay. Well,
okay. So, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You just skipped it. So we know about asteroids, right? We have seen bunch of videos on YouTube where rocks just fell out of the sky and stuff like that.
No, we have not. You are 100% incorrect. We have seen stuff flying in the sky, but we have not seen any rocks impact this Earth. You were wrong.
You haven't seen in Japan where windows are shattering, in Russia windows are just spattering and grounds are breaking apart, and on the news, bro. Come on.
Okay, but here's what we have to establish first, though, BT. Because we want to be able to, when you build a house, you want to build a foundation, nice solid foundation, and then you build on top of that. And you don't have to worry about things falling apart. So in terms of this, QE asked a really good question. Are we an open or closed system? You said open. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we would probably contend. The question now arises, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Well, here's the thing. If you're talking about inside the atmosphere, no. Because there's atmosphere in here.
Yeah, well, that's just air.
Yeah, yeah, that is air. So you in if you're talking about on the earth, on the surface, and if you're doing an experiment, okay, can I build a pressure without the container? That's a no, because we see because we see it every day in the kitchen. Without the whatever on the top, you can't heat rice or anything for that matter.
Okay.
But I know that there is something called escape velocity.
Uh-huh.
So, and that is what stops from the gases that have to be escaped but can't because of the escape velocity.
Okay.
You do
Well,
realize
Okay, and also, we are just skimming through this asteroid kind of thing. Can we talk about that for a second?
well, we
Because
can definitely get to that, no problem. But we have to establish whether whether we can possibly whether we even have an open system. I think there's probably not that many
I
people.
mean, asteroid proves that there is an open system.
Not really.
Asteroid proves that there. Okay,
No, that's
how?
Well,
Okay, how can it not?
Because what we know is that gas pressure requires a container. It's an antecedent
Yeah,
relationship. It must be there.
because
So that
yo, you're
we
just
cannot
going
have an
through
open.
two topics. You're just
Well, no,
going through two topics.
no, they're related.
This is the topic, BT. It's really important to understand that the flat earthers in here, we don't think there's an outer space, right? Why? Because gas pressure requires a container. We're in a closed system. So there's no rock balls flying in, crashing into the earth. So before we, like I said, you want to build a house with a foundation. So the foundation part is, well, are we contained or not? And once we establish that, then maybe we can get onto things that are happening in the sky. But we don't work backwards from, whoa, I see things in the sky, so therefore it's a globe. That's not really a good way to build a house by starting at the shingles. Okay. So if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then we could definitely move on to asteroids or whatever. But I don't think that could be demonstrated. So that's all I'm saying.
I mean, you just said that just by seeing and experiencing things, what I'm seeing is true. You just said it.
No, but I
so
I actually didn't get a chance to finish my point, which was
okay.
That's fine, but when someone's telling you the opposite is really happening, that's where I have an issue. Like with the plane in the sky or your ceiling fan. If someone were to come along and say, no, the ceiling fan isn't really moving, it's your room that's moving. Right? I can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, but it is happening, right? So it's when people say the opposite of what we experience is really happening. That's where I start to get into, well, okay, can you prove that?
Well, but here's the thing, though. So what I'm seeing is asteroid coming from top to bottom and hitting something. So I see that. If there are not much asteroid impacts that happen in India, but I have some friends from Russia and stuff which told me, hey, this thing happened and these things happen. So what I'm seeing is that thing is coming from the top. So if I'm and all that I know is because on the top there is nothing else but gases and clouds. Because if there is a solid object on the top, it'll fall down. It'll fall down. If
You said you've seen a meteor on Earth?
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
I think he said he saw it on YouTube, right?
His friends. He has friends in Russia that has seen.
I'm asking if his friends saw it in real life.
Yeah. I have so a lot of impacts, asteroid impacts from last few years happened in Japan. So as I'm in Discord right now, I have known a few people who even experienced that, and the grandparents experienced it, and then it's stuff like that.
So lot basically, of meteor impacts in Japan. Only Japan,
bro.
No, not just Japan. Even in Russia. I mean places where it happened. I mean the thing is, if you're saying, oh, NASA did that, if you're saying NASA did that because NASA is not in Japan or in Russia. NASA is only meant to be in America. Even in India, NASA is not there. There is ISRO in India.
That's fine. So there's still gas pressure everywhere, which still requires.
Yeah. So if you're telling me there is only gases, clouds up there.
No.
There is a reason why clouds won't form on the surface, but on a certain level.
Yeah,
There is a reason why clouds. What?
We live in a dynamic system. There's a pressure gradient.
Yes. So the higher you go, the less the pressure.
Yeah, but there's
Right?
also
the less the oxygen.
Yeah, to have pressure in the first place, you need containment.
So interestingly, one of the things that I also like to note as an observation, we have never on record ever seen a cloud get sucked out of the sky into space.
Yep. I agree on that.
Hence your open system.
Well, because clouds are not that high enough to go out. Because planes go over the cloud. So do you like? So of course, clouds don't suck out of the space because there is a lot of space in between them. But
I'm trying-
also,
I'm really-
I
what I'm
mean,
doing
again,
here is I'm
yeah,
painting
like,
an absolute extreme situation so that you would take a second to realize that you are attempting to explain the idea that a cloud suspended in the air has absolutely no. No, sorry. Let me rephrase that. The cloud, the open system has absolutely no effect on a cloud that is hanging within it.
But you're also saying there is sun inside the container and it is not falling on the earth.
No one said that. No one said that.
I'm keeping my sun question for you for later on in the conversation.
Can I just ask
you have
you,
a sun
does he
question lined up for you?
You understand the flaws of
Yeah, and I'm also saying there is experiences and also science, both behind it. I'm saying there is escape velocity, and I'm saying there are asteroids. I'm saying there is escape velocity, and I'm also saying that things are happening, and what I'm seeing is it is falling from the sky.
But these are
It's
your
solid.
own observations. You're trusting
then
somebody.
who?
Right?
Then who are throwing those stones?
Why can't you trust your brain to formulate a conclusion? Maybe that the cloud is suspended within a closed system. Did you ever think about that?
That's more
okay.
You know what? System makes way more sense than an open system. There are so many variables with an open system, including, and again, I'm just going to throw it out there because I'm being a slightly asshole and saying it, but how the hell are you going to explain a satellite flying around in an open system with anyways?
Okay. You know what? You know what? Let's go from that perspective. Let's go with that perspective. That's saying that cloud is suspended midair is not sucking. Is like okay.
You want to meet us on the closed system? Can we meet on the closed system?
You know what? Let's take that perspective.
That would be amazing. Let's
go on that perspective.
This is some
so
progress.
now explain me. So now explain me. Where are asteroids coming from?
You're saying a closed system. So here's the thing.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you for a moment if you can let your draws down. Right? And forget about what your friends have told you about what they saw happened. Because unless I can speak to them directly and maybe get some video footage and see what the heck they experienced, I can't.
It's all over YouTube. Like that. Like,
my guy, listen, you and I are having a conversation right now, and I don't believe in asteroids. So my question to you is there any other kind of evidence that you can provide or conclusion that gives me some kind of warm feeling inside that there are potentially rocks flying in the sky? Beyond he said it happened.
So you want a video footage of it falling onto onto the ground? Is that what you want?
Sure, post it up in the chat.
Sure. We can talk about it.
Here's the thing. Impact craters on the Earth's surface are extremely inconclusive. Right? Some have water. They could have been formed by geysers. We have no idea. Okay, impact craters are not it. And the last thing that I heard somebody resort to when I said asteroids are bullshit, they said, well, the dinosaurs got killed by dinosaurs, or they got killed by asteroids. And the thing about it is, this dinosaur argument is getting really old because collagen, which is present in skin, is also present in bones. And collagen only has a shelf life maximum of 10,000 years because we see collagen break down all the time when people die and they decompose. Right? So dinosaurs being millions of years old and you're showing me dinosaur bones that are perfectly intact is bullshit. So either they didn't live as long as they thought they did and asteroids are bullshit, or they actually walked with man and they're actually less than 10,000 years old. So this is what I say to you. Your argument regarding dinosaurs an asteroid. You didn't use it.
No,
but you said
not
asteroid.
the dinosaurs. No,
That's fine.
Yeah,
You said
yeah.
asteroids, and I'm like, bro, the only time that anybody's had anything cataclysmic to refer to regarding dinosaurs has been when an asteroid hit the Earth and killed all the dinosaurs.
We are far away conversation from dinosaurs. I don't want to talk about
Okay,
dinosaurs.
then what's your correlation that asteroids exist? Because somebody said it happened?
Just see the video. I just sent in the voice text. If you just...
Where is it?
Thanks, dude. Let's check this video out.
Okay, but
It's like reporting, there's newses, there's like all kind of...
Here's my thing, BT. If we understand that the Earth gas pressure...
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you. Let's take that perspective. Let's take that there is a closed system.
Yeah.
I'm saying let's go with it.
Mhm.
So now I'm asking you to explain me what is the reason behind these faults? What is the reason behind these?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Right? There's a little bit of mystery, right? And if you understand,
Have they tested? Did they test the water, the soil around where this meteor struck?
No.
Or struck?
What? Sorry?
Did they test the soil? There should be like a certain amount of radiation for objects coming from so far away. They move so fast that they create things like nano diamonds and ductite and whatever else.
I mean, right at this point,
no, I don't. Yeah, I don't know knowledge about that. I don't have any knowledge about that. But I just
we don't expect knowledge.
I mean, well, all I know is that
Hold on a second, guys. Let's not sprint into the weeds here, okay? We can keep it. We understand that the Earth is a closed system, so that should really, if we're going to meet the minds here, PT, that's where we should meet. If you want to prove that we are in an open system, you'll have to get a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So until then, we'll have to just stick with we're in a closed system. So what's going on in the sky? I don't know. There's a lot of mystery in the flat Earth. What's the sun? What's the moon? You know, we have.
Well, then how are you just disagreeing with us, but agreeing with but you don't know what yours is?
Okay.
Well, for one, I've never experienced any asteroids. Okay, so I don't think anyone else. And number two, here's a good one. Think about this,
bro. This happened in 2013, bro.
BT, think about this for a second. Why are they always coming down? Huh? Weird,
because
right?
Okay, so I have a mouse. I have a mouse near my desk.
If I may, really quickly, just real fast. If we're on a globe, Whitsitt made this great point a while ago. Why wouldn't they be coming up from the horizon?
Can you explain that a little better for me, bro?
Yeah, well, think about it. If we're on a globe, outer space, these asteroids should be coming in from different angles, diagonal, up from the horizon, sideways from the horizon.
Right, we would be able to see the elliptical orbit of it trying to hit the Earth, coming around there.
Why is it always down?
There are some footage where it is a close call of asteroids. There are video evidence here.
That's another thing. Can I say something to this? You know, these supposed trajectories of these meteors coming towards us, are they supposed to be coming towards us based on an elliptical orbit, or are they just flying at us?
Well, they are just randomly flying because of the gravitational force. But I know that you won't believe it. I know that you won't believe it.
You hear what I'm asking, though, right? Like, I want you to fully understand my question, bro. Is Earth's gravitational
I do, but the thing is, you won't believe it. That's so that's why I'm showing you the stuff that is real.
It's not about believing. I want an answer. I don't want a belief.
Yeah, and I just told you, but still, you're like, yeah, I don't know about that.
No.
I don't know if I believe you.
I do know about it. I'm asking the right questions.
Yeah. So okay. So here's the answer. So here's the answer.
Hold on really quickly. It's not that we're not accepting your answer. It's that you just contradicted yourself there. Kind of proved our point. You said they come in randomly, but they only come in downwards, supposedly. Right? I've never seen one of these in real life. But supposedly, the asteroids, they come down. You know, they don't come in at random different angles like they should if we're on a globe in outer space. You would see them coming up from the horizon, sideways from the horizon.
That's an interesting point. Like, can I please add piggyback what he's saying? If there's a bunch of asteroid belts and, every once in a while they fling a rock in our direction, Okay, it's supposed to be Earth's gravitational pull that brings one of these asteroids into our orbit to make it a meteor, and if it hits us, it becomes a meteorite. Okay, this is their explanation. If this is the case, how come we don't see meteors flying up from under the horizon, showing us an elliptical orbit coming past? If the Earth was a sphere, we should be seeing these types of trails from meteorites coming up the horizon, going straight across it, never just from up coming down. That's all we ever see.
Electric, I noticed your VC verified new. Welcome to the forum. Welcome to the chat. It's amazing to have somebody here with an open mind who's willing to ask very intelligent, observational-based questions. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong about anything, please.
No, dude, these are all great questions. So the thing that I want to mention is CB posted, threw up a video, and it was at 53 minutes past the hour. And the thing that I want to quickly just show you guys within the confines of the video, or point out within the confines of the video, at 6 seconds into the video, you'll see
video,
the video that CB posted in the general chat at 53 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, that's his video I just reposted, so you guys can see that.
So if you see the asteroid, quote asteroid, okay, moving across the sky, you will observe that there are different aspects of what I would call resilience or brightness, if you'd like, right? The brightness of this asteroid changes as it moves across the sky. Therefore, it's burning with different... Stop your talking. Hold on. Therefore, it is moving across the atmosphere, and it is engaging with the gases in the atmosphere, and the burn intensity of the asteroid, as you put it, is changing. This brings me, to the belief that, again, we are in a closed system, and if I'm watching an asteroid, as you put it, move across the sky in a closed system, that tells me that that is a flare. It is nothing more than a gas flare, a firework, if you will, moving across the sky. It is not an asteroid.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just would just be blowing shit up, dude. You know what I mean?
Hola, muchachos.
I know. That's honestly what I was refraining from saying this whole time. Like, they'd be testing all kinds of missiles, rockets. You know, they're not telling people when they're testing
What's
this
up,
stuff.
Miggy? Well, what do we got going on here? Is there a party? An asteroid party?
Yeah, BT might have seen some asteroids.
What's going on, dude?
BT's been in it for quite a bit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that made perfect sense what dude just said.
Yeah, I'm convinced in a closed system because of the gas. Again, guys, we're in a gas-filled environment. We're in a closed system full of gases. And if you tell me that there's an item moving across the sky in a gas-filled system that's closed, I'm going to quickly say, well, I've seen fireworks do the same thing that this thing is doing, except they're going up and this thing's going from left to right.
So we got a lot of new connectors, don't we? We got Kiwi in here. We got, well, I haven't been in here for a little bit, but
yeah, dude, I'm just new to the chat. A couple weeks, maybe a month or something like that.
Hey, welcome.
Hey.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, man. It's nice to meet you as well.
Some people might know me, some people might not, but I'm one of the founders of this particular group. So, yeah, it's crazy, man. We've come a long way. But
I see your roles, man. I thank you for all you've done, and thank you for what you do. You've laid this foundation for us, man.
We've kind of had like a really bumpy ride at the very beginning, but slowly but surely we've accumulated a lot of free thinkers that are in this group now, that are like intelligent beyond words, man. Like these guys are like there really isn't an argument anymore. All we're doing is just like kind of cleaning up a little bit. But
holding the line. Gentlemen, and again, I'm gonna just be really ignorant and come forward and say, just like in the days of Noah, right? He swung that hammer and built that ark for 120 years, and yeah, I'm gonna go scripture for a minute, but Noah swung that ark for 120 years while the mockers and scoffers walked by and just pointed and laughed at him. Right? He held his line, and him and his his family survived that. We're just sitting here holding the damn line, guys.
Yeah, do you know how easy it is to, like, with these guys in the globalist mindset to, like, topple what they do. I could. I've done it so easily and effortlessly. Like with BT, right? This whole argument about the asteroids and whatnot.
Yeah.
I could even ask him, what is an asteroid? BT, what would be your response to that?
Asteroid. Okay, according to me, because you have different stuff in your mind. According to me, an asteroid is a minor rock or a small rock that is maybe if you're talking about an asteroid, it'll maybe 600 miles in a diameter, and it orbits around the sun and the moon, and in the asteroid belt. Those are small rocks which gets on Earth's gravitational force. It will have an impact on the Earth, or it will be a close call. That is what an asteroid is. It is a near Earth object. That is
Okay.
what it is.
All right. So, have you ever seen one of those?
In India, I live in India, so not much of asteroids in here. But I have some friends. So you just let me talk. Let me talk.
Heard me, sorry, shit too. Sorry.
Well, BT, it really is a yes or no.
So
Have you
let
seen
me
one with your
talk.
eyes?
Oh my
That's
god.
really a simple thing. We already know that your friends have testimony. We're asking if you have seen this with your eyes.
Yeah. Have you seen it?
No, I have not.
Okay. So how do you know they exist?
I have a few friends which I trust, and I'm not asking you to trust, but I know people who have experienced this, and in their country, and been all over the news, all over video footages and everything. This happened in 2013. This thing happened in Russia in 2013, which is not very long.
I've got 3 words for you, BT.
All right. So real quick. I'm sorry, guys. So how did you verify that what they saw was what they saw? How was the one second? What was the verification process that the thing that they saw in the sky was a rock?
Because they have went to the location of the impact, and they saw people using a crane to take out the small pieces of rock that's been fallen, and there is video footage of it falling into the ice in the water too, like in the video that I posted a few minutes ago.
So you're telling me that they followed this asteroid from the sky all the way to the ground with uncut footage, able to see that thing actually go.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, not an uncut footage. Not uncut footage. Of course not, because
so obviously
they are recording from their phones.
Right. So obviously they're seeing something in the sky, then all of a sudden they're reporting to you that something's on the ground. Was it smoldering hot? Was it like on fire? Because obviously
smoking.
It was smoking. Okay, so
smoking.
And so the uncut footage is not there. What you do have is some rock that's on the ground that's smoldering, and they're claiming that it came from the sky. Is this correct?
Yes. Yeah. That's
okay.
true.
So, but now the thing is, where's the verification that it actually came from the sky? What if it was already there on the ground?
Because there is video footage. You just saw a few things just flying.
Yes, I understand. There's
to
things
the ground.
It doesn't
from the
matter.
Top.
But my point is this: there's things in the sky. I understand that, right? There's luminaries. There's stuff in the sky. But how do you know where are you verifying that it's actually that what was in the sky is now on the ground? There is no verification. That's the point where there's this whole
there is no verification. That is true.
So there's a gap. So what I'm telling you is, with the gap, they're not. You could just say, or an assumption, that there's a smoldering rock on the ground and that came from the sky. But I could tell you there's a smoldering rock on the ground and it was already there. So there is no distinction between if it coming from the sky or it was already there. So my thing is, just in what you're saying, it could be that your friends thought it came from the sky, but it was already there on the ground. So there's no verification that it actually was, they saw it land from sky to ground. There's no verification there. So here's my thing to you.
Here's the thing though. It did an impact, and a lot of buildings blew, a lot of roads were stumbled, and windows were cracked, and buildings were collapsed.
So what?
So I'm saying that thing fell and did an impact.
No. You're saying there's phenomena in the sky, right? There's phenomena in the sky. That's great. There's a lot of phenomena in the sky. But how do you know that phenomena, whatever?
It's not sky anymore, man. Not sky.
But
It's like.
But you're making a correlation as to what's happening in the sky is the same thing that actually landed on the ground.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying. No, listen. I'm not saying things happen in the sky. I'm saying it is coming from the sky towards the surface.
How do you know?
That is what I'm saying.
How do you know?
There's video footage. There's video footage of
the sky only. You only got video footage of something in the sky, and then you got another video footage of something on the ground. There is no continuous footage of the verification of the thing in the sky landing on the ground. Like if I was to see a plane crash, I know that plane, if I followed it with my camera, would fall to the ground because I followed it. And I verified when I went to the wreckage that plane came from the sky because I followed it all the way down. Now, these guys didn't do that. There's no verification. All you have is some anecdotal story that they found this rock on the ground that was smoldering. And great, good for them. But how are you verifying that it came from the sky? Now, there's phenomena in the sky that causes buildings to, the windows to shatter and stuff like that. I know that.
What is that called? What is that?
It's probably sonic boom. Probably from like whatever's traveling in the sky. We don't know. Do you know what it was? I can't verify what it was traveling in the sky.
So can you verify it's a sonic boom?
But listen, planes have done that. Really loud thunder has done that. So there's other things that cause phenomena to create that sonic boom. There's not just one thing. So you have to understand that phenomena in the sky doesn't equate to what you're viewing on the ground. See, this is what happens to all you globalists. You actually try to...
Yeah, because a sonic bomb doesn't create a smoke behind.
It
That's the thing, though.
Smoke behind doesn't mean that it's a rock floating in the sky. A plane can do smoke behind. Think about it. There's a lot of phenomena that can do smoke behind. So for you to equate that one thing that you're looking at is an
so prove it to me. So prove it to me. Prove it to me that whatever that flying thing is, you prove it to me that it's true. Prove it to me that, hey, you know, I know it is my claim. I know it's my claim. I know I posted it. I know that I posted it. I know that evidence is what I heard from friends is true.
BT, stop spiraling. What you're misunderstanding is that you're trying to equate something because you really desperately want it to be the truth, and it's not. Because I'm going to tell you didn't verify that it's an actual rock falling from the sky. Until you provide evidence that rock actually came from the sky and you followed it all the way to the ground. And when it struck the ground, you ran over towards it and then said, here it is. This is the verification that rock came from the sky. You haven't done that. So
because people are not ready for asteroid impact so that they have the cameras ready.
It doesn't matter.
It's not. No. It's not like the cameras are there in Russia. The cameras are there in Japan too, but they're not ready. No. You gotta stop. Stop it. People are not ready holding their cameras. People not ready holding their cameras, saying, "Okay, you know what? An asteroid is coming in 3 minutes, and I see it, and I'm gonna capture it." People are not ready. This is all the raw footage from the phones, from the cameras.
Where's the verification?
So you can't be like.
Where's the verification? Where's the verification
of?
The rock falling from the sky. I'm not going to take your friend's advice that he just saw a rock on the ground smoldering. Who cares? That thing could have been smoldering there from a campfire at night. Like, who knows?
That brings up another issue, honestly. There's probably too much wind.
Yeah, there is so much of wind.
Yeah, Prithvi Samtal hai.
I'm sorry.
That's for you, BT.
Gospel was saying something. Gospel was saying I completely interrupted him. I'm so sorry, man.
No, that one's for you.
It's awesome.
What is that?
That's what I tell all the people that call me on the phone that I know speak Hindi. When I get phone calls, I go Prithvi Samtal hai.
What does that mean, BT? Do you know what that means, BT?
What? I didn't even get you guys.
Gospel, listen, brother. Gospel is speaking directly to you.
I'm sorry. I didn't understand the accent well. Can someone else repeat it, please?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll write it out for you.
I think
no, it's okay.
Gospel's reach out.
I think that you can do a better job attempting to extrapolate because he personally reached out to you in your dialect, and you literally were like, "Sorry, I'm not paying attention." I'm like, "How are you not going to pay attention to a conversation that you've been engrossed in for the last like hour and a half?"
I'm sorry. I was just talking to this.
Buddy,
guy.
you're in a forum. You're in a
Alright.
coffee shop. Everybody's talking to you, man. You're presenting some crazy ideas.
Yeah,
and
can
we're
I
all...
can I point out something?
Go
to the
electric,
guy?
man. You're doing a great job, dude.
By the way, this has been like quite nice. I'm like riding my bike to work right
And
now.
we are enjoying you, man. Thanks for being here.
What's it called? Yeah, if we're gonna say that there's like an object entering our atmosphere and we can't detect it until a random person whips out their camera phone. What are these observatories, the National Guard? What are they doing?
Electric. There's an excuse for that. I've been around these globalists. I know every little excuse they have for all of the answers for that. Trust me, that's a weed argument. They're going to tell you, well, we didn't look in that part of the sky and whatever. I don't want to know about like those workarounds that they got. I'm tired of it. I want them to actually give me demonstration of an actual rock burning through the sky, follow it all the way to the ground, verify that that thing that just fell was what they were watching on the camera footage, not some stupid, well, it was flying through the sky and it caused all these buildings to do whatever, and then all of a sudden my friends came up there with a camera and there was a smoldering rock on the ground. I don't care. Until you follow that thing to the ground, then you can verify that you actually caught something, a rock falling from the sky. And then even at that, I have to know that it wasn't some kind of like thing from a plane that plane ejected. Like there needs to be a lot more verification as to what it is. But even at that, so there's no verification of a freaking rock running through, flying through the sky, falling on the ground, and the guy following it from the camera footage, uncut, all the way to it hits the ground. So BT's freaking stories about like how he thinks there's rocks flying through the sky, it's just nonsense. It's freaking nonsense.
Have impact craters even been like identified and even verified?
I mean, whatever it is that they think that they're doing is not something that is going to be verifying something from the sky to the ground.
Exactly.
They're just examining something that's already there.
And they're trying to put an idea to it.
So, and I've been destroying these globalists because they always come in with this idiotic argument that they're like, well, this guy with the camera was watching something in the sky. So what? There's tons of phenomena in the sky. You can take your camera and watch it. So it doesn't mean that that thing in the sky is a freaking rock until you actually go and get the uncut footage. And this is the thing I'm actually pressuring these globalists to do, because none of them in the 7 years that I've been doing this has ever provided demonstration that they can follow a flying rock all the way to the ground. No one, not single one. There's only like something that they're seeing streaks across the sky, and all of a sudden they go to this thing where there's like a crater or a smoldering rock. I'm like, I don't care. That's just you going from one place to another and saying that there's a rock there. How do I know it wasn't there already? You didn't. There's no verification whatsoever. So it's void of verification. Go ahead.
Miggy, have you ever seen, like, regarding these globalists, have they ever shown a shooting star or an asteroid or whatever they want to call these rocks falling from the sky, going from below the horizon upwards? So you look at the horizon and you see like this trail of the shooting star going upwards.
Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever seen these what they call comets or whatever. As they cross the sky, they do tend to do things like that because of the fact that perspective is always a thing that's in the sky. So I would say that has been one of the arguments in Flat Earth, because I'm always about keeping Flat Earth on top of their arguments. That has been one of the arguments that have been done incorrectly in Flat Earth, because of the fact that comets that blaze across the sky or whatever they call that phenomena. I'm not calling it a rock because I don't know what it is, but whatever that is going across the sky, it does go from one end to the other, and it does go through perspective. So with perspective, it would look like it's going down. So, but it's not that it is going down; it's just moving across the sky from one location to another. But like as it is, it does appear that it's actually moving across the sky. So if you're, let's say, whatever time you start viewing it, because usually I think they don't happen till like, what in the morning or the evening time, like where those phenomena are really prevalent. But yeah, you do have that vision of where it's actually looking like it's going down or it's moving up, like depending on whatever side of the sky you're looking at it from.
Yeah, you're right. I never thought about it that way.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's why the incorrect argument for flat Earth and that specific point, I would have to correct. But flat Earth is like correct on perspective. But just remember, guys, when you carry these arguments, you do a little bit of due diligence when it comes to like how perspective works, because it would appear that comet or whatever like I said, whatever type of phenomena that is, it was when it moves across the sky, it will filter through perspective and then appear as if it's moving down and up. So
and the resiliency is also changing.
Well, yeah,
right.
Listen, that would happen because of the fact that like it's moving across the sky, and of course, we don't know exactly. Listen, we don't know exactly what that actually is. So we don't know if it's electrical discharge, because it could be some type of phenomena that's up there that's with this high energy above us. But we do know that there's higher intensity of energy as you go up in elevation. So that much is known, like it's fact. Everybody knows.
Again, and I hear what you're saying. In my own space, I'm gonna stick with the closed system argument being full of gases, and we're witnessing nothing more than a firework, ignited gases moving across the sky. Until somebody can show me a smoking rock, bro, I'm sticking with my
yeah, you could basically at this point
idea.
It's anybody's guess, right? So you could, but the thing about speculation is that you have to make sure with speculation you preface your your conversation with that.
Yes, 100%.
You don't stand on your presuppositions as their fact, because then you have to fight against how do you know? Then I could say, how do you know? And then you have to give me an answer as to how you know specifically that I can check out and verify. So remember that, guys, with flat Earth, you always have to leave it to like where if it's a speculation, you preface the argument with that. So just for people to know that. But and like when I'm talking to these globalists, they don't have the verification that's needed to solidify the understanding of what they think it is. And I'm always bringing it to them that way. Like BT and like people like him, they will continuously spin their wheels and want to believe that what the thing that they're talking about is what they've always been saying, like in like what the people are talking about with what's going on in the sky. They want to equate to what they're saying is exactly what the textbooks are and all that. It never equates to the same understanding as to what it really is. It's just speculate. They have more speculation than anything else, but they're actually standing on speculation. They're saying, yeah, this is what it is. It's a freaking rock. I'm like, dude, you don't know that. And then, of course, BT and them would like to feel like they know what they're talking about, but they're not. They're just, it's like the blind following the blind. And we get this all the time with these globalists. They read it in the textbook, or some professors teaching it at college, and that's great. Great. You just learned some information that you have no idea about. When pressed on the issue, you come up with nothing. So I've been doing this to these guys, and it doesn't matter. Professors and the like, they come in here, they all lose. None of them actually have anything. They always say, "My best guess is," and they say everything else. That's science. No, it's not. Jeez, man. And this battle has been going on already. It's closing on 8 years, to be honest. And so
it's a long ass time.
Yeah, it really is.
So we already captured the fort now. We made it out the trenches. We captured
Damn straight, baby.
We got the high ground now, fellas.
Yeah, this is really, it's like, I come in here every now and I hear BT's been here for a little bit, but he's stuck in his delusions. That's great. I mean, he can believe that. I don't care. Like, to me, when somebody says, I know, boy, you better gird your loins because you got some heavy artillery coming at you. You know what I mean? Like, this is not going to be easy for you. But when you say I believe, I'm like, go ahead, keep your belief, man. I don't care what you think the Earth is. You better tell me that you know it is, what it is, and then stand on it like a man. And then when you do, you better answer the questions that I'm going to give you, and then you better give me a sufficient answer that I can verify myself, so that I can tell everybody else, and everybody else can do it, because that's what we need to know. We need to know what we're talking about instead of it being just some information that, well, I know you guys don't believe this, right? But like my friends went and go check this out, right? And like I believe my friends. Like, I don't care. This, I mean, yeah, we're
So
long.
here's another question for you. Why is it that the sun, if it is a round object, appears to be misshapen in so many different places that we see it, including it when I look at the sunset?
You mean like as in how we view it in the sky?
Well, yeah, the fact that it doesn't appear to be a solid 360-degree object. Like it appears to sometimes elongate, sometimes it gets like Humpty Dumpty, sometimes it looks like an egg, to quote deGrasse Tyson about the Earth.
That happens to physical objects that we can go up to and touch at long distances and at the horizon as well.
Yeah,
so it's not just things in this. Things don't always appear exactly the same way depending on your position and perspective and other
there's a lot of factors.
Air effects.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a lot of factors that come involved, but definitely distance causes plays a major role in how we view things. I mean, that's just natural. That, I mean, you could take anything for instance, take a car driving away from you in a distance, depending on the time of day and the air conditions, you're going to see a different view on that car, from day to day. It's not going to look the same. So there's a lot of, air turbulence that's going to cause, the image or something that you're seeing in the distance.
Yeah, I get that now. I apologize for that.
It'll be warped and distorted. So.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, BT's got nothing more than just like what he's heard from other people, and I don't know why. It's been over a year and a half, 2 years maybe that he's been in this server, but he's desperately clinging on to this idea that somehow. Go ahead. Go.
No, it's fine. I like opportunities to practice my Hindi, so that's why I was trying to share some words with him. I've got two more for you, BT, even though you're pretending not to understand me. Dero mat. Dero mat. Don't be afraid. It's gonna be okay. And imandar ho. Be honest.
Cat got his tongue, huh? All right.
So.
I
really do though. When I get solicitors calling me from where, I throw that in there, the Prithvi Samtal Hai, because I just feel like it's gonna redirect their thoughts and energy for the day, and they're just gonna for the rest of the day they're just gonna be like, everybody usually just yells at me or cusses me out, but this one guy in my own language told me that the Earth is flat. That's gonna mess with me. Maybe not. Maybe they're callous to everything. I don't know, but there might be this one guy that's just gonna be like, "Wow."
What you been doing, CB? You're holding down the fort?
Hey, like I said, Miggy, you helped us make it through the trenches. We had to duck and cover, from Rumpus and all these goofballs, and yeah, we secured the fort now.
Yeah,
high ground.
Yeah, all you got to do is lean back in your lazy chair, man. Every now and again, you have to kick them off the ladder. They're trying to climb the fort.
CB's got the radio clips lined up.
I know he does, man.
He is. I feel like I'm walking down the street. CB steps out from a hidden alleyway, opens up his trench coat, and says, "Pick an audio clip."
What you need, man? What you
Run
need?
with it,
and
I was
what you need.
I was kind of flipping through the music, and I saw CB. You had something on SoundCloud for some of the Red Pill. You have it on the Red Pill channel.
Yeah, in the Red Pill Music. Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, you started doing stuff. Hey, don't stop doing it, man.
Yeah, like I gotta, chocolate started it off, so I got you. I gotta keep it going.
You
got a couple projects.
Hot micing, but it's all right.
All right.
Jimsy.
Yo, what's up?
Hot micing, man. Hot micing.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to.
Oh yeah. I mean, who am I to?
Out to, man. Just we're hearing everything. We don't know if you want us to hear everything, man.
We don't know if you want us to hear the background.
Want us to hear-
What a great reply. I'm allowed to.
I'm allowed to. Oh, dude, Jemsy put me in my place yesterday. I was John was talking about his discoveries, and Clay was talking about the Webb telescope yesterday, and I was like, look, I wanted to just, and Jemsy's like, yo, shut up, let this take place, mind your business. Okay, sorry, Jemsy.
The James Edwin Webb telescope. Don't forget the guy's middle name. Give the man the proper respect. Say his middle name.
Why? It got smashed to smithereens anyways after it was discovered it was actually pictures of a countertop.
His middle name is Edwin. EDWIN. Edwin.
Edwin.
James Edwin Webb.
Jeez. Look at those. Did you guys catch the beginning of each name? James Edwin Webb.
It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. Just move on.
Webb.
Yeah, let's not even.
Real quick.
It's a coincidence.
You're gonna go down this rabbit. You're gonna get freaking Gospel Bears Spidey senses tingling. It's gonna be.
Oh man! Why can't we? Boys, we can keep walking and just point at stuff as we're walking by. It doesn't mean we have to stop and look at it.
Oh yeah. That's all I was doing. I'm pointing out a coincidence. It's not a synchronicity. It's just a coincidence.
It's convenient coincidence.
Can you guys hear me?
What? Jimsy, you're coming in really low if you're trying to talk to us.
I'm gonna.
Like super low.
You can definitely hear me now.
There we go. Yeah, you're loud.
Yeah, I had it in a Bluetooth speaker. So yesterday, I'm addressing the guy that mentioned me. Yesterday, I didn't tell you to shut up. I was just trying to listen to the guy that was presenting his work about photography, and what he was actually presenting, how photography works and the aperture and the light into the lenses. And I was just trying to follow until his objective conclusion, what he was trying to say. But in the middle of that, you jump in and wanted to change the subject when I was trying to follow. So I just wanted for him to finish what he was presenting for me to understand the whole thing. You get it?
100%, my guy. No worries. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a slow learner. You gotta go to the conclusion.
Dude, you don't have to discount yourself. At the end of the day, I interrupted. You're right. You corrected me. And I appreciate that. All good.
Oh, I just noticed you have two accounts. There was a different account that you were speaking yesterday.
Well, but Kiwi's in brackets. It's Kilowatt, and Kiwi's in brackets right beside it. It's always Kiwi.
Yeah.
And I'm generally right. Like, you can see the one right above the other. Because they're generally the K1 and the KI are like...
Yeah, I did that renaming so that nobody would be confused.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Gospel. Thank you. Probably should have done that myself. Kiwi 1, Kiwi 2.
Anyway, too bad BT wouldn't give me a reply. I'd even take the reply in Hindi, for crying out loud. I know how to phonetically reverse engineer for the most part. Depends.
I think it's like
fast somebody's talking.
Just tell him you believe asteroids fell to the Earth. He'll probably re-engage.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's like 8 p.m. in India right now, so maybe he's disengaged.
I usually have my clock up, right here. It is 8:02:55 8:02 and 50. Yeah, 8:02 p.m. 8:03 p.m.
8:03. Ah.
Wait, isn't it half past?
Yeah, it's half past. We're half past. They are.
We are.
They are whole.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do some. Just look at the time. The time zone maps are just wild. Wild, I tell you.
They're in the future. Future.
I will discard the conclusion that they come to because it's a flaw, because their foundation is based on whatever the ground we're standing on is curving and spinning or whatever. But the phenomena that we observe and we label sporadic meteors or cryometeors, there is multiple phenomena that happen in the sky that is observable. It's just that people start adding their own ideas of what it actually is and where it comes from and the distances and that kind of stuff, and that's what it gets polluted. But the phenomena is there. It's observable.
Yeah, we all view that, but to say that phenomena is an actual rock, that's taking it a step of too far, because then you're going to have to verify that flying thing is a rock. If it is an object, what if it's just electricity? Nobody knows what it is.
I will say that, like I'm saying, there's people that see the light that crosses the sky, right? This it looks kind of like a electric phenomena or a light from one point of the sky of another one that is called sporadic meteors. That is, there has been a many tests and research that concludes that this phenomena happens on a specific point in the sky. It's not like a random phenomena. It actually sources from specific points above our heads, right? So there's research about that. And then there is other phenomena that it looks like a little different, like kind of like things are falling from the sky at different angles. And people actually label them the same thing. So people get very confused about the multiple phenomena that happens in the sky. And sometimes they label something that happens as something else. So it's kind of confusing when you don't actually look into it. Because there are multiple phenomena that are mutually exclusive from each other. But people think it's the same phenomena.
Yay, sky stuff!
That sounded like an early 2000s emo band.
He's here. Glatt is here.
I was
man. Yo, bros, bros and gals. Hi.
Was that All American Rejects I just heard? What is going on?
Yay, sky stuff!
They were so emotional.
So I have an observational question for you guys about Jason Whatcurve just posted up a little my favorite glober to kick, which is Professor Dave. What I find interesting with these science guys as well, I was watching one of Professor Dave's videos when he was defending science and attacking the flat earth, of course. And he has a menorah. He has a tapestry behind him to his left. And there's a menorah on this tapestry. So my question to him is, how are you going to have a menorah tapestry behind you and then support science? Isn't that aren't you contradicting yourself?
Why are those a contradiction?
Because isn't menorah a representation, understanding that of a divine power? Does like a menorah have a place in science?
Maybe you haven't caught up, but modern science is rooted in Kabbalah. So
okay, so then
that's true. That's true.
Thank you.
You know what's funny?
I appreciate that.
It's literally as magical as it gets. So, and what's funny about that, just real quick, what's funny about using the word magic, and they say that historically they would say that science is just magic that has later been discovered to be, I'm really messing up the quote. What's the quote, guys? Science is magic explained, or something like that, right? So this is, but ironically,
here, listen. We could just say like science is magic actualized or set to reality or something.
There's a historical quote related to those two words, but my
Oh
point.
yeah, no, it was what I just said. It was, but the person was drunk and they didn't know what they were talking about. So, but that's the direct quote, word for word.
Oh, okay. The point is they've completely adopted magic instead of. Yeah. Anyway, science used to be, once upon a time, hypothetically, it used to be the process of falsification of claims, and if you couldn't falsify, then you accepted the claim. But that process doesn't seem to be anything to do with modern science. So it makes perfect sense that they would be all in with any type of magic with a capital K at the end. And that's all I got to say about that.
Long as there's no ball believers building up to the bar saying they know something's going on, then we're okay here at the OK Corral. But the moment somebody steps in here and says, "Oh, I know the Earth is a globe," yeah, we got some issues.
You know, it's a globe because it isn't.
Dude, that's so funny, man. I love.
Yes, that's the argument. You know, it's a globe because nothing in reality makes it look like a globe. That's why it's not a. It is a globe because it's not. That's exactly right. Good point.
The guy was explaining to me that the Blue Marble photo was a oblate spheroid by 1 pixel. 1 freaking pixel. And I was like, I can't even see. Can you point out the pixel? Man, he's like, well, you can't see it, but it's there. I'm like,
Doesn't he know a pixel is a square? Oh boy.
I don't know. Like, you can't make this stuff up, man. Serious.
Well, I don't know. I beg to differ. You can make up a level surface to be curved on the globe Earth. There is a will. There is a way. Now, if we had a nice bowl of salad, would that be level?
We're talking about salad and rocks so far this morning. Salad and rocks.
In order for it to be a 1 pixel, I wonder, because I could actually falsify that claim based on the number of pixels. Do we know the number of pixels?
I think you need the original file on that photo. I'm just talking basic based on what they're saying.
I know. I can falsify that claim because all you do is you take the ratio of the polar radius versus the equatorial radius, and you get that ratio, which is 1.00329. So with it being a 0.0329 difference, you would need a certain number of pixels in order for there to be a 1 pixel variance. And off the top of my head, I believe that would be 3,000 pixels. But I'm not sure. That would be 3,000. Would it be horizontal or vertical? Horizontal. A bare minimum of 3,000 horizontal pixels in order for, which isn't absurdly large of a image, but if the image is less than 3,000 pixels wide, then let's go with vertical. 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Bare minimum of 3,000 pixels vertical will give you a 1 pixel variance. But if it's less than 3,000, I can guarantee you that there's not. It's not there.
You need file though to check it out. I don't know. Can that be even downloaded?
Original image. I'll look it up. The blue
Which
marble.
image are you talking about?
The blue marble.
Marble.
Oh, okay.
So how much fuel did they spend on that trip to take that picture?
All of it.
Well,
all of it, every single drop, and then they just coasted all the way down into the Bermuda Triangle, right? All the way up. Everybody's fucking fooled.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
No. Almost everybody. You're right. Almost everybody is fucking fooled.
Hey, good morning where you are, sir. Were you talking about people being fooled?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
This
How's
morning,
it going?
okay. Good. How many have you had this morning? How many couple orange juices have you had this morning?
Orange juices.
Yeah.
Oh well,
loaded question.
I've been on here for about 6 hours. Right? I think that's 6 hours on Discord, right?
Yeah. Are you brand new?
No, Witchcraft's been around for
Yeah,
years.
he is brand new. Yeah,
Oh,
yes, he's brand
Witchcraft.
new. Go ahead. He is brand new.
No. Yeah. How are you? I'm brand new to the flat Earth. So
No, you're not.
what is flat? Like, can you explain that?
Okay, so flat is an aspect of something. It's not a shape. A lot of people misconstrue those two things.
My dog just finally caught a prairie dog. He's so happy.
It doesn't sound like much of a challenge here, Fraud. There's prairie dogs.
I think he's
practically
flat.
falling from the sky.
Oh, but they're hard. They run across the road. They're pretty quick, you know.
They are pretty quick, but they also like to
It's a
just
flat
stand
dog.
underneath your tire.
Dude,
Yeah, but how do groundhogs work? How do groundhogs work on a flat Earth, dude?
What the dog doing? They buried in China. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I take back everything I said about the pixel math. Apparently, it would only require 303 pixels. So it's actually not 1 pixel. It would be approximately 10 pixels if they were going to do everything accurately. Because the original file was 3000 by 3002.
Yeah.
Which that might be they're going, well, 2 pixels extra because of the oblate. No, actually, when you take the equatorial and polar radiuses, it would require 303 total pixels in order to render a single pixel extra. But it's all silly anyway.
Let me bring the math savant in here and see if he can't challenge you, Gospel. Because
there's no math involved on this kind of thing, because I think what I understand is that they're making these pixels up.
Yeah, it's all silly, but I'm just using their narrative.
Below what? 5 below?
We can hear you, Jimsy.
He likes.
Oh, he's about to get slapped in the dick. That's what she said.
Jim's about to get his ass whooped. Jim's about to get beat down.
You can watch the dishes.
Jimsy, cover up, bro. Don't take it.
I want to hear that ass whooping. I want to hear it.
Wait, what?
Sounds like Dempsey's about to catch them hands.
You didn't do the hanging around flat earthers all
Hey, what are you doing? Are you making fun of me?
Oh, bro, hey, no, we were just talking about some refraction, dude. You came in just in time. You got that refraction, bro?
Yeah, I got some here in my pocket.
Oh, fuck yeah!
I'm about to smoke it.
A little bit of refraction for you, and a little bit of refraction for you, and a little bit of for you. I need some underneath my pillow.
Guys, listen, it's not refraction, it's reefer action. Oh!
Oh! I got the old man walk happening after I made that joke. Let's go.
Bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
It reminds me of a bus driver. We were on our way to Montreal. He's like, guys, can you please open the hatch? I'm not feeling too hot up here.
This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
That is pretty good though. Refraction. They should name a new strain that. Refraction.
Technically, I mean, if you do have cataracts, it would be helping your vision, right? But my cataracts are acting up. I need some refraction.
Cataracting up.
Yeah, it's a cause and effect, and it affects the brain. You imagine that you're seeing things that are not there.
Hey, Dempsey, bro.
Like the curvature.
Do you want to see me when I'm there, bro? No,
thank you. No, thank you. I don't.
No.
See
hey,
you there.
All right, stop obfuscating, bro. I'm just trying to say, I'm kind of traveling, bro, and you know.
Yeah, but I'm married.
What the fuck?
Just kidding. Are you traveling through the East Coast? Are you traveling through the East Coast?
Are you on the East? I thought you were on the West, bro. I'm on the West Coast right now.
Sorry, bro. We can't. I'm on the East Coast, so yeah.
Damn, epic fail. All right, I'm sorry. I assumed incorrectly.
Where are you, in Cali, Guacamole?
Yeah. I mean, Kelly, wait.
I'm gonna be going to California maybe in a few weeks, maybe, possibly.
Dempsey, where are you? East Coast, obviously, but like roughly.
Now that you're talking to me, we're raising the possibilities. Okay, over here, there's a lot of flat earthers. More are welcome, and we're willing to make this happen. Okay, basically. This is you're gonna get the golden age pass, okay? You make it here, that's what's gonna happen, okay? You got nothing to worry about.
Are you talking about homesteading?
Thank you.
Yeah, homesteading, bro.
Oh my God, let's do it.
Yeah, orchards, bro. Orchards of it.
Orchard. Yep.
Hey, I'm right now. I'm just surrounded by native life right now. I'm not bothered by anybody. Nobody's messing with me. You know, it can be a big leap for people, but there's what are you afraid of, really? You know, it's Glober. It's just that life. Oh well, I'm afraid that my concave bowl is going to spill over, because obviously if level is curved downwards, then so would my bowl be, right? So I'm just afraid that's just all gonna spill over and we're gonna flood over and everything we see is a lie.
Real quick, I just want to say I'm gonna go ahead and dip out, guys. Have a good one.
All right, Miggy, have a good one.
Miggy, it was a pleasure meeting you,
Take
dude.
her easy, buddy.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you,
Well
Kiwi.
done.
Check you later, brothers.
Perfect rollout music. Well done, CB. That was awesome.
Yeah, that's the Elvis is leaving the building music.
I literally pictured him walking out, chucking up deuces, and the door closing behind him. That was awesome.
Yeah, leather jacket over the shoulder. Yeah.
You just only hit the mute button. Big mute button hit.
So check this out. So if level is curved, how the fuck do basketballs work? Thanks.
Well, have you ever seen a basketball bounce? Hello, that's why.
Well, actually, Glad, I made it in life, so I made sure to get everything custom. I got a custom house. It's a spherical house. I got a spherical bed. All the floors are curved. My basketball court is spherical. I'm anti-flat. Hey, I'm allergic to flat. Everything in my house is spherical.
I hear you, bud. And there's no such thing in a Glober's mind. There's no such thing as perfectly level. They're like, well, measure's flat. They're like, well, you're just on a small local area. That's why it's flat.
Man, even my sliced bread is curved.
Yep, I got the house made sure to be extra charged up with gravity, so even the water in the bathtub is curved. I can make rubber duckies disappear over the curve.
You're like,
how about the table?
If I'm not careful, my house will start sinking into the ground. I got to keep that gravity meter right at the middle.
How about the table that you cut the bread on? Is that curving too?
Yep,
that's round. That's round.
Curved. Walls and everything. Everything's custom curved. Nothing's flat.
Yeah, dude. One guy, you guys remember that scene in Seinfeld when Kramer tried to lean on a circular wall? That's what happens in my house.
Did he just shoulder over shoulder, just roll over sideways?
Dude, I've never been sued for so many cases of people falling down before. I've got lawsuits rolling out of my... Everybody keeps falling. They're like, we're trying to lean on your walls, and we can't. Not my fault.
You're like, exactly. Now, here's what you do. I'm going to change my strawman name, and we're going to share in the proceeds of you suing my strawman man. My strawman.
Yeah, the gravity's so strong. Even I can pour soda in a coffee cup, and it'll never go flat.
Bitch be staying buoyant for days.
Yeah, that's that gravity for you. Gravity can do anything.
That's when you work in a closed system. You always have gas to pump into whatever you need to pump into.
Yeah, you know what? I don't even have windows. I just let the gravity keep all the air in. Keeps the AC running. Keeps the bills.
Guys, we're all gonna die because we're gonna run out of gas. It's way too expensive.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't understand how, if it's an open system, where do we keep getting all this free gas from? Who keeps creating all this gas that we just use? I thought that you would at least recycle the gas that's in place. Why would you create new gas all the time? That seems like a thankless, tireless job.
Well, yeah, and then when you tell them the first law of thermodynamics is you can neither create nor destroy matter or energy, they'll be like, yeah, but when you waste water, you can't waste water. There's no way to take water off of Earth. Sorry. Oh, I mean clean, usable water. I'm not wasting it, bud.
What is water? I've actually drastically changed my relationship with water. Now I'm drinking the most pure water that you can ever think of. Right out of the rock, and then I'm not seeing a cloud in the sky. So how does it that we have a running river on a globe Earth. Where's your gravity now?
Yeah. And where are the rivers flowing all four directions too, by the way? Where are those?
Oh yeah. Well, what's up with that? Why does water go up on a globe Earth? I want somebody get some of these bitches out of fucking Gem Pandas right now. I swear to God, right now, get one of these fucking numpties in there.
Yeah. See, like, you ever
I
seen a
want to
river
hear him.
uphill, southwest uphill? Like, what?
Again, you
I'm
forget it.
sick of it. I'm done. I want to hear it right now. I want to fucking destroy them. I want to fucking rip them apart, and then I want to see them just absolutely realize that they have no argument. They really think that it's curved? Like, are you serious?
I can bet that gravity also has something to do with it.
He's already dead.
He wasn't ready.
I don't understand it. All right, you have a flat, but it's curved. But what if it's upward curved? Does that mean it's flat? Are you kidding me? There's nothing running off the water. What we see, it's actually kind of serious. It's actually not a fucking lie. Nobody, don't doubt what you see. All right, all your colors, whatever. Yeah, all the colors are a lie, but the shapes are real.
Can you imagine that all rivers are sourced in the mountains almost, and they are going to the sea level?
I don't care. I don't care how good it is to see things in color. You get a black and white picture, you really see what's really going on.
I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
Yeah, that's true. If you close your eyes, you can feel the geometrical horizon. Look at the horizon. It's flat. Close your eyes, and that's it.
And if you close your eyes.
With imagination, I can be anything I want.
I just watched the SpongeBob movie, right, on Paramount Plus. Good stuff. It's really sex related. It's crazy. Speaking of sex related, so is there anything that the Globetards can bring us when we're talking about things that fall down, right? And then what about things that fall up? All right. So duality, where's the anti-gravity? And I'm sorry, like, is there an acceleration for that too? Do they know what that is? Do they even theorize what that could possibly be?
What does it have to do with sex?
If gravity is pseudo force, that means that anti-gravity is real force.
Because I mean, like, I heard somebody ask a question. What does that have to do with? I feel like, and I couldn't hear the rest.
If gravity.
Oh yeah, you just said like you were like, well, and speaking of sex, like what?
Well, it's a duality, yeah. And yeah, it's there's a negative and a positive. Positive pole, negative pole, south, north, whatever. Okay.
For the pole, you need sphere. For the poles, you need spheres.
Hey, well, what if there's a third pole? Okay. But it was not a really. If you call it a pole, but it's really not a pole, right? What if it's that? Yeah. What if it's that?
I don't know anything about poles.
What if the North Pole was a pole and the South Pole was actually a ring?
Well, what if hey Shasta? Hey,
What if South Pole it's a rectangular?
Hey, Sasha, what's up, dude? You back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, do you remember what we were talking about earlier with the magnets and the poles? And the fact, okay, it doesn't matter what pole you're sticking it to, it goes right onto the whatever is magnetic, right? Unless it's like the actual polar magnets, right? Are we following along? Somebody start recording this. All right. Flow Creation Bear.
Just go back to
everybody.
YouTube.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So what if these poles are repelling each other, right? Because they're the same charge, same pole, right? Negative, south, whatever. We call those the same thing. Well, it's got to obviously be the same. Negative equals south, right? Right. So those repel because they're not going to. That's just the law. There's no kind of attraction between the positives. Like, I mean, not the positives. Yeah. Well, I guess linguistically, yeah. Positive and positives do not attract. Same thing with negatives and negatives, but the opposites attract, right? So north and south. All right. So with the Earth, it's a ground, and it's a non-positive and a non-negative. Just like you have 3 prongs in your entire house. So you can relate. That right there is pretty much everybody knows the ground is facing downwards most of the time. And it will protect you. It's obviously a really protective force because it negates both of those properties by being neither. I don't hear anybody talking. I feel like I don't want a monologue.
Okay, so you say that north is an attractive force, is it not?
Let's give that the assignment for that because I'm not really sure exactly what it really.
I'm not really sure where we're going either. What I'm trying to figure out is if everybody has a compass in their hand, right, and we're all walking to north because we're trying to find north, and we all have compasses in our hand, right? Am I right?
Yeah, bro, I love you.
Right, you're leading. You go to one point because north is magnetic, so you're all attracted to that one point. So the opposite of that, by default, yes, default to the greatest words in the English language according to Homer Simpson, is the opposite, the ant to it, the opposite, Antarctic, if you will, right? Which is the opposition being south, because there's no attractive device that tells you where south is. South is the absolute opposite, the antithesis, I believe, of north.
Apparently, there is what we call north. There is geographical north, which is the one that people put in the map, right? When they depict in the map. Then there is magnetic north, which changes position. Apparently, I haven't experienced that, but then there is also celestial north, which is what we call the North Star Polaris. So depending on which one you're talking about, which pole, if you're talking about the ground or you're talking about heaven, because those are 2 different things.
Dempsey, hold on a minute here. I'm going to check you on this. You said you're located in Boston, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm located in Ontario, across the pond from you, roughly, right? What I'm saying to you is, my friend, if you had a compass in your hand looking for north, and I had a compass in my hand looking for north, and our buddy who brought up the question has a compass in his hand leading for north, would we all eventually end up in roughly the same area being north, my friend?
Sure.
Okay, this is my point. And again, this is my point. So again, to get back to my original point in illustrating my point of north being a point, is south not the opposite to north?
South will be away from north.
South is the opposite of north, Gemsy. Come on, man.
No,
Now you're being vindictive slightly. Let's be real.
No, away from it.
It's the opposite. Gemsy, come on, man. You have a radial thing in your hand, a round circular compass, right? And it's telling you that north is up, right? And guess what? 180 degrees in the other direction is south. No matter where you point that compass, south is always going to be 180 degrees in opposition to north. This is a fact, is it not, Gemsy?
If you're standing on north, let's say you walk to north from Canada, right? You walk to the north position that the compass is giving you from Canada, and then someone else is walking towards north from Russia or China.
Yep.
And you're gonna meet up roughly to the same area.
Yeah.
But then you keep passing each other opposite from north.
Right.
You're gonna end up in different positions.
Right, but you're ultimately, that compass though in your hand knows that you're going to walk past north, and at some point you're going to start noticing when you're looking at the compass that the compass is going to start. Number one, when you get to that northern point, it's going to start spinning uncontrollably because it doesn't know which way the magnetic attraction point is. But at some point, hold on, once you walk past that point, the compass is going to reorient itself back to showing where the north position is. So you can stupidly walk past the point that you're trying to find, but you're going to ultimately, if you're really being true about the experiment that we're attempting to conduct right now, the mental experiment, right? You have to realize that the compass will orient you back automatically to that north point.
Yeah. You fail to realize. I think you fail to realize, Kiwi, that it points to a magnetic area. Okay.
No, I don't fail to realize that because the sheer idea of the compass.
No. I know exactly where you're coming from because you think everything's a duality. It's not.
I think that the fields that we call north and the other field that people call south, if there's a magnetic one, that there's apparent documents that depict kind of like a southern magnetic pole in a certain area. Those are two positions that are being in a way projected from the magnetic field, from the toroidal field, and we can devise a compass that will give us a certain position to those poles, but it's not a concrete thing on the position. I'm not sure about that. It's not like you're gonna go to a north point and here is completely north, and then you go to the south point and that's just south on the magnetic sense of things. But when you talk about celestial north, which is Polaris, for our observations, it doesn't move. There is a relationship to that effect, but how exactly works, probably nobody knows. But there is an input into that phenomena that is happening that is causing the compass to point us to a certain direction. But what was that?
No, I was just saying that makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate you taking the time to explain that.
Yeah, because the input of energy from the heavens above and what we call celestial north and celestial south, those are phenomena that we can observe, right? And there is a certain toroidal or magnetic input into this system, and we observe phenomena, including what we call the compass. So, but yeah, there is a north on the maps, geographical. Then it's magnetic north, which changes apparently, and then there is celestial north. So yeah, remember the globers basically tell you that the North Pole, you see Polaris because the ground that you're standing on at that position is spinning. That's why you see the center point in the sky called North. But it's not like that. You're actually, when you look in a celestial north, you're actually looking at a position on the sky where something is happening that is causing the effects that we observe.
So
and
if you
north is an actual, it's a very interesting phenomena that is very underrated.
So what do you say about the GIF I posted in the general chat, Gemsy? So circumnavigation, where you have the northern pole, and then you have this outer ring that gets kind of painted with the illustration of north. Like, I realize that what you're saying with celestial north being up above this circle map that he's presenting, and again, I'm saying circle map just to be facetious about the argument at hand. Celestial north being above the axis he's rotating around in the sky, right? But what I'm saying is, for us ants who are living on the actual plane itself, when you have north that is a common point here, doesn't south automatically get painted as a default position behind you? This is all I'm saying. And with the magnetic aspect, the attraction, I believe that's what the compass, that's the premise what the compass works on.
Yeah, because you are between the let's say the plate that you're standing on and the cause of the effect, the magnet, the machine, the magnet that is above your head, and you're between those two places.
Okay.
So
you're okay. So I see. Okay, no, and that's a very fair point, because you actually said above your head, which again, okay, that takes me to the point where I could be attracted to, when I'm standing on the ground using the compass, I could be attracted to the northern thing in the sky versus the northern point on the ground. To be clear,
yeah, those are two different positions.
Okay, I can take that.
Yeah.
Yep, very fair stated. I thank you for that.
It's great that you're making that differentiation, because people don't think about that, and there is a different objective place, the ground that you're standing on and the heavens above your head. Those are two different places. But they have a certain relationship in, let's say, in a toroidal, magnetic frequency or whatever input into the system that we're standing on that is coming from above and is detectable, it's observable. It's just underrated. Probably not talked about too much, because we cannot go to celestial north and test it. What is the cause of the effect, right?
So, what do you think somebody standing in Australia holding a compass experiences?
So the same thing you experience when you hold in a magnet, which the magnet has the positive and negative, right? And if you hold that magnet above a metal plate and you hold it to a certain distance, and it will still have certain attraction, but it's not attached to it. It's pulling and it's causing an effect on the let's say 2 points of the plate, which is, the positive and negative that is trying to attach itself to. I don't know. I'm not an expert on magnetics and magnetic or whatever. But if you put that, let's say on the Earth, you're standing on the plate, on the flat negative plate or whatever, it's made of a lot of iron. The Earth is made out of a lot of different heavy stuff, right? So it's very magnetic or whatever. And then you have that magnet above it causing this this field in between. And you can observe the effects as the what people call the North Pole, the North celestial point and the South celestial point. And then when you go to the center, to the equatorial, you also see the line that divides the two equal opposites, the positive and negative, or flow of the field. You can observe this with a regular magnet. You see the fields expressing. If you put the magnet under a magnifier glass in a chamber, and also you can put like gases in the chamber, it will kind of show you both sides of the toroidal and the magnet. And that's a similar effect. I wouldn't say that's exactly how it works, but there is a phenomena happening between heaven and earth, and is the cause of the effects is above what we call the firmament or the container, and I will say is above, on one of the layers above. And what the effects that we see as the toroidal field is between the ground that we're standing on and the heavens above. That is causing.
Did you see the general chat? I mean, we've had some. So I think it's Hyder posted the ley line, the world magnetic model for the attraction lines, north and south. North being the north and south toroidal split, and then Tim posted up a response to that. Toroidal field would kind of explain why the North Star is not in a fixed position in the exact center point of a star trail, since true north is not a thing but a biggerish area, and the North Star might be rotating according to the quote innermost lines of the field.
Imagine you have the tip. You have
hold
the
on,
tip.
hold on.
No, 1 second. Imagine you have the tip of a pyramid, or the tip of a magnet, the tip of it, and that tip is doing a circuit. So that tip is moving a little bit on its own circuit, right? Like that let's say structure or device, it's spinning or moving, and the tip of it is gonna be almost in the same place, but it's still gonna move a little bit in its own circuit. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're spinning when you drop like a spinning toy, those spinning toys that you drop on the floor. Oh,
Did you
like
see
a
the general
gyro.
chat? Did you see the general chat? Look at the GIF. Look at the GIF that Tim posted. It encapsulates what you're explaining, I believe. He's got the
I think that
animation.
will be that. I think that will be maybe in sort of what the field will be,
That's
but
what, exactly.
But remember, the field is an effect. The cause of that effect still in question.
Yeah, but the field is still going to create the experience of the northern point being attraction point, and this would give some substance as to why this this point appears to be constantly moving. Right, that's all I'm saying. I'm taking his visual, and I'm taking your explanation, and it seems as though they're really marrying one another. It makes sense.
Yeah. It does. It mostly have something to do with it. I just for me, it will be very difficult to just give like a total depiction of it, but it does help. Yeah, it does help. And I will say that I've heard a Glober the other day saying, "Hey, when I look at the North Star and I look at Polaris and I do the math, that gives me a sphere." And actually it does, but that sphere is up in heaven. The math of this sphere that they talk about is actually what people describe as the celestial sphere, because it actually makes sense in the math that the calculations that you do will make a sphere, but they're saying that sphere is under your feet, right? But that between the negative and the positive, or the whatever the inflow, whatever those equal opposites that are causing the effects, let's say structure that is above that those magnets or whatever causing of the effect is, that it will make sense that around that machinery, it will be something like this, like a sphere. It will actually, doing the math, it will actually make a sphere. But like I'm saying, that sphere is not under your feet.
But
That's what they're claiming.
isn't
They looking up, they doing the math for what they observe. Oh, it makes sense. It looks like a sphere. But yeah, but they're looking up and they seeing the sphere, and the math for the sphere is above our heads. Get it? Hopefully.
Yeah, so again, to go off that, the toroidal field, isn't that when you take it and cut it in section from top to bottom, cut it in half, it basically looks like a figure eight, right? An infinity symbol with two circles. And I thought the idea was that the energy kind of, it comes up and it goes out, just like the animation that that Tim shared above. That would give an aspect as to why it appears to be below your feet and above you at the same time, because you're constantly, everything is processing, the energy is coming in through our feet and going out above us, so to speak.
Yeah, well,
it
it's
would
like
make
a
sense.
flow. It's like some sort of flow, and you can actually kind of see that when you put a magnet, and the way the magnetic field is kind of like concentrating to a point and it's flowing. It's not like it's attracting or whatever. It's more like it's flowing. Yeah, it's a flow. Yeah, and you can say, and we can kind of express a similar effect here when we look at the sun and the moon, and we see the input of energy and maybe an output. I think this dynamic system that we live in, it has a flow as well. So yeah, it will make sense to me. A flow of energy that is in the electro spectrum or magnetic spectrum or whatever. I think it's a combination. When people say magnetic or static or cold, and it's a combination of all of those things. That's why it's a dynamic system, because it's not just the magnetic or whatever. There is an input of information into the system. For my understanding, at the foundation, that information that is being inputted into the system keeps things in place. If it wasn't for that input, nothing of this will be happening. None of this.
Where do you think that input's coming from?
From heaven.
The creator, the designer,
the informer, the programmer,
the guy that has created. And imagine that was just some kind of
I don't know if it's a guy. I don't know if it's a guy.
Well, I'm just saying, a force, right? But imagine that, seeing what that formula looked like, if you could even begin to ascertain that formula with ones and zeros. And it was just this constantly renewing formula, repeating over and over and over, just to maintain that collective consciousness idea, right? The positive energy flow, so everything maintains its place. Donut.
If you ask me, the plate that we're standing on, the flat Earth, right, the ground that we're standing on, is just one piece of the whole construct. Then you have, let's say, the container. I don't know the shape of that, but there is a certain, let's say, a certain barrier to the sky, which the ground that we're standing on is a barrier, right? And then the sky has a barrier, almost like a corridor or the floor of a building. And then above that barrier or barriers, because I don't know how many there could be, it's possible that there's multiple layers to the layers above our heads and below us. There is the phenomena that we observe there has to be a cause and effect relationship. And since we see the cycles, I think it's an actual build machine. It is a machine, and above the container, there is an actual structure that is designed to cause the effects that we observe, or a big piece of the structure, because this whole thing is just a
Okay,
structure.
so aligning with what you just threw out there. The model that I got into shows that there are 7 heavens, 7 firmaments, if you will. And each of those firmaments contain a refracted light segment, which is the planets that we view. This is why the planets appear to be shimmery, like almost like if you were to shine light through water.
I will go with that, but because when we look at the planets, or what we call the stars, aligned to the sun and the moon, it will show kind of like an effect that it can be demonstrated that
through
light going through multiple layers, it will kind of go like a positive and then let's say a negative. I don't want to say positive, negative, but like a, when you take a picture and you have the negative of the picture, and then you can color it if you want to, right? So there is kind of like that effect on the layers above, which is the light passing through multiple layers, and then you have angles because the light is moving, so you have different angles of the light that is going through multiple layers. So that's why you get the
It's very important to outline that the light is going through layers of water to create the light segment you're seeing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. We want to be able to say exactly how it works, but we can kind of demonstrate something similar.
That last layer, that 7th heaven, if you will, is the layer that contains the stars. That's where all the stars are, quote, painted onto, if you will. That's what I believe. But again,
I want to call it the last layer because there is a layer that is beyond that where the actual machine that is causing the effects is the
structure. Do you think there's something else past the 7th?
Heaven, that's like where the throne of God is, where God dwells.
I think, and that's the thing. Have you ever heard about the idea of Saturn? Saturn being, what have you heard Saturn being a representation of in the past?
Saturn looks like an image of light passing through gases on the layers above, and since the light is passing through that point, you're seeing an image of that place in the plasma TV that is above your head. It's a plasma TV.
Yeah,
that's why you see
images. Plasma. Yep. So
it's a plasma TV. It's a huge screen that you're looking at. Just like the screen that when you sit down in your sofa and you look at the screen, that screen has multiple layers, right?
Right. Yeah, forming the image that you see in front of you. 7 layers.
And
you
can see the moon and you can see the sun on that screen that you see that is in your wall. The same way you see the screen up above your head.
So the last 7th layer, 7th heaven, containing Saturn. And that is representation.
We don't know though.
I mean, we're just having the conversation of I don't know though, aren't we?
Yeah, I get you. I like this conversation.
I just like it. So
I'm actually rushing it because I'm running out the house.
Oh, sure.
So I'm actually just racing through.
No stress.
Yeah.
Thanks for the time.
And I appreciate you because we kind of see eye to eye, I think, on this.
Appreciate you, Jemsy, as always, man. We'll talk.
Continue. Tell me what you know about the whatever the layers.
Well, heck, it's not what I know. It's just based on the model that I took in. Is this the last point is that the 7th heaven is where Saturn is, and Saturn with the rings is showing that he has divine dominion over the kingdom that he has created, and that is in fact there's nothing past that 7th layer. Again, that's just the what I kind of came up with in the model that I've been looking at for the last little while.
So that will be the veil that you cannot see beyond that veil, but that veil will be removed, or it could be. I don't know if it will, but there is the place that we cannot look at with our eyes.
Yep, can't see past it. It's true. The void.
No, it's not a void. I think there is an actual structure up above, and that structure is like, let's say you build some type of catalyst or some type of machine, and you need that structure in place, but still that structure will need an input of energy that I will say that will be God giving that energy into it, the cost of the machine to work. And then that structure build is causing the effects that we can see from down here to in companion with the layers and the lenses that we see above.
Right.
And the design of it. It's like a machine, like a computer, like some type of a light show.
I haven't even got past the plateau, the bottom of it, to even get to the top yet. Like, I feel like we talk about the top because we can throw the ball around. Because, as you said, you and I can see eye to eye on things, but we still haven't even unpacked the layer, the bottom layer that holds this container together. Because if we can't understand the base that holds the container together, I don't know how we can understand much. Closed system, that's for sure. What was that guy's, the talking head from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers again? Zed or something? I forget. It was like 15, 20 years ago. Nope. 30 years ago. Holy crap. Bendy, you made a point in the chat. Providing equal sunlight. Pyramid is good at growing food. Providing equal sunlight.
Yeah, it's like, have you ever seen those steps in, I think it's Asia, where they grow food on the side of the hill in different.
Oh yeah, dude. Could you
Could you hear me?
Yeah.
It's like the steps in Asia where they grow food on like different steps or layers, like those rice fields.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense to me that like growing corn maybe on the sides of the pyramids, because there is corn in their hieroglyphs. But just erecting a huge structure for, putting your plants on different elevations, and it would give them like an equal chance for sunlight. It's a bit narrow for the whole, like, obviously it's just a theory, but it's a bit narrow.
You're also increasing surface area and you're increasing sun exposure, so I can see the proof in your argument.
Yeah, because I grow my strawberries on a hill, and I grow a lot of fruit on the hill, and it's really good, honestly, for water too, because
it runs off.
Yeah, it just runs off, and where the dirt is, right towards the end, it collects kind of in a basin. And keeps the ones in the front always produce the best, while the ones closer to the top, where there should be another like kind of cut, those ones get really dry.
Not enough water. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So you get the fruit that is more full of water closer to the bottom, right, where you get a little bit more ponding, if you will, perhaps.
So mine's a bit different. So like, mine's a dirt hill with a rock wall holding it up.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
So when the water runs down, it hits the rock wall and kind of, it takes a second for it to go into the ground beneath it.
Yeah.
But
rocks are a great filtering system, though. They help to clean and wash the water.
Yeah,
totally. Clean rocks.
I've always thought like the ideal garden for me would be one filled with rocks, because it's cheap and it looks great and it functions really well too.
The only thing you have to worry about is I guess algae, right? You get or living. Well, I guess if it's living, it wouldn't be bad, right?
Right. You can get a fungus or like root rot from too much water, but you can use Epsom salts, and that will kind of detract the water from your roots to give them a break if you suspect your plant is getting overwatered.
So Epsom salts will help with plant development. Are you really?
Yeah, I put Epsom salts on my plants when I first put them in the ground.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because I mean, again, you apply Epsom salts in IRL to yourself, if you will. And when I say IRL, like jumping in the bathtub, soak out the muscles. It helps to withdraw I believe it's the lactic acid buildup in the body, that what makes you feel sore after working out, or if you've hurt yourself, soft tissue injury, things like that. It helps to withdraw the inflammation from within your system or within your body. So to hear that it's also used in plant applications, that's amazing.
You can also use it as constipation. Right? It's the natural laxative.
We need Glad. Is Glad here? There he is. He literally can talk about drinking salt water. Glad, you should jump on the chat and talk about your salt water drinking exposure. But yeah, it does do. Salted water will definitely blow you out, literally.
Well, I know that even though, like, I can't confirm that the pyramids grew like fruit and stuff on the sides, the Native Americans here in America used at least a similar method. It was a mound, so it was like a pyramid with a big chunk cut off, kind of. It's kind of like a vertical garden, and yeah, that's the reason they did it, was, for equal sunlight and watering. And those are like the mounds that they talk about in America. Like, some of them are burial mounds, but some of them are huge growing facilities. That's just how they used to grow things here in America. There's even pictures still online, obviously warped into the narrative of like stick huts and shit. But yeah, that's how they would do it.
So. All right, going to make lunch. I'm here, but I'm not. Love you.
Peace. Salt will what? Growing a garden is really cool, but also having a community garden would be cool. Equal responsibility to all your neighbors to take care of food that you're all going to eat.
Lumpy, thanks for the explanation. There you go.
Oh, there's another thing I found out kind of recently, and it was about how weeds, when they grow up, they're actually pulling nutrients, because if you ever pull some weeds, they got them really deep roots. So some weeds are really beneficial to your garden because they're going to pull up like calcium deep underground or different minerals that aren't necessarily in your topsoil. So it's best practice to pull them, rip them up, and put them on the surface. And if that bothers you, how it looks, you can soak those weeds in a bath, and you can use that water as fertilizer. And that's what I'll be doing next year for the weeds that grew this year.
So what you're saying is weeds are good for your soil.
They're good for your soil. Obviously, you don't want them to choke out the plants that you're growing, but everything that's growing out of the soil is going to take something from the soil. So if you move that thing into a garbage bin, then your soil quality is going to go down by some variable. Something is getting taken out. So you want to keep your soil as
nutrient rich as possible.
Yeah, totally.
By doing okay. Oh, so hold on. Let's take this because I think I'm catching what you're pitching here. It's the idea of like when we get sick, and after you get or as you're recovering, they tell you to eat a lot of yogurts and things like that, so you can put the good enzymes back in your system, right? So you achieve equilibrium, right?
Totally.
Yeah. So with the soil and the weeds, you're doing the same thing. You're eating the yogurt. You're putting the stuff back in so that the soil can maintain a positive balance. Bro,
exactly.
That is some science, man. I appreciate that, dude. See, that's science right there. Yeah, science.
Well, that's what, the Globies won't tell you is that, everything requires work. That's true. But, they'll say, oh, there's something wrong with your soil. Pull these weeds. Lawnmower your grass. As if, like, the earth isn't already perfect. Like, they're trying to achieve some state of perfection, but it's already here. It's already present in everything that you see. You just have to recognize it and appreciate it.
They would rather you support companies like Monsanto and buy your Roundup weed killer and spray your backyard full of aluminum. Tasty.
Yeah, totally.
And y'all just remember, Monsanto is the official pesticide? Yeah, pesticide controller for Starbucks, your coffee bean grower. Thanks to Bill Gates.
Hey guys.
I've been drinking my coffee.
Yeah, I buy organic coffee because of coffee is one of the highest sprayed crops.
Barry, I wanted to ask you yesterday, during a fast, can you drink coffee or no?
I still drink everything. I'll even use like organic half and half in my coffee. I mean, technically, like a tiny bit of, especially if it's mostly fat, like isn't really enough to really break a fast and throw you out of autophagy, because there's another guy even, what was his name? I don't know his name, but you could find him. But he actually came up. He's a doctor, and he came up with what's called the fast mimicking diet, where you still can eat. Like it's a program he actually sells, but he called it the fast mimicking diet. So really, if you're eating, you can almost eat up to 500 calories in a day and still retain some of your autophagy. Probably mostly as long as it's not like, junk food or processed food or bad food, but also in very small caloric amounts. So when I do fast, I don't do the fast mimicking diet and eat like that, but I will sometimes put a little bit of half and half. Well, actually, I've been drinking my coffee black again, but before that, I was drinking it with organic half and half in it. And I would drink 2 coffees a day with half and half in it, and then like just plain teas and stuff. So I always did water fasting. I never did dry fasting. I'm not sure what I really think about dry fasting, but some people do it. And I would drink electrolytes too, like no sugar electrolytes. So I just did that because I wanted to be safe. And I did take a multivitamin as well on my fast. But that's just how I chose to do mine. But I was fasting probably like over 30 hours a week, because I'd stop eating at like 7 o'clock on Thursday night, and I wouldn't eat again until about 2 p.m. on Saturday, which came out to actually 30-something hours. And then once a month, I was fasting from 7 p.m. on Thursday all the way to 2 p.m. on Monday, which came out to over a 3-day fast, technically. And I would do the coffee half and half, lemon water, herbal tea, and electrolytes.
That's so impressive.
But
Yeah, but I'm way off. I haven't been doing all this, and I feel awful. I was feeling so healthy when I was doing that. I feel terrible right now.
I have some questions for you, and this is where I'm maybe you're feeling crummy. Question. So when you're fasting, what are you using that's buffering the muscle in your body?
Well, if you do the research about it, technically, your muscle actually will fully retain the minimum through like 30 to 36 hours, I think. Your body goes, or maybe it's up to 72. I'd have to go back and read now. I'll have to go back and find the person who was talking about that and the science. But actually, your body does a lot to retain through so many hours. But if you go into longer fasting, you definitely, can lose muscle mass as well. But I think your muscles are all protected at least through like 36 hours. Your body has a protective mode.
And that's based on the research that I was in, or that I did. From my understanding, when you engage in a fast, as soon as the body starts to get hungry, I thought that the muscle was the first place that the body would look to, because it's the most vital source for nutrients, and would begin to kind of almost leach off their muscle. And I thought that it was important to put in kind of whenever you're fasting, you put in some kind of a buffering agent, whether it's a protein.
For my understanding, it wouldn't trigger fat first, and then if you don't have fat, it will go to the muscle.
Yeah, and see, it really depends on your body, because so if you're already super thin and you have really low body fat, right? And you just want to fast to get into autophagy for your general health, I mean, you can accomplish that without losing muscle mass, I think, through like 30, 36-ish hours. You know, where you can salvage your muscle, but you would then, after 13 hours, be in autophagy. So then you'd have quite a few hours, around 30, 36 hours, where your body's going to go through and clean up stuff. And your body doesn't necessarily go to muscle first. That's the whole point of autophagy, is that your body will go and it'll look for mutating cells, old cells, stuff your body doesn't need, and it'll break those down into its various components first. And that's why autophagy is actually so beneficial, is because it goes and starts breaking down. It can even eat like old skin. That's why what they say, if you research a lot, they say with weight loss, people who do intermittent fasting and maybe fasting here and there a little bit longer, have less skin issues and stuff, is because your body is trying to get rid of the stuff it doesn't need first. So I don't know if that answers.
It's a cycle, right? Because you want to fast so the body can digest whatever food you had in before that period of fasting, but then after the fast, you have to provide the body with nutrients and food and certain things. And some people will just go to McDonald's after the fast. I don't think that's the right way to go, right?
Right. No, I mean, the whole point, if you're actually going to fast, right? I mean, the whole point of that is to try to do something healthy for your body. The big key is, well, I'm just going to say this because just in case there's a lot of people listening that decide they want to fast, but I just want to put out a couple things. Number one, anyone who's taking metformin, you can't really do long fasting on that, because it shuts down a system in your body that you need active when you fast. And the same thing with the herb berberine, because berberine works almost the same as metformin. So like if I fast or whatever, like I would definitely want to talk to my doctor if I was taking either of those before I fasted, and how long, and let them know how long I wanted to fast and look into that. The other thing is, I think if you fast like over like 5 or 7 days ish, then there's like a whole science about like how you refeed your body, because it can throw your body. That's why like long fasts are like medically supervised, because there's like you just would have to read up for yourself about refeeding after a long fast, like 5 to 7 days or beyond. I don't do those. So I just start eating normal after like 3 days.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like a good 12 to 16-hour fast is just all I do every day.
Yeah,
I think that's the correct. I think that might be the kind of like the good middle point to do. Probably the best for me myself, around 16 hours, but definitely have a good protein and fat meal after that.
Yeah. I normally when I'm on my track, normally I do 18 to 20 in a day, more around 18. Wow. On a bad day, it might be 16, but normally I'm 18 to 20. And then I'm usually eating low carb-ish.
Yeah, I just got back on keto last night.
Sorry, go ahead. Hello.
Hello. How are you, sir?
Nobody's saying anything wrong. I just think we need to throw out a disclaimer. This is not medical advice. If you got a question, see your qualified doctor. Okay. And can we pause to see if there's anybody here new that may want to talk about the actual subject of the server?
Oh yeah. This only happens in video games. What we're talking about is this This is entertainment purposes. You know, Discord is for video games. This is what we're talking about: fasting in video games. So don't do this in real life.
Yeah,
Just whatever you do, listen to your doctor, and not to flat earthers or whatever in the internet.
yeah. I
Go in
I wasn't saying anybody was saying anything wrong. I just thought it needed to be said.
Always trust your doctor.
Absolutely.
Oh, jag sa saker man, de bilder.
All right.
Y'all go ahead. Don't let that air Dave strike. Sorry for the interjection there.
I'll just say if anybody does want to talk more, you can always message me in the health room and grab me there too. So if you want to throw down and have more chats about those subjects. But I was very interested about the weed thing too. I want to talk, not necessarily right now, but I want to catch somebody about that. That was interesting.
You know, Sun Forester, I got a question about the weeds. They're all growing out of the ground all over the earth. They're all pointing away from each other on a ball, on a spinning ball, zipping around through nothing. Isn't that wild?
Yeah. I just thought the interesting part was that the roots grow down further, so they catch minerals in the deeper soil. I couldn't jump on when they were talking about that, but I thought that was really interesting.
But most things that grow from the soil, I'll feed it to the animals, and then I'll eat the animals. And animal products.
So, is there anyone new on here? I can't look at the names right now. Probably not. Everybody's listening on YouTube. You think you live on a Earth globe that we were all taught. Come in here and discuss with us. We've got some points to make. Thank you.
Hey, how does nutrition works on a globe? How does fasting works on a globe?
I don't have anything to say about a globe, but I do have to say I just enjoyed a mango, which was round, and it was really, really good.
But it's better when men stay.
What?
You know, we need a good conversation every now and again. I hate it when men go, but I love it when men stay.
Oh gosh, you're so. I'm just gonna stop. We should probably make a clip of that. Don't go, man. Man, go. Man, stay. I love it. I see P-Mac's back on chat. What's up, P-Mac? How are you, man?
Oh my
Just
god!
one question for the panel because I missed it yesterday. Our glove defending friend Kosho, did he get banned or what happened with him yesterday?
Mr. Kosho. Hey, I've been talking away, and I realized my fucking mic, you know, the jack, it was only half on. I'm like, fuck's sake. I'm talking away to people, asking people questions. Nobody's answering me. I'm like, well, fuck you, man. I thought I was being ignored.
I literally was like, man, P is really quiet. You like Gospel took you off mute a little while ago, and I'm like, he hasn't said anything.
Yeah, really, really quiet. Like I made a fool of myself last night again. I probably talked too much, talking shit.
Hey,
Gospel, that's it, P. You're fucking.
do that more often. Speak well. We can't hear you. Do that.
Yeah, when you're away. Yeah, no more, bro.
So you mean you gave a whole speech and nobody got to hear it?
Yeah. It was amazing. I had this whole thing, like it would have totally blown your mind. Like I had a whole fucking monologue about something, and nobody even heard it.
It was so amazing that you remember the whole thing, so you can repeat it now.
That's right. Yeah. Actually, I don't know. Talking. Yeah. Shit. More shit, and a little bit more shit. There you go.
Amazing.
I am actually. Yeah, plants. I was talking about plants.
Yeah, leave plants be. Plants' lives matter.
Don't fuck with the plants, bro.
Do you know there is actual testing and research about plants and how they can communicate and they feel things?
Yeah, well, I believe that.
No. This is not about. This is not a belief.
Sorry. Yeah. No, it's a fact. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, there's plants that if a certain part of a what do you call it, a parasite gets stuck into one side of the plant, it sends signals to the other side of the plant to let it know that the parasite is on one side of it, and then it releases a certain toxin.
Like text messages?
Yeah, like a text message. Hey, bro, we're getting eaten up here.
Wow, I never heard that one. Really?
Release the Kraken. Yeah, no, really. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen that on a nature and wildlife show the other day. It's crazy. Where was it? It's fucking Mexico or somewhere. Some plant.
Where did you watch this? Discovery Channel?
Hey, you and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. So let's do it like I do with the Discovery Channel. Well, no, they do communicate. They do communicate through chemicals. They release the plant releases a chemical, and lets the other parts of the plant know that it's being attacked, and so it releases a certain chemical that is abhorrent to the parasite that's attacking one side of the plant. So that's almost a sentient text message.
I'm gonna have to look that up now. That's very interesting. But I did hear what Gemsy was talking about that the plants, like they all communicate, and it's like a network. I heard that a long time ago. I haven't really looked it up or gone back into that.
I watched the documentary. The documentary name is it's called Avatar.
Oh,
Shut up.
Avatar.
Yeah, funny guy.
Slow. Hey, it's really easy to get me. I'm like, it's called Avatar. Wait a minute.
No. I meant the Avatar as a joke, but there is some Russian. I don't know if people trust Russians, right? But a long time ago, before I was born, the Russians, they did some research, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't just the Russians, because plants are everywhere on Earth. But they did some research about plant communicating and actually kind of like telling when, feeling when someone was going to harm them or water them and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, if plants have, if it's determined that plants have feelings, what the fuck are vegans going to eat? Or vegans? Grass?
I mean,
maybe the grass has feelings.
this is not nutritional advice, but the extent for me with plants will be like for shadow, maybe to do a garden, maybe have some fruits during the season of fruits, not all year long. But most plants, let's say tree bark, I will make maybe tea from it, or maybe some flowers tea. But eating plants and roots and all that kind of stuff, maybe doing some extracts from them will be okay. But biting these things off the ground and eating them, that's just crazy.
Well, no, I've got a picture of a GIF, right, of a cucumber with a face on it going, "Don't hurt me, bro. Don't eat me, bro." I have feelings too, you know?
Pick up some flowers, make some tea, maybe some tree bark, some roots. You can make some teas from that. A few hours before, during the fasting, maybe there might be some organisms in the body that you might not want there, and the tree bark or some flowers might be able to help you get rid of that stuff off the system.
Well,
use some leaves and roots and stuff.
Yeah, most
But
medicines are
to
plant-based.
have nutrition from that, just having a meal, I don't know. I don't know. I think the biggest meals should be, in my opinion, should be animal foods, animal products, and fruits. That's just my opinion. Maybe some seeds. I mean, nuts, maybe. But
Most
that's
medicines are plant-based. Anodin, the painkillers, it's all plant-based. It's all from plants.
Yeah, but that's medicine. You use a little bit of it. You use certain amounts, certain extracts, and that's it. You don't just eat broccoli and leaves all day long.
There's a reason why they sent the Geographical Society out to fucking discover India and the Far East and stuff. But when cloves used to cost more than gold. A tiny little spice that we have, everybody has in their cupboard now. You couldn't buy that in the 1800s. That would cost a fortune. They come back with ships laden with fucking cloves or plants, and it would cost more than gold. And they spent a lot of money to make money.
Yeah, there should be some. There's definitely a lot of good plants out there.
Well, they realize that if they analyze the plants,
It's
if they
being
find
sensationalized in a way. It's being promoted like some type of diet thing, and you have to do it. If you don't do it, you're doing something wrong or something. It's kind of. It sounds like the globe to me.
Hey guys, I wanted to bring up the kosher event yesterday.
The kosher speech?
Yeah, so like when Huey came in and killed the Newtonian gravity, I was on board with it. But what I'm thinking is, instead of carrying on for so long and allowing that to be postulated as something that's, you know, currently the cause of things falling down, Newtonian gravity, or trying to meld them, maybe with like long-term, not new people so much maybe, but with long-term people, Kosho and you know the usual characters, instead of just kill it with citation, kind of like QE will do, and then make that just standard protocol, and then not let the person waffle on about, but not brand new people maybe, because brand new people might benefit from hearing, say, what Gregory was having to say about it, and how it was being discussed as just basically wrong conceptually, but with citation, and then also when it gets brought back to Einsteinian, and then bringing up how the fourth dimension isn't anything anybody's ever experienced, and that space-time is a concept, and in physics, like having another set of quotes that support physics needing to have something physical in order to test it, something in actuality, and then just point out how they're diverting from the fact that it's been discredited in the scientific community, and that by creating their own idea of it, so that the audience listening, well, the benefit in doing it, the long version with Kosho, would be the audience listening, or maybe just kill it right away. I don't want to tell anybody how to do, but it seemed to me,
Bro, you are spot on the way someone like Kosho has to be dealt with, because you definitely, like, I think I wasn't here when QE came in, but I did listen to some of the Kosho conversation. It's been going on for a bit, and you definitely have to bring like the actual citations and not that, and have him address that stuff, because if you let Kosho go into his mind and start explaining things, you're just gonna be there for days. And it's just gonna have an explanation for everything, even though he cannot back it up.
yeah, I understand. So it turns into a waffle session, and then it convolutes. And it also presents ideas that people might adopt, because what's happening is people are dealing with their cog dis, unless they're already here to where we're at. But they're trying to adopt something that might make it real for themselves. But if you've already cut it off, you know what I mean? Early in the thing, it doesn't, that confusion can't set in. And then I wanted to bring up another one that I think maybe having refracted curvature and Ruhiv had a discussion the other day, and when Ruhiv put up his means of making a sextant function on a sphere, his angles were totally wrong, and also there would have been no GP over Earth on that model. The GP would have been off the Earth, because the star is supposed to be massively distant off over to the side or whatever. So he had an obtuse angle. He generated the flat horizon, claiming line of sight, however, to the center of the Earth as well. It's so bad. It was geometrically, it was so bad that it, on its face, how it didn't get confronted, but I don't think refracted curvature had the option of, like, well, he could have taken a screenshot and really chewed into it, but they would have been interrupting him and rumpusing him, and they kicked me out right away once I started bringing up my SolidWorks diagram that I have on my channel, showing that what they're doing is geometrically just it's incoherent. It doesn't. Okay, so
impossible.
Yeah, it's just super bad. But going over that, I don't know. I could, but nobody. I've got like 20 views or something down, and I haven't really been interested in being a content creator. I don't know. Anyway, so them couple things, but yeah, I could do it myself. As a matter of fact, I need to go run through Huey's presentations he's made, where he's used citation to to just basically stamp out the potential for Newtonian gravity. And then also bring up how space-time can't be used as any kind of variable because it's conceptual, and the fourth dimension isn't anything we experience. And then when they try to come back with like something to say about that, just hit the mute button, point out how they're deflecting from the point that physics meets physical reality, and you know what I mean? Because they're going to have to circle back and they're going to have to double speak at that point, or just ignore that they heard what they just heard. My opinion. It's just my opinion. I don't know. It's more for the audience. Any long-term anti-flat earthers going to just not change. I don't know what their deal is. I don't know if they're paid to do what they do. I don't know. I can't divine thoughts.
You have the correct approach. I agree with you. It's just that you just said that here, and many people will take it into account, even myself, and maybe try to direct the conversations that way. But not everybody at that moment, whenever that happens again, right? They're gonna do their own thing, right? In a way. But I think what you're saying, you're correct. I agree with you.
You said something about having a video.
Oh, lumpy gas in a vacuum. It has me doing SolidWorks and showing the multiple reasons why. One, going to the center of the Earth and claim that's where the measurement's happening. There's two things wrong with that. That's not what's happening at all. Nobody's at the center of the Earth. There is no center of the sphere, but at any rate, it's hard to talk because we got these
post a link to the video.
Let me go get it.
Yeah,
I'll go get it. I gotta get
20 to 21 views.
Also remember, when you're speaking to some of these Globers like Kosho, remember that you're speaking to a character, like a persona that they use. So some of these people actually are playing a role and just talking to you from that role.
Yeah, they don't actually believe the Earth is round. They know it's fucking flat. They're just talking shit.
Yeah,
It's not everybody, but some of them do.
And that's
some of them definitely play from a role stand, like a character from a movie. They actually do that.
And that's where you can go in on them, like Kosho yesterday, and just say to them straight to their face, you're being intellectually dishonest. You don't have to say they're a liar, but you're being intellectually dishonest, because even in the confines of the conversation yesterday in the debate, he provided his own proofs of the Earth being flat, including a CN Tower video from YouTube, an observation across Lake Ontario, and he provided a flight path that he supplied going across a flat plane. So,
and he's gonna tell you himself that that's proof of from his idea, because it doesn't look like it's a globe, but it is, because it doesn't.
Right. Yeah, it's a mess we got dealing with these people. It's insanity.
So I'm guessing something kicked off here last night.
What we can do, right, is urge our new flat earthers, and I'll be honest, like myself, to engage. And I engage quite a bit. But to engage with these guys, because it helps to keep your sword sharp as a flat earther, right? So sometimes the punching bag showing up to the gym isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's a good time to get your workout in. Keep your mental sharp.
Right.
I'm sorry, bro. Some people get really triggered when people like Kosha start speaking. If you're triggered and you don't want to talk to him, you just kind of mute yourself and allow other people to go with the conversation. And like the point that you brought up about bringing citations and whatever he's claiming, ask for the citations and that kind of stuff. If you want to engage in the conversation, that might be what you propose, might be the correct approach to someone like Kosha. The new people, you can take it a little easier, but don't get triggered and start accusing people of things and calling them names and that kind of stuff, because that's not productive, specifically for the audience, like you were saying. I think that's an important thing to have into account. Just have some patience.
And me, I'm kind of simple, so like if it's starting to get really complex, I duck out because I don't want to make claims or have an opinion on things that I just don't even have a basic understanding of, or how the argument's being framed, and to add to it. So, and I'm voice shy a little bit. I don't really like talking too much like this for whatever reason. It's causing a little anxiety.
Dude, even if they're bringing a very difficult topic that you don't know much about, be like, hey, can you send me a link about what you're talking about, whatever, right? So I can look into that. But if you have something like, hey, let's bring it down to the basics, water, your senses, that kind of stuff, you can have that conversation even with the smartest of guys that can bring up many topics that many of us might not understand or know of. But you can bring it back down to earth.
Don't feel the pressure of having to speak, right? I mean, sometimes showing, and again, I'm going to be facetious, showing up to class just to listen, not a bad thing.
I'm really glad I have, that's for sure. I've been able to dial in this thing to the point where I can be public, which I've got to be a little bit more selective as to what that means, because I'm not at work anymore, but that's been problematic. But yeah, anyway, yeah, by listening, I get to a point where the argument is dialed in tight,
And this is where how you can pull lessons, even take notes if you wanted to, right? And then eventually in time, as your confidence grows, you're going to be able to engage in the conversation as well. It will happen. I can guarantee you that.
I'm going to have to figure out how to, I can do screenshots and then size them, but to get through Kiwi's presentations and start pulling the quotes that he has available, I need to do that. I need to take time so that they can be put on screen real quick, so we can deal with things like Newtonian gravity real quick, and other things, and how the scientific method would be applied, and what the function and of an independent variable. I have another piece that I think is worth considering for and everybody does their own thing, and I brought it up with Matthew and he ended up stuck. But is the pressure values of the claim place, the ISS or the moon or any of these places where they claim they put humans, and no evidence that we can contain that level of vacuum. And as a machinist, I'm kind of a first-hand expert because I built valves, and they're limited as to what they can hold, seals and valves, as far as pressure differences. And there's no evidence we can contain anything beyond to the -6 torr.
Bro, that's amazing. Bring it to your forte. That's an amazing point that you just made. If you know specifics about that kind of stuff, bring it to them, because their argument is that so many of them say, "Hey, you don't know what you're talking about, whatever." On some of these topics, but if you know something like that, valves and pressure systems, definitely bring it to them.
Yeah. So yeah, them are a couple of things that can kind of and if an audience member hears that's worked in manufacturing in some setting or done any boiler making or any of these sort of things, gas fitting, pipeline working, there's a lot of different areas that you've got to consider pressures. Then that's what we're trying to get to here, because it needs to break through that cognitus. There needs to be something that really confronts the belief.
Well, question for you: how deep do gas lines get laid?
I don't know.
Because the one thing that I read this morning that had me, it has us all rocked back. But you think about railway tracks. They don't account for a curve when they lay up railway tracks.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm wondering with gas lines if there's an accounting for a curve, because gas lines are crazy long, aren't they? And they're crazy big, aren't they?
Right, and the tubes themselves would have to, just getting the blueprints of them, That's all we need. Oh, they can bend pipe while they're welding. They can claim that's what happened, but you can't extrude pipe because it's either forged or extruded. Now, if it's extruded, it can't be done at with curve involved. But when they mate them together and weld them together, they could be claiming that they're making an adjustment at that point at them junctures. So
And
there's maybe
what about expansion and contraction within the use of the pipes as the pipes are actually transporting the gases? Would there be any expansion and contraction with the gas itself? Or would that be compensated the construction of the pipe?
Just a small amount, probably from the temperature, the ambient temperature, just a tiny amount. The pressure it'll either contain it or it'll fail.
Right.
It's not gonna warp the metal. It'll either crack the metal, crack the seals, crack a valve. These are the things that'll fail first.
Gotcha.
But having like a meme of like, and then the values of say, now this would be on the other end of it'd be high pressure, but having images of boilers that blew up, the amount of force that it would take to rip steel. These sort of things, because it is a tremendous amount of force to rip an 1/8-inch plate of steel. And that's what happens when, say, a train. And it's historical. There's images of it where the boiler for a train, say, blew up, and that's what I'm saying. And that's on the positive side of the pressure, but it wouldn't matter if it's positive or negative. Either way, it's going to equalize, and each material can only withstand so much. We can't. In fact, the 10⁻⁶ is the Sandusky, Ohio vacuum chamber, and that thing has 7 feet of steel and concrete, and like a vault door it's just a huge amount of money, and nobody's been sent up to space with 7 feet of steel and concrete surrounding them to make sure that they don't, die.
Yeah, in that very thing, they pass out.
The fluid would start boiling. The seal would fail. The seal would fail. Heck, they've even admitted maybe having like the quote of like the ISS claiming they have a leak. That spot right there, wherever it failed, it would have ripped open with the force beyond probably anything we've witnessed on Earth. It would be intense. Well, no, I won't go that far. It would be really intense. It would be fast and violent. It would blow it open.
U-2 spy plane flew at 70,000 feet. They had to wear these massive fucking astronaut suits and stuffs, and they just barely fucking survived in it. But they're sending people into space past 70,000 feet.
Oh man, at 70,000 feet, we have recorded values of like positive 60 torr. It's not even, or maybe negative 60. It's one of the two. I can't remember, but it's a way far away from to the -9. I mean, that's 7 exponents off. So 7 times 10 times the number. It's so screwed, dude. Their whole space thing is
screwed.
All them people would be dead.
Yeah, that's a true story.
Yeah, and that was what McToon had to say about Ruhiv, and refracted curvature. He said, "Oh, all the people are dead." Well, if that's going to try to get a hook in somebody emotionally, well, I don't know, man. I don't know how to get through Cogdis because, man, I do it on a personal level, face to face with people, and it doesn't work, and I don't know what to do. I'm dealing with a crazy world, man.
Yeah, it is a crazy world. You're right. Yeah, it really is. It's fairy tales. When you wake up someday and you think about the world you live in and what they've told you live in, and the shape of it and what's happening, and there are people in space, and you're like, that's just not possible. That's impossible. There's just We're living in a fucking la la land where magicians are lesser magics that they use to fool people. Okay, all right, if you say so. That's the way the world is, right? And people just accept
It's crazy. Well, they defend it, and
Yeah, because
they almost always end up saying it doesn't matter to me, or they get angry.
yeah, what does it matter? What does it matter if it's flat or fucking round? What does it matter? It fucking matters, bro. First off, they've been lying to you about where you're living.
Yeah. It's the biggest lie ever in human history.
Yeah. It's
and there's no way it's not important. I'm not going to divine thoughts of the engineers of the model or claim knowledge of history or what they were, but there's no way they put what they put into it, and it's not really important.
In my humble opinion, they hide God.
Yeah, I'm going to say that, but for them, I'm not. There might be layers of reasons. Maybe they just have to lie. That's part of what they got to do. I don't know. But yes, ma'am, I agree. That's my top reason. If I were to have, not claiming divine thoughts, but that would be my number one reason to creation. It'd be really hard to have the system that we actually live in.
And I asked all the stupid questions. I remember asking all the stupid questions. Why? How? Couldn't happen. No. I argued because I wasn't someone who saw it on my own. I had to be shown. And I thought that person was mentally ill at the time. And I was like, okay, well, let's get your straitjacket figured out,
Yeah, that's kind of how I get treated.
Don't take offense.
Oh, you're totally good. I think a lot of us here can identify with it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the ego. We talked about it earlier. It's getting over the ego. It's like, how could I be so fooled? And then I thought to myself in the morning, Paul, listen, you've been living in this world for 50 years, and you believed in dinosaurs, spinning balls, big bangs. Like, you didn't just believe in it; you thought that was fact, and that you were really fooled, bro. Yeah, it's not hard to do.
Don't forget Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy.
All things.
At one point, no, but seriously, at what point do you stop lying? Right? Because if you tell one, what makes it okay to tell another? And I'm going to leave it up to your personal judgment to decide that you should stop lying. No thanks.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was never comfortable telling my kids Santa existed. My mom always wanted, she freaked out because I wouldn't tell them about Santa. I said, no, I'm not going to lie. Won't do it. I won't lie to my kids.
I told my daughters, you want a gift? Papa and Mama's got to buy it for you. There's no this imaginary guy bringing stuff down the chimney. No. You want to buy something? Let's go to the store and buy it. That's it.
Chimney. Down the chimney.
La chimenea in Spanish.
Oh, la chimenea.
The Santa thing might be.
There is no fat, creepy, old guy coming, bring you presents now. During the middle of the night.
So when I was little, they brought me up to have the Santa Claus thing. And I was really young and still hadn't been told that he's not real. But I remember having to imagine to myself that he was basically moving at an incredible speed up and down these chimneys, and allowed for fantasy to be adopted as real because there's this thing happening. Everybody's telling me it's happening. It doesn't make sense that it's happening, so it must be happening in a way that I could never actually witness.
Well, Santa he's moving faster than the speed of light. It's like instant transmission to be able to achieve the distribution of gifts for every believer children in the world.
Yeah, that's
he's
what I
pretty
thought
fast.
early on. I didn't even realize, like, never mind. I remember asking myself that, though. I'm like, how in the world is he doing all this stuff?
Likewise, I did have the same thought when I was young.
Yeah. Holy cow, that's a
Yeah,
nice
but
quote.
boys, let's be honest. The knee-jerk reaction to that thought was, if I don't believe in him, I don't get to write a letter to him, and I don't get to get another present. Honestly, you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. I think at 10 you can kind of start asking some questions.
Yeah, it's a bribe.
Who's going to
It's
ask you
bribery.
questions?
You're being bribed.
Down a chimney and giving you a free gift. It's another gift, especially when you're 10.
Yeah.
It's bribery.
That is
Well,
my
it
point,
allows
Timothy. Thank you for pulling that out. Bribery, right? We're getting these little kids to think about a fat man and how he can fit down a chimney versus the creation of literally life. It's indoctrination at a very small age.
Yeah, and allowing for fanciful ruminations. They really are interested in us claiming as concrete things that are not, or believing things to be things that are not concrete and can't be, but they want us to adopt them into our mental framework.
Yep.
Well, whatever we grew up on that sense of things, it's like 100x at this moment. Probably 1,000x.
Yeah. Oh, and that and all the other things that like TV flicker rates and whatnot. I don't know what's going on. They got people believing the craziest stuff.
When kids say Santa's not real, our reaction to that is neither is the globe he flies around.
Right? Yeah.
Guys, it's the perfect lily pad. Think about it. They're at a young age. They're young enough to come to you, and they have the gonads to say to you, Santa ain't real, Mom, Dad. And you can look at them and be like, okay, neither is the globe that they spin on. And you can just literally leave it with them there and let them sit on it, because they're always going to have that connection. Santa's not real, and neither is the globe that he's flying around delivering presents on.
Yeah.
Actually, one more point to that is Santa's job would actually be easier if it was in fact a plane.
See, I want to bring up something that it has me a little struggle with some of this particular topic. So for me, buoyancy density disequilibrium is a good reason for change in vector of things moving either up or down or static, right? Now, the idea coming about this incoherent dielectric acceleration, why is that being allowed to be postulated as a thing we need to consider? How's that happening? Where's that coming from initially? Because a Glober was doing it too, so it seems to me like it's a potential replacement of gravity, because gravity is obviously, the model they've given us is obviously not real. They've got to be scrambling at this point. What I mean by they is the probably government actors, whatever they are. I don't know. All right, I'll leave that topic alone because I don't understand it enough to even have an opinion. It doesn't make sense. I can say that for sure.
We spoke about this a few days ago. It's really hard to know what's real, because if you come to a realization that dinosaurs, Big Bangs, theories, Okay, it's all bullshit. You're waking up in a world where male swimmers are competing against female swimmers and winning fucking medals, and you're like, what is fucking real anymore? What is real? I mean, reality doesn't even seem real. It's like I'm like I feel like so out of touch with life because it's just everything. It just seems like everything is a fugazi. It's just a made up bullshit. Everywhere you turn, and it's like John Travolta there, the one I posted. You're like, where the fuck is reality, bro? What is actually fucking real? Where is it? Where's it at? It's not here. Not in this world, anyway.
Yeah, I'm just really struggling. And the other thing about that incoherent thing is, it seems to me, just in the first word, it's kind of like it might be a troll for people who bite and try to repeat it. You know what I mean?
Like life is a troll.
It's just the word. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. And another thing I want to add is, I wish I'd have taken a screenshot. It was scrolling through, but a baller was trying to punt it in a chat during a live stream. So it's coming from two ways. I've heard it once from a baller. That's it. I'm thinking it's Ken Wheeler is all this is coming from, but that's my opinion. I don't know it as fact.
Are you out and about, Lumpy?
Huh?
You
out and about? Yeah, I'm kind of. Yeah, I'm writing a book. No, I'm just walking.
Yeah, we can hear the wind.
I'm just walking back and forth on my front yard. I do that when I talk. Sometimes I'll go inside.
Feeling the grass in your feet.
That's how you generate thought. Keep the blood flowing. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Keep blood to the brain new.
Yeah, you walk away, bro. Don't let us stop you walking on the grass, bah.
Yeah, you're generating thought.
No, you're all good.
Appreciate you.
No, you guys are good. I'm just heading down to my room. Man, beautiful. Minnesota's beautiful. Well, Earth is often.
Yeah, right now it is.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, well, people have food in their gut, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's beautiful now. Jenny's here.
Aw.
Hey there, Miss Hamill. You're Miss Hamill, right? I'm Mr. Detroit Lakes.
Oh, so I'm having my event in Hamill. I'm in Maple Plain, but I'm just west of the cities. I do monthly meetups, and it's been pretty great. Since I got the Flat Earth app, and I got it on the Beartarian, and I got a few other places. Created a little Facebook page and some other stuff, and we had 20 plus people show up to just like a regular monthly meetup. So that was pretty neat.
That's good. 20 people.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Watertown. So that's really cool.
Yeah.
I was class of '94.
I was Orno.
Orno, that's a nice area. That's a wealthy area.
Yeah, I was the poor kid in the rich
neighborhood.
School. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to party at the owners of the Cub store.
Oh, funny.
Their son. Yeah, so I used to party in their house a lot.
What class are you?
1994. So I'm kind of old now.
Actually, no, bro.
Uh-huh.
Just kidding.
No,
I'm pretty much
probably
out there. I gave up on trying to hide.
Right. Yeah, I don't care. That it doesn't matter.
I mean, we had people come to our events that it's funny because we always joke, but it is the feeling of like some of these people may be agents, Yeah, I don't know. There's some odd ones who've shown up.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this area of study, or this college that we have going amongst us, is probably filled with a bunch of people that are. It's why I'm really hawked for baseless assertions, things that are claimed as this is the cause of that, when it's in no way verifiable. I'm just like, that's what got us into the mess in the first place, in my opinion. So.
It is a mess.
Yeah.
I still think it's the coolest thing to observe the bullshit and then say, what's with the bullshit?
It is a good point to bring up.
But that's
It
what I'm
really is.
saying. Like you made some earlier points about pressure and things of that nature, and these are questions that are like designed for Globers to be put on the spot about.
Yeah,
because everything is relative to one another. Sorry, go ahead.
So, Matthew, he posted in the live stream
Mr.
to
Learns?
make it yeah, Matthew Learns. So while I was talking to him about the pressures, he put it up as the point, 801, as subtracted from the Tor value, giving him only a. He totally. I mean, it needed to be. He subtracted that one integer from the whole number, making it 0.0 instead of. And he claims to be a math teacher. Instead of making them to be equal, he just subtracted the value from the other. It's completely ignoring the exponent value of the pressure value. It was so ridiculous that was what he did as a solution.
Okay, so within the confines of the calculation, he was not able to find equilibrium. It was actually coming out as a negative value. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, he was as far off as he could have been from.
And he's a mathematician.
He's a math teacher. I couldn't believe it. It's in the chat. It should be in the chat. It would been a couple weeks or so. I couldn't believe it.
Well, math's just the language, bro. You can swap and change it.
Well, this would have been okay. What he did was, if you had, say, we'll go the positive side. So you got 900,000, or no, we got 9 exponents. So that's, I think it would be 9 billion pounds, and then what he would have subtracted from that value would have been the positive value 600. So it would have been 8 billion. That minus 60. That's what he did, and claimed that as the solution.
So we added a bunch of dots and a couple of negatives, and then bang.
He subtracted the 0.00000001 from the claim pressure of the ISS. It was absolutely retarded.
Did you try and tell him that?
I did. I got muted because I got kind of butthurt. That's something that happens with me. Is like if my adrenaline hits. That's another reason I got to be careful about being sent. Well, I'm not going to get into it. I was butthurt, and then I left the server for a minute, and then I came back because I got over it. I'm kind of a high temper sort of guy. I am. I don't know. I got a problem probably. I didn't swear. I didn't call anybody any names, but I kind of started interrupting people because it started to get inflated. Yeah. I don't like being lied to, and I really don't like these liars promoting the lies with lies. That it gets me upset.
We've had enough of fucking lies,
dude. Listen, I just want to put it out there: this is a safe space, but talk, right? You are a rational human being, right? And you're seeking understanding, and you're allowed to ask questions. And you're allowed to get upset, and you're allowed to withdraw, and you're allowed to re-engage. These are all, sorry about the background noise. We all are allowed to do these things because these things are being human, right?
We're only human after all.
But the thing is, as Matt cues in, let's always try to maintain a positive mindset because that is what separates us from disaster.
Right.
Yeah, good point. But humans are monsters that evolved from monkeys. So I don't think you called the guy a monkey, did you?
Gemsy, really? Do we have to go to talk about evolution, man? Do we got to talk about evolution?
Hey, that human stuff. I think that's a language from the globe, and humans, evolved from Homo sapiens. And Homo sapiens evolved from monkeys, so don't call the man a monkey.
Ooh, ah, I did nothing of the form. Nothing.
I'm just gonna hang in this tree, bruh.
Did you guys see the Mick Scorpio video? I can go grab that real quick and post it. It is funny, man. Um, if you haven't seen it, it's just a little quick thing of South Park, and then it starts out with Dude and Simon Dan, and then it goes through, and then this monkey fish frog made this one. It's so funny, dude. I'm gonna post it. It'll be a minute. Anybody want to have it just to laugh at once in a while?
Yeah, screw you guys. I'm going home. Screw you guys. I'm going
At
home.
least you didn't get muted this time, PMac. Oh! Or CB with my Boom Ching. Dang, he's not here. Never mind.
I am a Cogdis expert. Hey,
you caught this yourself, man. Shoot.
I know.
You trigger yourself on the daily.
Yep. True
I love
story.
you for it, man. You just gotta keep level. Love you always.
People do. Hey, they just love me. I don't know why. I'm easy to love.
Because you're transparent and you're honest.
Yeah, that's it.
Right?
That's it. Yeah, what you see, that's what you get.
How can you not, and I'm going to say this honestly, everybody that you've met in your life, those people that have been transparent, open, and honest with you, be like, this is who I honestly am, right? Can you hate those people?
No, you can't.
Right? I'm just being me, man. I'm sorry. If I get on your nerves,
Yeah,
it sounds like it's a you problem.
Great, guys. Yeah, that's cool. We have a Game Zor to join the server. Game Zor.
Welcome.
Game Zor.
How are you, Game Zor?
Game Zor, you've been unmuted and you can open your mic and speak, reply. People are addressing you.
Welcome, my friend. Appreciate you being here joining the server. Any observational questions?
Game Zor might be busy at the moment playing a game. He can't multitask at the moment. So, Game Zor, whenever you finish your game, come speak to us. All
Yes.
right?
You've been verified. We've made it in through the front door. We've slid open the gate. We said password. You've answered correctly. So right now you're in the room. Hey, what's
Well,
up, man?
technically he's here, but he's unmuted, but not verified because we will have to hear his voice to VC verified him and
you
make
got-
sure he's following the TOS, like being of age and
We green passed him in. Okay.
It's probably Warzone 1-on-1. Like, he's at the end of Warzone 1v1, and he's coming here, and we've fucked it all up.
Well, it's 12:56. He has 4 minutes to respond. Otherwise, he hit the door at the top of the hour, right? On the way in, on the way out.
Don't let it hit you on the fucking ass.
Top of the hour. 4 minutes away. Fair time to reply.
Game Zor. We also have Helgi. Helgi just joined the VC.
Good.
Helgi has been unmuted. How you doing, Helgi?
Welcome.
Oh, hello. I'm good.
Hello.
What's up,
Hi, Helgi. How are you?
I'm better than I deserve.
Hey, Helgi, what brings you to the Flutter Discord, Helgi?
I've been just listening,
Okay, have you been here before?
Yeah, I used to be back in the day, like a year ago. I hear a lot. Like listening to the conversations.
Great, welcome, Helgi. I gave you VC Verify. That's going to allow you to open your mic later on and see the other chats. So, yeah, if you want to say something, have any questions, let us know, okay? You have the power to unmute yourself. So whenever you're not speaking, just mute yourself for background noise. And also check the rules again. It might be different rules, just for you to overview and be aware of the rules. So, welcome back.
Hey, you will do.
Yeah, welcome back to Helgi. He said he's been here before, so it's all good then with him.
Helgi, question for you, man. Why did you leave?
I got rid of a bunch of the Discords that I was in, and
Understood.
I took a little break from Discord, but and then I came back.
So I took a peek at your sig and noticed that you've noted that Christ is king. I was curious to know what is your view on the surface that we dwell upon?
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's. I think it's just like it looks like, you know.
Just like it looks like what?
He's saying it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's right.
So the question is, what do you think it is?
What do I think it is? Oh, I think that it's not flat. I think it's not flat. That's what I think.
So I have a question for you. Okay, Gemsy, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Question for you, my friend. If you have a note that in your signature that says Christ is King, I'm going to ask you, based on the scripture that his father wrote, what did his father create on the second day?
Sorry, say that one more time.
What did Christ the King, his father, what did he create on the second day, my friend?
He created the waters.
Second day. That was the first day.
No. The second
Read
day.
Genesis if you'd like, my friend. I'm just curious to know what was created on the second day.
Yeah. He separated the waters, didn't he?
Okay, when you figure out what was created on the second day, it was a specific thing. It wasn't an action, because you're suggesting he separated, right? That was a creating, it was a division. That is an action. No, I'm telling you that he created an actual object on the second day. Once you figure that out, I'm going to quickly then suggest that you look at the idea of the atmosphere that we live in as being a closed system, because what he created on the second day leads me to believe that that is the lid to the pot that we sit within, or the petri dish, if you will. That's all I have for you at this point in time, but I thank you again for coming back to the server.
Yeah, the firmament with the waters. Are you talking about that?
Very good, my friend. Very good indeed. So I'm going to ask you, do we live in a open system or a closed system?
A closed one.
Very good. That, I think at that point I can rest my case. Thank you.
Yeah.
Damn straight, dude. Closed system all the way.
Did Bill Nye ever?
No, Bill Nye actually seconded what I just quoted. Actually, no, well, he said it first, and I just quoted him from a different perspective. But yes, Bill Nye said it.
If we had ever brought that up to Bill Nye, how would he basically weasel out of what he said? That's what I'm curious about, because there's no other way to interpret that statement that he said other than how we view it. So what I want to know what he actually thought he meant when he said that. I would like to know what his true, because there's no way you could say that and have it mean something else. I mean, think about it. The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. What do you mean, Mr. Nye? You know?
Yeah, didn't you, in the early part of your career, suggest that boats go over some kind of a horizon in a stupid little model I saw you put on, your kitchen table with your white lab coat in an attempt to demonstrate that ships go over a curve? That completely contradicts to what you're saying now, that humans can't leave a closed system that we're in, and we need to understand it. Bill? What happened, Bill?
I know, right? Dude, it's just so crazy. What was it? Fjordan slip? I can never say that dude's name right like that. I mean, seriously, that's a real bad gaffe, dude.
Put the R first, R, and then let the rest roll through. Freudian. You can you can struggle with the rest.
I can't, bro.
You can.
Not gonna happen.
Yes, you can. Get in front of the mirror and do it, Fraud. You can. Your name is Fraud. Damn it, the R is in front of the F. I mean, the R is after the F.
It's just the fruit part. That's what screwed me up.
The fruit part.
You're the Freudian slip.
Screws you up.
Okay, I can't do it. I fucking can't do it. I can't even get my lips to do it right. It's gonna fuck up.
Froy. Freudian.
Is it Freud or Freudian? Is Freud
Freud.
Freudian? It's Freud.
Yeah, Freud.
Oh shit,
All right,
Greg's here. Yo, what's up, Greg?
What's up, Kiwi?
All the G's are here. Where's Gospel?
Freudian
slip. Freudian slip.
He's in his channel. He's in his server, excuse me.
All right, so getting back to the crux of the conversation that we were just in, it was hell.
You know what do you and I mean?
Back. Well, no, I mean, no. I mean, fraud was just fraud was outlining the fact that our shit's closed. Hey, we ain't going nowhere. We can't leave it, right? Operation. Hey, our guy Helgi. Have you heard of Operation Fishbowl?
No.
So Operation Fishbowl, Operation Dominic is something you should look into. That's where the powers that be, who control all the stuff that can blow stuff up in the sky. I'm just gonna say all that very eloquently and loosely. But I'm saying, but he should look into it.
Might not be, well, I'm saying it might not even be on YouTube anymore. That's how I found it.
Bro, it definitely is. You need to go somewhere for that and look it up. Because
You can see it.
What that's going to do is it's going to give you the framework to understand that they discovered something up there and they attacked it and they were unsuccessful. So that will give you some context as to, again, further reinforcement that we are, just like The Simpsons showed us in the cartoon, under a dome.
I think multiple operations happen around the same time frame. They what was it? They did the deep hole, the dig. They did the exploration to the southern regions of the ice. The Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, and then they also did, between those time frames, they did the Operation Dominic and Fishbowl of the Lord. So it was like a kind of like a testing, but that's the information that we got, right? So they were maybe testing the parameters of the place that we're in, possibly. We don't actually know, but it looks like a lot of energy, resources, manpower, and time was consumed into checking these parameters, like the floor that we're standing on and the limits of that, the sky above us, and the expand of the land that we're standing on. With many military operations at the same around the same time frame, I will say. And then NASA was created after that, right? Do you guys hear me?
I can.
What's up, man?
Anybody heard what I said or no?
Heard you, Jonesy. Didn't you?
The last thing you said, Jimsy, I heard that, and then someone else hollered, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah. Or was that Jemsy?
Yeah, that was GMC.
Oh,
I was just saying that the timing
Sounded like
of the timing of the operations, like they did the Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, exploring the extent of the land. They did the deep hole digging. They also did the Operation Dominic and Fishbowl of the Lord. So it was like testing the parameters of this place in a way. That's the information that we've been given. So a lot of time, resources, manpower was converged into doing all of these tests and and operations, right? And it was around the same time frame, and then NASA was created after that, which is interesting, the time frame of these events.
But first, they had to get rid of Bird, or he died of natural causes, whichever.
He is an interesting subject.
No, that wasn't first. That was after, because Bird did a lot of work in the exploration side of things and operations. But that wasn't the first. That was the one of the steps of the whole thing.
So why would they put why would they put somebody on TV that explains to you that the Arctic Circle there's more land beyond, even bigger than America? Why would they do that on TV?
That's what I'm saying. He did all this stuff in 1947, Operation High Jump, and so on and so forth. And then I think he passed away in 57 or 56, something like that. Right? Then it was literally like the race to space started. 1959, NASA.
That's right.
Then you had Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. It all happened in the early 60s. Right, it was all succession, and this is why I said it way back when I first started on this channel. Is I threw out the idea that the globe versus the plateau is a form of Nelson, not Nelson, but actually a form of the Mandela effect, right? Because imagine if they had everybody inland, right? We didn't have the access to get to water. We were inland. We'd be like ants on the middle of nowhere. We wouldn't be able to discover and extrapolate stuff.
We are ants in the middle of nowhere.
It was kind of like they set up the perimeters and made a lot of tests and exploration of the perimeters, and then they set up the fences, which is the circles, the inner and outer circle, and then they gave us a story about going to outer space, a place that nobody can go.
Exactly. That's my point, man. 1960s when everything went freaking haywire. So it's been literally 62 years of just this constant globe. Because again, the idea of the firmament was removed from the encyclopedia in 1958. I think was the last instance that it was seen in the encyclopedia. And that, guys, that's written word. Obviously, man's creation. Book, but it's the definition of something that existed.
There was a moment in the 60s where everything seemed to click. It's like they had a scrambling for ideas, or here's space. You know, maybe they try to break the barrier or something. You know, and they couldn't find it. Hey, we're space. Let's go to space. Wow.
Okay, so you got me curious. I just looked up firmament in my grandma's old dictionary because it's quite old. That's weird. The arch of the heavens, the sky considered as an abiding or solid thing.
Feel it, sister.
Probably is.
Feel it. I love it. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, what they'll say is, well, they didn't have the truth. That's how they get out. They get out of everything, man. Well, back then they believed they didn't have science, like astronomy science. You know what I'm saying? They'll just explain it away.
So why'd you shoot 200? I think it's something astronomical, like 250 nukes. Or 250 missiles at least? Why did you shoot 250 missiles in the sky, bro?
Right. Then you got to prove it, though.
I'm saying they have video evidence of it happening and them lining it all up, man. Hold on.
Yeah,
I
but
go
dude, they can
right down
easily
there.
explain that away. They can easily explain that.
Man, look.
Yeah, and all you have to do when they try to explain it away is say, "Yeah, no."
Yeah,
no.
we can hand wave. At that point, I think we can hand wave them away.
It's not for us, bro.
But yeah, no, I know. I'm
Yes,
not
no,
fighting
but-
anybody among here at all. We're
yes,
having
no,
you're throwing the ball around, fraud for sure. Dude.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it's not going to shake us. I'm just saying I want stuff that can shake these people, because stuff like that they'll just hand wave it, and the masses be like, okay, I believe them. We need stuff that's irrefutable, that will shake them to their core. That's kind of stuff we need to present to them, you know.
Well, fraud, you have to understand human nature. If someone doesn't want to concede to something, or if someone doesn't want to believe something, it doesn't matter what you present them. It doesn't matter what you present them.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is you can't say that about all the majority of people want to believe in something, right? You just have to give them the right evidence. You have to give them an overwhelming amount of evidence, you know. But I take, for instance, look at 9/11. Dude, the evidence was in your face, and people still believed it. So do you understand what we're up against? You know what I'm saying?
That's my point. It doesn't matter what you present them. If your goal is to try and persuade someone, that's a futile and moot pursuit. You simply adequate evidence, and then let them respond. But to sit here and try and blow their minds is a futile and moot pursuit.
I feel like you should make a T-shirt out of that. It's a moot pursuit because it works.
What was that, Kiwi?
Just the moot pursuit. You strung that so well together, and it makes so much sense when you say that, right? It's literally the essence of banging your head against the wall.
You know, like with Bill Nye, we were just talking about Bill Nye earlier. Bill Nye and people like him, they're fond of this nonsensical epistemological phrase where they say extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. No. No. Extraordinary claims, any and all claims, require adequate evidence. You see, so they want to stipulate a criterion where if I'm not mind blown, if I'm not baffled and dumbfounded by your case that you're presenting for whatever claim you're trying to defend and justify, then it's false, or it's at least not justified. No. The veracity of any claim is not contingent upon you being baffled and amazed and awe-stricken.
So, to go back to what we were talking about, I grabbed two pieces really quickly, just to maybe paint an idea of the extremities that we're dealing with. So, if anybody listening or watching wants to take this in for consideration, I want you to look at the idea that we talked about the firmament earlier, with reference to scripture. Yeah, I went there, unfortunately. I say unfortunately, jokingly, of course. He created this thing on the second day, which we proposed to be the ceiling. Okay, now we have video evidence, 1962, Operation Dominic Sunset, something that you should take in, watch. This is in 1962. So this is where I will say to you that they attacked the ceiling that they found. They're like, oh, there's the barrier, let's attack it, right? They shot a whole bunch of missiles at it. Then, I apologize, I don't know off the cuff. Gregory, maybe you can help me or somebody in the chat. The year that the Antarctic Treaty was brought into place. But what I've also posted, replying to myself in the chat, and that's me, unfortunately, I'm going to throw myself out there, shameless self-promotion, Book of Killian, that's right, showing the enforcement.
1959.
Thank you, 1959.
The year I was born.
Video evidence of a boat attempting to cross the 60th parallel, which is in the Bass Strait off of the coast of Australia, in between Australia and Tasmania. That's called the Bass Strait. This fishing boat is attempting to cross the 60th parallel, where the Antarctic Treaty is formed as the boundary, and you can watch this 8-minute video to see how this big-ass warship engages with this small-ass fishing boat, telling it needs to turn around. So I'm going to lay at the feet of the court, if you will, of these globers, saying that I've shown you the ceiling that keeps us inside, and I've shown you also the outer ring boundary, active enforcement of that boundary, called the Antarctic Treaty, with that big ass warship you are looking at in that video. That's all I need right now. Thank you, guys.
And they say the nukes were in space.
Small side note about nuclear warheads. I wonder if they do work the way that we're told they work. Supposedly, an atom or subatomic particle being split open.
I guess apparently I'm not being heard. But anyway, what I'm saying is, why would you explode if you could leave this realm?
Hello?
Yeah, I think Fraud, you're dropping in and out, my guy. He'll be back, I'm sure. There he is. Let's go. Fraud, you good?
No, am I?
Yeah, I got you.
We can hear you now.
I'm watching you. I'll watch your name, make sure you're good. No, you're gone now. Bruh.
That's gay.
Yep, there you are.
There you go.
Nope, you're gone.
That must be where I'm at.
What the?
Every time you try to begin the sentence, you're trying to say we can't hear you.
No, it's because I'm using the press thing where you push to talk. That's why.
Oh yeah, no, open your line, man. I know it's okay. Just open it for now. State what you gotta state.
I don't even remember now.
It was about the barrier. If you could go beyond the barrier, I think that's where you started going.
You started asking something about if you could go.
Yeah, hold on. Bad timing. The chick is calling. I'll be right back.
Well, there is, I will say I'm of the opinion that there is containment. What it is, how big, how far it extends, what's the color of it, or how does it taste? I don't know. So to claim that there is that they are guarding the container or whatever, I don't know about that. So there is containment for sure, containment of the water and the gases, but what's the extent of that? That's a very good question.
But why are they wasting all those damn resources on this big ass boat, telling these guys they need to turn around based on their location?
Just like parents build houses and put fences around the property to keep their children inside.
Those bastards. Those bastards. Think of the children. Oh, they are thinking of the children.
We're talking about Joe Biden. What did he do this time?
I got hairy legs, and my hair tans in the sun. No, damn it, I screwed that up. Never mind. Go blonde in the sun.
All right. So I was saying, like, if you could leave the Earth and go into space, why would you explode a nuke above the atmosphere?
Right.
Really far into space and do it. that would be logical. Not let's just blow it up in space right above the Earth. That's stupid. So obviously they can't leave the Earth because that's why it was hitting what it was hitting.
I just think it's hilarious that they can, explode nuclear weapons up there, but we can't leave our poop behind because the penguins might find our poop like 10,000 years later and be like, "Hey, look, fresh turd."
I mean,
I suspect they were trying to kill everyone.
Wait, but just think about the amount of radiation shit you could cause by light some off like that. And imagine blowing like a piece of dynamite in your in your basement and trying to see what would happen. Why would you do that? It's like I'm not gonna do that. I mean, it doesn't it defies logic. Obviously they were trying to do something because you don't just blow shit up in the atmosphere just to blow it up because it can have it's gonna have ramifications that aren't quantifiable. You're not gonna know what's gonna fucking go down so they were trying to do something.
I suspect they're trying to kill everybody, everything, everybody.
Nah, dude, come on, they would have done that.
Here's the conundrum: if they say, you don't need gas pressure, where's your container? Do things do we bounce signals and all kinds of stuff off the ionosphere? They're like, yeah, it's not like a barrier, it's just ionized gas. Oh, but the universe isn't electrical in nature? No, it's not. You're vetted. Obviously, electromagnetism is, some sort of pseudoscience in space.
Fix your microphone, Larry.
The reason we don't have nuclear warfare, that's why it's always a threat, is because of what's left behind after the shit goes off. So why would you do it in the sky if it's avoidable? If you want to just do it in space, and just do it in space somewhere far away. Why blow? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, in principle, if you wanted to test the warhead, then they want to detonate it far enough away that it doesn't harm them, but they want to detonate it close enough that they can observe what happens. So there is that. But then again, it's not wise. It's just off the scale, idiotic and self-destructive.
That's not why.
So here's something else I want to throw out there since we're entertaining the why questions. We're suggesting that the sun and the moon are in the sky. We observe, actually we're not suggesting. Sorry. We observe that the sun and the moon are in the sky. I'm suggesting that the sun and the moon are actually part of that firmament. They're actually part of the dome. They're actually the luminaries created by true refraction in the dome. Think of like a prism. Now, I'm starting to lean into and get comfortable with this idea. The other day when they talked about they shot something at the moon and it hit and shit came off, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Somebody can shoot something at what appears to be the moon. And at some point, if we believe there to be a ceiling to this thing that we're in, it's going to hit something. Much like when these not the Go Fast rocket, but when these rockets are shot into space and we witness them interacting with the ceiling and it producing something that looks like a jet ski or a wake when a boat interacts with seawater. Very similar things happening, almost like a skipping along type, like it's hitting water. I'm like, dude, what if the sun and the moon were literally located in the exact same ceiling? This firmament.
Which is what the Lord tells us in His Holy Writ.
And this is why I say we're in a gas-filled environment, and luminaries illuminate the essence of the gases that they interact with. They don't shoot rays. They illuminate the gases. This is why I can read a book in the shadow of a building on a sunny day.
I'd like to add something to be an opinion, just for thought in the community. I suspect geometrically that the luminaries would be all the same elevation, and the reason I think that is on account the zenith would be different as you traverse if there was different heights to the luminaries for the purpose of triangulation. So, because as you traverse across the Earth, your last reading would have to have a reference to where you're at in your new reading. And if you're losing your zeniths because of height changes in the luminaries, sun, moon, stars, all these, it geometrically it can't really work. Like if you're doing that, okay.
Hold on. I wanna take that idea because I know where you're going, but I'm gonna present you with an alternate so we can lily pad really quickly just to paint what I think is happening. Have you ever imagine actually taking a steel bowl, one of those big huge mixing bowls, okay? We're gonna take a flashlight on the underside of that, and we're gonna shine it up to the bowl, and then we're just gonna roll it around that bowl, right? So we're shining the light up towards that bowl, and we're just rolling around. So automatically know there's a whole series of reflections that are created, okay? What I'm proposing to you, because we're dealing with some kind of, I believe it's a crystalline type structure, whatever, right? Is there's an original light source, which I'm not even going to start talking about right now because it's way too much. But that original light source is moving and it's creating almost like the reverse of a disco ball in a ceiling. So are they at different elevations? I believe they are, depending on when they are present, if that makes sense. But the zenith argument is such a valid statement.
Yeah, it basically it creates an equal opposite of two sides. So or of a side. Yeah, so like when you get it, like in the middle, when we look at the celestial north, the North Star, you see a light in the middle, but then when you look at celestial south, it's complete darkness in the middle. Around celestial south, there is lights that we can kind of depict structure from it, I will say. But yeah, you have like an equal opposite.
But use the aurora borealis to paint what you're just talking about. The aurora borealis, the aurora lights, the northern lights.
You got it right. Yep, you got it right.
Those are illuminated gases that we're witnessing. That's it. They're just, you think about it, guys. It's shimmering light, right? We're just feeling this really calm light dancing through the atmosphere because the gases are present in the atmosphere, and they're being lit by a luminary.
Elijah and I spoke about this a number of times, and it was a very interesting suggestion of his. So, in other words, in my mind and in his mind, we were discussing the firmament, the rakia, the stereoma, isn't necessarily a semi-spherical dome, but it could be a cylindrical container. Do you know what I mean? A cylinder versus a semisphere?
Yeah. If there's more land to the north and more land to the south, the vanishing point would create the so-called southern and northern star trails. And that would make a lot of sense if there's more land. Like if there's more continents to the north and to the south, that's exactly what you would expect to see.
That's not quite what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the shape of the container.
Yeah. And that's, so if you guys, do you remember high school science Petri dishes?
I didn't do that.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to post a picture of a Petri dish to help emphasize my point. I'm gonna relate to a couple different things because again, it's a theory I'm entertaining. I would feel half-assed if I kind of just didn't walk with this. So Petri dish, because I've always had this idea that we're in some form of a Petri dish. Okay, so Petri dish. Yes. Wait, let me cap this. This is the container that I believe that we're in. That. So
Something
you've
like
got the plate, the bottom, right? And again, I'm going to be extremely literal and just explain my entire theory. North is right at the middle of that dish. The Antarctic Treaty is the literal outer edge of that dish. The top of that dish is actually an arc. It's not flat, it's an arc. Fine. Okay, and in that arc house the sun and the moon. And they just go around that glass ceiling. And the thing is, how they interact with that glass ceiling creates the seasons, obviously. It creates the sun. It creates quarter moon phases, half moon phases, full moon phases, making the sun, the moon appear to be translucent, like semi-opaque. I believe that would be it. Illuminating the gases that they interact with in that petri dish. That's my thought.
Yeah. Interesting.
And then if you want to take it a little bit further, because again, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Now I'm going to go full bore. My last picture is this to, let me see here. Being the reflection of us in the moon. And at approximately 2 or 3 o'clock position is Australia. That's what I think we're looking at, guys. And God put that reflection, the Creator put that reflection in the moon so we would never forget who we are, where we are, and that we're safe and stable always. When I literally tell, and I call me crazy, I tell myself that story, and I just inside, I feel this like little hug. I'm like, yeah, it feels right. Like, it just feels right. I don't know. My innate is yeah.
I'll go over why I think that wherever the light luminaries or whatever are being observed from, if there was different heights, I think the angle relationship from the observer would like as the sun is setting, for example, I contend that it's still the same elevation as it was when it was noon over me, or any other luminary. In the reason being is if you're triangulating, you could use that triangle, reverse it, and make it a rectangle. And I believe that the zenith over you, first, let's just say it's the sun, and then you take a measurement, say 6 hours later, and you get an angle. I think that elevation, regardless of your position to it, north or south, would be the same geometrically for the function of making angle measurements. Because if the elevations are changing, the angles would be changing. And I think there's consistency in the readings. And also, if a rectangle can be made from the triangle that you've made, and that would be, obviously, you would have a flat baseline. Therefore, if you're making a rectangle, the line on the top would be parallel to the line on the bottom.
So that does kind of bolster what Elijah was telling me about, suggesting that perhaps the firmament is not a semi-spherical dome, but rather a flat-topped cylindrical container. Very interesting.
I suspect it because the geometry starts to break if you're getting different angles due to elevation changes of the luminaries from a position. That then you're starting to. It's kind of a complex thing, so I'm trying to keep it as basic as possible, and I'm not claiming knowledge of it. I don't know what they are up there. I don't know if they're projecting on something. I don't know what I don't know. It's a light in the sky.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I'm not making claims to knowledge, but I'm saying geometry or geometrically and for the purpose of measuring angles, it would need to have just like you need a baseline on the ground, you'd need a baseline to what you're looking at, in my opinion. And again, if you were to flip that triangle that you created, say, on its hypotenuse side, you would end up with a rectangle.
Very interesting.
Yeah. That's my opinion. And it's just something I share because I think that I think it should be able to resonate. And yeah, right. And another thing is being able to bring up the ideas and just talk about things that we think might be the case has been able to help us develop our arguments over the years now. So I mean, there's nothing wrong with presenting ideas in any way. Yeah.
Critically thinking and investigating out loud. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Right. So I'm not poo-pooing anybody's idea at all. I can't claim for sure that I'm right. I just suggest it's just the way that I kind of conceive it, or how I make sense of it. I'm a tool and die maker for a living, so I'm like a geometry professional.
Buddy, listen.
All right.
Lumpy, I want to be real with you. So again, I'm gonna say it. I study architecture, growing up, study numbers all my life. So when you said you're a tool and die maker, I'm like, this man's after my heart, because again, we speak the same language in terms of working with like CAD and figuring out geometric design and how to build objects and all these different things. Like I totally get it, right? The fact that you're able to bring an added perspective of again, I say this respectfully, blue collar aspect where you're actually in there assembling things and understand how things go together, that is an aspect that not a lot of men have. So I thank you for being here and what you bring to the conversation, man.
Yeah, I got on my YouTube channel, I'll say it again, and I'm willing to bring that in with anybody, and we can try to pull apart the models that the anti-flat earthers are trying to promote as a means of using a sextant and being able to triangulate with it off a sphere surface. And I'm willing to open up SolidWorks and go over on anybody's channel, and we can just the video that I have is it's kind of quick. I didn't realize how small my screen was going to be, and so the lines and stuff are kind of convoluted, but we could do it one at a time, contrast it from what they claim is happening, and I'm willing to do that at any time. I have SolidWorks on my laptop, so.
Question for you. You mentioned the sextant. We had an audio clip running earlier today around 8 o'clock about 8 a.m. Eastern. To use a sextant, do you need a horizon? Do you use a horizon?
Yeah, and that's what the mirror is for. And that's how your ground position's established.
So hold on, just to say real quick, and again to point out the hilarity, and then I would like you to explain how it works. The hilarity in the clip that was being played on a repeated loop was using a sextant does not require the use of a horizon. And this was coming from one of the Globe's working professionals regarding a sextant. So please, as a working professional who understands a sextant and the understand that we're on a plateau, can you please explain how a sextant works?
There's a mirror on it and there's an eyepiece. And without a baseline, so you're matching the mirror horizon you're seeing behind you to the horizon you're viewing in front of you. And to make it not an acute angle, the dip correction brings your eye right down to the middle of your eye, right to the level of the water. It would be acute if that wasn't the case. Now you're making them parallel from one horizon to the other with the eyepiece and the mirror. And without that baseline, there's nothing that can be measured. And these pieces are there for the purpose of establishing a baseline. And the ground position needs a 90 degree. It has to have it. You can't triangulate without it. But Ruhiff put it up, and it was in a obtuse angle. It was so messed up, dude. It literally needs to be pulled apart and just like it could have all the lapping stuff that Huey will do because it's so absurd. what they're punting.
That's all.
They're punting the denial of a triangle in straight lines. That's what they're punting. They're punting denial of geometry.
That's such a good point, because they're suggesting the removal of the horizon, which would be the base of the triangle. Such a good point.
Yeah, and if you didn't make the dip correction, you wouldn't be accurate. And that's only a matter of 30 feet. The angle off you would be, when you're taking into consideration you're in the middle of the view that you're trying to make, you would be slightly acute by like seconds. So dumb.
There you have it.
So, Greg, you're gonna go. We're gonna go. You're gonna go sail the ship. Okay, take the helm. No, I'll take the helm. Wait, the helm is the lookout, isn't it? Greg?
Somebody tell him. I don't know.
Hold on.
Another thing I'd like
The
to
helm
add
is where the steering wheel is. I know it's like an old steering wheel, but
I'm trying to be really facetious in what I'm about to paint. Hold on.
All right. So I'll take the helm. That's the steering wheel part of the boat. Greg, you take the lookout, okay? Make sure you use the sextant, but don't worry about using the horizon to figure out where the hell we are, okay? Can you understand how asinine that sounds? You're going to send two men out on a boat in the middle of the sea, in the middle of nowhere, and you're going to tell them to ignore the base of the triangle they're trying to navigate from. What the hell?
Don't worry about the very thing you're trying to navigate upon. Don't worry about that.
See, I'd like to add another thing about this is it needed to be circles of equal altitude. And on the McToon little sketch drawing, the refractory curvature, all that measurement to the ground position where you need the 90 degrees so you can create an angle, all that is the radius for the circle of equal altitude. And you do it 3 times so you intersect the circles and triangulate your position. Now, if this is 1,000 square miles, man. At the point when you get one horizon level to the other, you get your ground position, you measure your angle, and you do that 2 more times, so you can create circles of equal altitude over the surface that you're on. Oh my!
Are you talking to us on a radio?
Now my headphones just died. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. There must be background noise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a little bit. So the measurement that you're initially taking is being used to create a circle, and they call it a circle of equal altitude. Well, there's no way that a baller can come to this and just claim that the radius is curving. And by the way, what would be the resulting shape of a radius curved circle? I mean, what the heck is that? They're in such trouble with this one. It shouldn't take much more than 5th grade education. What would be the shape if a circle's radius? I mean, if you turned it 3D, what the heck would it even be? So, am I explaining myself right? So their circles of equal altitude need to have a curving radius, and then the resulting circle being made from the curving radius would need to maintain a form following the curvature of the Earth, because it needs to be a circle of equal altitude to intersect with the other two. Or you're lost of reference if you claim that it's up in space.
What is the it that we're referring to, though? Real quick. Context. Yeah.
Okay, so the measurement to the ground position, which is you're getting your horizon and you're getting your mirror to the other horizon, now you have a baseline. Right. You make the measurement with a 90 degree going to directly below the star.
Yep, gotcha.
Now, that's being used to create a circle that intersects with 2 other circles. Now, if the radius is curving to follow the curve of the Earth, what's the resulting shape of that circle?
Yeah, got it.
It's super bad. And if they want to leave them free space, now they're not parallel to each other, each three circles. Now your resulting intersection of these three circles are like tilted away from each other and obviously above the observer. It's so dumb.
So wait a minute. I'm almost thinking that in order for that to work, you would have to introduce, and this may come out wrong, but I'm just going to throw it out there for what it's worth, a fourth dimension to be able to pinpoint accuracy.
No, it would
in
still
a
be
model like that. No,
it'd still be XYZ.
Still XY. Okay.
Yeah, because the areas of, or how the circle would be conforming, it would still follow a three-dimensional world. Like I could machine that feature. I could put it into metal. I could take an end mill, program apart, and I could start cutting away what would be the resulting feature, and it could be done in a three-dimensional world. But for the purpose of finding a location, these people, they're way out to lunch.
What are we talking about here?
Just the sextant and Ruhif and refracted curvature and Bob the Science Guy and all the diagrams that the anti-flat earthers are postulating as things to be considered or whatever. So it's so dumb it's hard to explain why it's dumb. That's how dumb it is.
What had happened this morning at 8 a.m. Eastern in the chat, there was an audio clip running about the explanation by a Glober of how to use a sextant. And within the confines of his demonstration as to how to use a sextant, I believe that he was suggesting the you don't need to use the horizon to use a sextant. So we were just having, or I was just asking our friend to unpack the whole idea of how to use a sextant, Lumpy, how to use a sextant appropriately, and the fact that you do in fact need the base of a triangle so that you can establish the point of the triangle. And the base of the triangle in using a sextant would in fact be the horizon. And the point of the triangle would be the star that you're looking at. Correct, Lumpy?
I wonder if they've convoluted what the purpose of that is also. Makes doing the opposite because they're trying to put it at the GP. It's so because they think that it's the correction for Earth curving down, but then they make a resulting feature that it's so stupid. It's hard to explain why it's stupid. It's hard to get to that point. It's hard to put it into words. All you can do is use adjectives, almost. Guys, it's so bad. They're in such trouble with this. It's as dumb as thinking air contains itself. Dumber, maybe. I don't know.
So, if there's no atmosphere, according to these Globers, I wonder if they'll say light still refracts, right?
Yeah, and then the refraction as a counter to observations and laser tests and things. And they're invoking it just, when they don't hold themselves accountable to it in the first instance. For example, Al-Biruni. Or again, it's so stupid and so one-sided and so intellectually dishonest, and it's like crazy. It's insanity what they're promoting at this point because of where we've gotten this, because of the measurements been made.
I just don't understand how all of a sudden, like if you have a laser pointing in a certain direction. At what distance does it start to bend?
Well, but the answers we get is just so that the it's not doing the measurement it's doing. It could in other instances targeting, but once we bring it up, it's almost like the point of arguing this with such just bold doublespeak is like they're attempting to wear us down psychologically or something.
But I mean, is it like after 100 yards? Is it 1,000 yards? Is it half a mile? At what distance should the laser start to bend? Is it as soon as it hits the horizon? Oh, the horizon makes it bend now. Right? But I'm like, the Earth is always curving, right? If it's a ball, it's curving all the time, right? Doesn't matter how small you are, it's gonna curve. So there has to be a number for a laser to start bending around. So it's forming. Basically, the light's supposed to be forming, taking the form of the Earth, right? If it's a ball, so it's not gonna all of a sudden just make this right angle. Oh, I'm just gonna make this right angle right here at this drop point, but I'm gonna go straight for this distance. No, it's supposed to hug the Earth, basically, right? So at what point does the light start to bend to do to follow the circumference of the Earth? And they can never give you an answer. They don't even understand the question, most of them.
I don't think they do. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. But it doesn't. One is my answer. You can use lasers for line of sight targeting for the military and all kinds of.
For miles, dude. I mean, like,
yeah. Or justify how. I mean, that's 125. Some ridiculous. I mean.
God damn it.
So then we claim gravity is just pulling it around evenly.
Lumpy. Where do you hear this? I ordered a king kebab, right, with chicken and lamb, and they fucking give me a fucking lamb kebab.
that already sounds funny, T-Mac, even before you finish.
Bastards.
Education without a whole bunch of hypotheticals.
Hank, hey, Hank.
Somebody didn't pay their satellite bill.
A fucking king kebab. King kebab means chicken and fucking lamb, right?
So what they give you again?
Yeah, a fucking lamb kebab. Just a lamb kebab. And I tipped the bastard £1.50. So I phoned them. I said to them, listen, 23 shipped, and then they sent me address there. I shouldn't say that, right? I said, whatever my address was. I said, listen, I ordered a king kebab. He said, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I said, yeah, I'm looking at lamb. What do you mean? It's no chicken. There's no chicken in the kebab. Yeah, but you order a kebab. Yeah, no, I said king kebab. It cost me fucking $13 or $15. Yeah, just
well, no, if they priced you wrong, fuck that. Yeah, you better give them my shit.
Just to let you know, I ordered a king kebab. That means chicken. I'm looking at lamb. There's no fucking chicken, bro.
Unless he low-key was calling you some kind of a lamb.
Well, I mean, you paid more money, right?
Yeah, no, that ain't right.
Yeah, the king kebab is like another $2 or $3, like.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah. Fuck that. Give me my money. Give me my food, man.
Get this ship correct.
Fucking food, bro. Ah, well, that's funny. But I enjoyed it anyway. I had half of it. I'm full as fuck now, bro.
Are they gonna bring you your chicken?
Probably not.
Look, as long as they know, you need to. I call these guys up and I'm like, look, I'm not mad. I just need you to put that on the books. So the next time I come back, provide more patronage to your business.
I want.
Please recognize. Yeah, buddy. That's where I'm talking about. I need to walk in there with $5 in my pocket and walk out with $15 worth of food.
You order kebab. You order doner kebab. I ordered a king fucking kebab. I said king. You charge me £12.50 or something for a king kebab. I'm looking at lamb. There's no chicken here. No, but you order. Yeah, all right. Listen, just to let you know, you fucked it up. Like, cheerio, bye. Wasn't that good anyway? It's all right. Like.
No, it's not all right. Not when you're fucking hungry, man. Fuck that. So it's not when you have a craving. When you're hungry, you really don't care. But if you're having a craving, that'll piss me off.
Yeah, it was the chicken I was looking forward to. Like, no chicken, bruh. No chicken.
One of my most recent food letdowns. I ordered a shrimp burrito. Boys, I'm a huge shrimp burrito guy. So I ordered a shrimp burrito and got it from the burrito store. This was delivery. I opened up the box. It was a burrito bowl.
I would have been
salad instead of a.
I would have been fucking mad.
Oh wow! So
if I wanted a plate of rice and beans, dude, I'd do it my own fucking self. The fucking wrong thing.
The first time I used them too, like, a buddy of mine says, "Hey, Paul, you have to try the kebab house." I said, "Brilliant." It's the same fucking thing. It's like any other fucking kebab house. There's nothing fucking brilliant about it, except they fuck your order up. So there was no fish in sight there, Kiwi. Not a fish in sight. Not a shrimp.
No, it's not. It's not. I didn't have any issues with it. The fact that there was no shrimp. I had an issue that it wasn't wrapped up in a wrap. They gave me a salad, which you expect a burrito, and you get a salad. You're like, wait, why did the burrito throw up?
Where's the fucking bread, bro?
The guts.
Wrap that shit up in bread, bro.
I experienced a little bit of active cognition when I opened the box.
A little bit disappointed. I didn't even know why I phoned them, but I suppose I was a little bit pissed off. I'm looking at lamb here. There's no chicken. No, but you order a fucking lamb kebab. No, I ordered a fucking king kebab, bro. I mean, it's chicken, right? No, but it says here kebab. No, for fuck's sake, right? Just letting you know, you fucked it up. Bye.
I don't know, but now I'm craving a burrito.
Oh.
I think I'm going to have to go get a burrito.
Just make sure it isn't salad.
Okay, let's talk about it. What's the burrito move for you?
Oh, I always get the same burritos. I always go for the carne asada.
I love the little black beans. Little black beans and the brown beans. Oh, man.
All right, are we talking... What's in it?
Most of the burritos here have the meat, which I always get carne asada, and the rice and beans, and...
So the carne that's a pork? Sorry,
no, that's steak. Carne
nice.
asada is steak.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I always go for the steak. I either get carne asada tacos or carne asada burritos.
You ever do surf and turf?
You know, I mean, I have gotten fish tacos. I've had, I've gotten the shrimp tacos. I've had, like, shrimp fajitas.
But, like, shrimp and steak.
I think Kiwi likes shrimp.
Yeah.
Shrimp and steak is so good, dude.
I think I've had it in a burrito, though. But that sounds good.
It's legit. If you're open, if you sprung the idea of a burrito, try a shrimp and steak burrito. Super good.
I just never thought about it. They usually give you either shrimp or they give you like steak. I've just never had it combined.
Fish in a burrito is weird. Just because it can get really mushy. Fish tacos are amazing.
Yeah.
I've really got into eating fish tacos recently. But yeah, no, shrimp burritos are my fave.
I bought 2 burritos out of the supermarket the other day. It was a plastic, plastic foil thing. I thought this will be good. It was like $4 or something. Absolute shit. It was just meat, a bit of rice, and some beans thrown in. Absolute shit.
You got it all wrong, man. You got to get the real Mexicans, right?
Yeah.
At the sorry, cut you off. At the grill, there's a gas station. If it's got a grill, and there's Mexicans working in there. You want to eat there. Sorry.
Yeah. A little bit of avocado thrown across it. You gotta have the avocado, man. What do they call it? What do they call it when they fucking dumb down the avocado? Smush it in.
Guacamole.
Guacamole.
Mango salsa. So good.
Oh, that's good too.
Oh, man. Just because I had a mango at lunch.
I love mangoes.
Now I'm thinking about Mexican food. Oh, no.
Hey, is anybody
Downward
listening here getting
spiral.
hungry? Anybody getting hungry here at all?
Oh yeah, I'm like totally like wanting a burrito now. I'm super hungry.
Try the seafood one.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about. Well, the place I usually go. Oh well, I guess they do have shrimp there. I think they do.
Go for it.
You just have to look at the menu and see if they have a combo. If they offer a combo, they call it a surf and turf combo.
I don't know if this drives anybody else crazy, but this drives me crazy. Like sometimes, if I go to a different pizza place, because I only like gourmet pizza. I don't do that Papa John's or Domino's shit. I'm not doing that crap. But sometimes, depending on if you don't know the place, and this fucking, I guess it's my OCD drives me crazy. But like if I order it and I don't look at it before, or I tell them, dude, you ever get pizza and it's cut in squares? That fucking drives me crazy.
Pizza in squares?
Yeah.
What fucking universe are you living in, bruh?
But that's
Dude,
like
I
a
cannot
thin
do
cut.
that. They do that in squares. Some pizza places will do that unless you tell them to cut it pie cut. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? It almost makes me not want to eat it.
That's if okay. So I actually worked at Domino's, and from my understanding, I always thought you only do the square cut on a thin crust pizza. You wouldn't do that on a pie pizza.
Oh no, some places do cut it in squares on regular thickness. Yeah, Domino's does it
Why
in
would you
the
cut
squares.
pizza in
on the
squares?
thin.
What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I don't. Well, this one place we had a 30-inch pizza or something, and they cut that one in squares. Yeah, it was a big.
Oh, 30-inch. That's a big one, right?
But still, New York pizza pies are huge, right? And they're cut in pie cut.
Yeah.
I've never
Right.
seen
30 inch. Holy shit.
That's nothing, bro. That's nothing. Seriously, there's bigger pieces in there.
They do bigger than that? Oh my god.
Yeah, just because of where you go. There's a lot of places in Colorado that have good pizza. There's some huge ones out there, and they do a pie cut. But
1 mile, 56 pizza. 1 mile, 56-foot pizza. Like a really big pizza.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Fraud, I'm wondering if the square cut might be like a mental knee-jerk reaction to when we were kids and they'd order the party pizza and all the pizza was squares. And you see the parents standing in the corners eating these square pizzas and they're all awkward and stuff. Remember that, man?
I just can't do it, man. It's just it's psychologically it just messes me up.
I'm saying.
I don't like the square cut either because I like the crust on the one side.
Right,
So
right.
I don't like that.
Hold on to. Yep.
Hello, I'd like to order a 1.3 mile burrito, please. Really big one.
Do you guys, any of you have like a Papa Murphy's where you like go get the pizza and you bring it home and
I have
cook
that
it?
here. I have that here, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So like recently, I don't even know what made me order it, but I went over and I ordered one, and they have one called the Papa's Favorite, and I ordered it in the deep dish, like the 14-inch deep dish pizza.
Oh, no way.
No, and it's the Papa's Favorite. It has like 3 meats and the vegetables. It's like a bumped up combo. Oh my gosh. I really like that pizza. I don't know why. But it's called the Papa's Favorite. And it's a deep dish. Like the 14-inch, you can get a deep dish. And it's really good, that particular pizza in that.
You know, I've never tried deep dish. Never tried deep dish.
Yeah, it's very carby, though. Not what I normally do.
So the best pizza in the world is made with pecani sauce, and you know the little eggs that go on the salad. You put the eggs on the pizza, and then jalapenos, and onion, and the little pork sausage. What? It's like a breakfast burrito pizza.
Hank, eggs on pizza. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, dude. The jalapenos lost me and the eggs.
Jalapenos are good. Not no damn eggs.
I like jalapenos on pizza.
I'm gonna fire back at you with pineapple, chicken, and bacon.
Oh, pineapple. Oh, pineapple.
You ever had eggs on your burger?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the bomb, dude.
Yeah.
Messy, but so good.
I like a nice messy egg on top of the burger.
Wait,
Yeah,
but how you doing the egg? You gonna scramble it? Sunny side up? What's the deal?
Oh, you fry it.
No.
Egg
Yeah,
on burger.
usually the eggs on the burgers are soft and they squish all over, usually.
Exactly. Squishy, squishy.
All right, my favorite food in the whole world. You take jalapenos, cut them in half, stuff with cheese, cream cheese, Philadelphia cream cheese, wrap it in bacon.
Fucking sounds good.
Okay, maybe it's a close tie between the jalapenos and watermelon. Watermelon's pretty fucking awesome.
Hank, you're a scary dude, bro. Jalapenos and watermelons.
Yeah, be glad you're not a watermelon. Yeah, just be glad you're not a watermelon on a hot sunny day.
Do any of you guys eat that tahine on watermelon?
What's that?
It's like a, well, it's a spice. They use it a lot here. I notice, like if you go out and you get fruit, like at the fairs or at the stands or whatever, like they'll have this tahine stuff. So I've bought it. I actually like it. I think it has chili powder in it. Chili powder and salt or something, maybe.
If I know what you're talking about, the stuff the Mexicans put on their cucumbers.
Yeah, the tahine, they put it on their watermelon too. It's actually pretty good on the watermelon.
Here's something I learned. If you guys like peanut butter, there's that peanut butter powder that you can buy to mix into your like smoothies or whatever.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called. But
PB2, buddy. PB2. Talk about it. Literally, peanut butter 2. PB2, it's called.
Yeah, PB2. It's good on. It's awesome on watermelon, bro. I found that out. Like, wow. It's pretty good.
Holy crap! How did you discover that?
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Really, like, you don't just
discover it.
they don't just fall upon each other. Like that sounds like a calculated maneuver.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I just tried it out. Like, oh, dude, this is awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah,
It's like,
you remind
yeah,
me I
I'm
gotta buy
sitting there
some.
making my shake with my PB2, and the watermelon just happened to be there, and then it like blew all over the kitchen, and I happened to discover it. Just wanted- That's funny.
It just fell in my lap, man.
So
Hello,
speaking about that, one day I'm getting ready for work. Creatine powder all over the kitchen, including my black jeans. Black jeans.
Oh no, that's so messy.
I was like, bro, I called my message my boss. I'm like, I'm gonna be late, man. Accident with the powder in the kitchen. What kind of powder, Kill? I literally replied to him and said they call me Snowman.
Oh, I had that happen in the car once. I was trying to pour shake or electrolyte powder like into a bottle of water with the small lid out of like a baggie, and then I like got it all over my clothes, and I think I was picking my daughter up for school that day, and I'm like trying to like brush it all off. Oh, it's so messy in the car. It's a bad place to
Right. Yeah.
electrolyte powders or shake mixes, and I feel like there needs to be a better solution for, like, you need a funnel or something if you're going to do them in a water bottle.
They have them in those little. I mean, obviously it depends on the product, but I've seen the additives to water. The not NutraSweet. Are they NutraSweet? I don't even know. But the additives to water, the calorie wise or whatever the flavored pouches, but they have like they're small sizes. They're about 4 inches in length. Tubes. You rip off the top and just pour it in. You'd really think that anybody who's packaging a powder that's to be consumed, if they were to offer something like that, they'd probably increase their sales. Portability would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's really smart. Generally, they just up the price though when they do it. But like I used like one shake or something I had, I bought both in like the tubs and the to-go packets. So I'd only use the to-go packets if I was on the go. I just wouldn't use them like at home because it's cheaper to get it in the tub.
Word. Now, could you imagine you're in the car and the ground is also rotating and spinning while you're trying to pour your protein powder or pre-workout powder into your cup full of water and drive a car at the same time?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Too much. So, Sunforest, question for you. How long have you been familiar with this stable plane that we're on?
Well, I would say about 6+ years where I've started realizing that I think it might actually be flat. But before that, like back in elementary school, so basically all my life, I've always known something was wrong because I used to get in trouble and end up in detention all the time because I used to argue about the earth spinning and stuff. But I don't think at that time it ever occurred to me that maybe it's not a sphere. But I thought if it was a sphere that I just didn't think it was spinning. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it was later. I mean, I'd say the first time I really heard about that maybe the shape isn't right even though I already knew in my mind that it wasn't spinning. But the first time about the shape, I'm not really sure. It was over 6 years ago is when I started contemplating outside of the sphere part. I just thought we were a sphere, but not spinning.
Gotcha.
You know, so it's kind of a long journey, you know, but I always knew it wasn't right. I just didn't really understand. And I did think, because I remember even back in 2006 was when I flew from California to New York. And I remember looking at all the sides of the plane, and I was just like, it's so flat, you know, and like I can see so far. And I think so. I've just always known. I think I just hadn't really, I guess, heard other people really talking about it until a little over 6 years ago, where I thought, oh, well, you know, maybe it's not even a sphere that's not spinning. Maybe it's something else. And that's when I kind of started doing more research about it. And then many things started making sense. Once you take the sphere out of the picture, then so many other things started to make more sense, like being able to see so far and all of that.
Interesting. So, at this point in time, as a parent, what is your daughter showing interest in within the realm of, well, just interests?
Well, I mean, I follow a lot of alternative information. I have for my whole life, if you know what I mean. So she hears me. I mean, especially, you know, when I'm like talking to my boyfriend or whatever, like, I mean, she hears it, like, well, and she hears you guys. Well, now
Hello.
sometimes that's well, no, she's not right now. She's
No, I know.
sometimes it's not good, but actually, she just got new headphones and now she can barely hear anything. So sometimes I'm grateful for that. But no, she knows, and I mean, she knows like when she's doing her science and stuff. I mean, obviously for school, you have to, you know, learn both sides. So if you have a parent who knows the truth, and then there's the school that teaches all the indoctrination, it's like, obviously she has to kind of understand it from both sides. So I think, you know, she's open, and when she's older, and of course, I'm sure, you know, she'll make her fully final decision, but more than likely, I feel it'll be along the same lines as I think. But then you never know, if kids go off to college, then it can get lost.
I think you just said, you know, something along the lines of her getting both sides of the story in school or something like that. But I think it's worth pointing out they're not getting, none of us got both sides of the story. There is no flat earth.
I'm saying if you have a parent who knows the truth, like me and like you guys, and then they go to school, they kind of have to understand both sides. They don't get both sides at school. I'm saying they get one side, you know, the truth from the parent side, and then they get the indoctrination side from the school. I'm saying if they're in school, they're obviously, and they have parents that know the truth, then they would have to kind of understand both sides, because they have to be able to regurgitate the school side at school, and then at home they hear, what we talk about. That's what I meant by both sides. They don't get that at school.
Oh yeah, yeah. So you meant your daughter as an individual, but yeah, my point is, myself in the past and most students in school today. There is no both sides, unfortunately.
Right.
I was going to say, indoctrination, that's education without demonstration with a hint of imagination.
Right. That's a good one.
That was kind of good. That was good. I like it.
Meanwhile, we're dealing with inflation as a nation, and Joe Biden's constipation, mental constipation, people better.
God help the nation.
Hey, that's pretty cool. It's like the group songwriting session. Everybody pitch in.
Oh, yeah, I'm back. Just got a bag of that shit. Facts. We need
Welcome. Welcome back.
Y'all, thank you, P-Mac.
Bag of what?
A whole bag of it, bro.
What's the name? You give me a name.
Bag of it, bro. Flat Earth proof. Every
Okay,
time
you got a bag of flat proofs. I like it. I thought
every
that
time
was
I put at the sky, I get flat Earth proof.
I thought it was a bag of something green.
Yeah, maybe not now, but definitely flat Earth proof though. It's quite telling when you get a picture of a triangular shaped star. It's hard to ignore that, man. Come on, this isn't the flat Earth server. We don't have like all these people quiet. Come on, no fucking way. Somebody pipe up. Seriously. Don't tell me y'all scared about talking about truth. Come on, serious. I'm there for you, homie. Come on.
Witchcraft.
What am I talking about, dude?
What's up, Witchcraft?
I mean, like I just took
throw some blood in the water.
Took some pictures of triangular star. I mean, like, what do you think? What do you think Glober reacts to that? You know what I mean? Like there's no way, right? Obviously,
Well, I want to see the picture. Triangular star. Let's share what you got.
Oh, would you like to see? If you wanted to see them, I do have some other ones, like a lot more pronounced. Not exactly. Sources right now, but I do have some pictures in here. I'll put it in the live stream. Voice text. Should be able to find that and repost it. But to me, it's a real visual aid for debunking gravity.
All right, so hold on. How do you say your name? The dude at the bottom, W something. I know you've been here forever. Witchcraft?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Witchcraft. I have a question for you, man. What do you think about the sun and the moon being luminaries?
I think they're very similar in light composition because I've seen a moonbow before, so it only makes sense that it's very similar light that it gives off like the sun. Just a little, I mean, just more dim.
Why wouldn't you say the sun and the moon were complete opposites of one another in terms of what they do?
Because I disagree.
Why?
I've seen a moonbow for myself, so
I'm not basing the argument on, or not argument, but the discussion on the premise of you seeing a moonbow. Why I'm asking you is the observance of the moon and the sun. Why wouldn't they just be the opposites of one another?
well, I mean, they can't really be opposites if they're both in the sky.
Why not? If they were under some kind of, let's say, a prism, let's say that they were under some form of a structure which allowed them to perform as two almost refracted type of light segments. What do you think? Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if I really don't think that they're opposite though. I don't know. What do you think?
Okay, so here's why I think that they're opposites. When you take a thermometer, I believe an infrared gun, and measure the direct moon light itself, i.e. the light that is being casted by the moon directly in front of you, the observed moon light that's being produced versus the light that is in the shadow is approximately 5 to 6 degrees colder, right? So the direct moonlight is colder than the shadowed moonlight, if you will. Now, when we do this with the sun, I'm going to tell you, based on what I know, because I felt it, when I stand in direct sunlight, it's hot. When I stand in the shade, it's cooler. So those are two factual observations that I've made that lead me to believe that the moon and the sun are performing in complete opposites to one another. That's just the beginning, not to mention that, I mean, obviously, the daylight versus moonlight, they do the exact visual opposite. So 2 of my senses out of the 5 are already thinking that they are direct opposites. My visual also tells me the same. That's 3 out of the 5. What do you think?
What about the visual? What does that tell you that it's opposite?
Because one lights the day and one lights the night. Though I can see your rationale that they are both still sources of light output. So I could see them being similar in the instance of the visual idea that they're both sources of light.
Wait, did you say it's colder out of the moonlight? Is that what you said?
No, it's colder in direct moonlight and warmer in the shadowed moonlight. 5 to 6 degrees observed.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed part of that. Okay, thanks.
So, generally following that statement, it would seem to be true, yeah. Like I said, I disagree that the moonlight is cooling because, for example, I'm a big weather freak, so I feel like I've got a good idea of why it cools down at night instead of the moon being involved. For example, over here, they don't believe in clouds. So the sky is all the way blue. I look around left, I look around right. It's still blue all over the place. I can't see a cloud anywhere in sight. And so consequently, what we'll always see is in a day, it gets really hot. There's nothing shading you. It's gonna warm up, get nice and hot, 100 degrees, boom. Nighttime, no clouds. 100 degrees, it doesn't happen. More like 65. There's like a 35 degree swing, maybe 30 degrees, on average, that pretty much happens here at this time of year. And the reason why you get cold nights is always going to be because of the cloud cover. Every time. Doesn't have to do anything with the moon. And places that are shaded, even a tree.
Hold on. Something that's the opposite over here. Over here in the wintertime, when it's dry, it's freezing cold. And when it's cloudy, it's much warmer because the condensation holds in the heat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying.
That's the opposite of what you were just saying.
No, motherfucker. I know what I just
Whoa,
said.
whoa! Holy smokes, guys! Not guys, actually, dude. We're Witchcraft. We're on the same team, my friend. You're the resident dude here. We're just having a conversation, guy.
Kidding. But like I was saying though, it gets colder over here real fast because of the lack of cloud cover. Heats up fast, cools off fast. Clouds, they're like an insulator, just like you suggested.
Okay, but and again, Witchcraft, I'm going to check you because I realize you're talking about an observable, something that you've observed, and I appreciate that, right? But what I did in what I was referring to is this is something that is observed 2 or 3 feet in front of your face, right? You take a gun in your hand and you measure the moonlight that is in front of you, and then you go to the shadow and measure, right? And there's an observable difference between what is right happening in front of you. No clouds present, clear moonlight, right? This is an observable thing that happens, right? So based on us being this container that we're in, being designed as a gas-filled container, a closed system, right? And we know that, again, gas is in that system. I'm also going to say to you that, yeah, the gas that is above the surface, the floor, right, this earth that we're on, there is going to be ambient heating and cooling that occurs due to the heat of the ground. And that's going to carry over into the night as well, right? But I think that we have to observe what we can observe directly in front of us with as much ease as possible. And last time I checked, being able to observe moonlight directly in front of me with an observable temperature difference of 5 to 6 degrees is something that is definitely worth reporting, especially when it's colder, not warmer, which we would expect from a light source.
What kind of a thermometer are you using when you're measuring the moonlight in and out of the moonlight?
Let me go get it. Hold up. Not it, but the...
I mean, is it a laser pointer where you're pointing it at the ground?
So with even a canopy of a small tree, it will be able to trap heat just by, like I said, it's a canopy. It doesn't allow the heat to escape as quickly, so it's naturally going to be a warmer place in the shade at nighttime. Just like the clouds I was saying.
Well, the reason I was asking is because the different surface...
If you just have a piece of, like, if you just have something other than a canopy causing the shade, then what you just said is irrelevant.
All of it's irrelevant. We don't need a cold moon for anything on the flat Earth.
No,
I was
what
just
you're saying.
asking
Just what you're
about
saying is irrelevant.
About how he's testing it, because like if you're holding the thermometer like in your hand and then you're just walking from moonlight to non-moonlight, then you're still getting the air temperature. But if you're actually using a thermal, the laser thermometers, I forget what they're actually called, but if you're using one of those where you're pointing it at a surface, well, then you have to point it at the same type of surface, because asphalt traps heat more than concrete does, and grass and all of those things. So if you're having to use a thermal laser pointer, you'd have to measure it concrete to concrete or asphalt to asphalt. You'd have to, do apples to apples with a pointer, because the surfaces are different temperatures. Like concrete, asphalt, grass, rocks. They all are going to be a different temperature.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. So I really think some of these these studies or experiments, they could be improved. I haven't seen one that I'm really satisfied with to come to that conclusion, man.
Have you measured any temperatures yourself at all ever in regards to this?
No, I have not.
I'm basically no more than your local meteorologist. Let's just say that. And
So the answer to my question is a no?
the answer to your question is the moon's not cold, dude.
Yeah, the answer to my question is a no. I don't understand why. You might as well be a glober, dude. Why don't you just go back to believing in the globe?
Well, there's a good reason, because I have actually something to stand on instead of the glober. And Glober's got no proof for anything that they try to argue.
I know, but what I'm saying is globers make claims with no evidence, and you just did that.
I tried to call in a tornado, so I don't think any glober is going to convince me otherwise anything about the Earth and its silly ways, or whatever you want to think that the Earth is doing in forms of, climate. I actually have studied it, and I can recognize the patterns. A glober can't. I can. That's the difference. I'm not gonna lie. There's not a video that I'm gonna watch that's gonna convince me unless they've done it.
Well, this what I just uploaded. I was trying to find it. This is the clip that I was referring to. This guy literally he measures concrete in direct moonlight, 50 degrees, and he measures it in the shade, 45 degrees. I don't think you can lie about this, can you? I don't know. You guys tell me what you think.
I think that last night was probably one of the coldest nights that I've experienced, and it wasn't a full moon.
Yeah, but keep in mind, it doesn't really matter, because you see, this guy, he can actually take the initiative of getting a thermometer and testing this himself, but he's not willing to go that far. So there's no point even talking to him about it. You're
Dude, I asked you to watch the video, and you immediately reacted with you experienced. Anyways, forget it. I'm done.
Hope everybody's having a good day. Not sweating too hard.
Yo, Rect, what's the temperature like your way, my guy?
Let's see.
Hmm?
91. Not bad.
How bad is it? You in attic spaces today, or are you good?
Closet. 91 today. Not
In the
bad.
closet today? Don't call me when you
Yeah.
come out, okay?
Yeah, I'm done with that closet. Woo! What time?
Man, it's only 66 here.
That sounds a lot better.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to get back into ketosis. Man, I start feeling like a kid again.
Did you say you restarted keto?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
So was that witchcraft saying that he studies stuff? That's pretty cool.
Rect, what do you think about that video I just posted? Did you have a chance to look at it, dude?
Concrete, temperature, moonlight, and shade. See, I got a temperature gun, but I want to get a infrared where I can see it.
I got you. Yeah. Well, no. What's interesting with this is because this was the temperature, or sorry, the gun was measuring the surface, right? So he was pointing it at concrete and measuring concrete in direct moonlight, and then shaded concrete. And it was like one could argue, yeah, like the off gassing of concrete and blah blah blah, whatever. But the constant of what's being shown shows it as being 5 degrees difference.
Like I said, that's why I want to be able to get an infrared temperature gun. Because I got the same, I got a Klein temperature gun, so I mean I know it'll stay accurate. Because unless you put some money in your temperature gun, they can act like things are colder or warmer than what they really are by you constantly using it. So yeah. But it's interesting, dude. Yeah, I'm down for the moonlight getting colder.
I mean, it looked like a legit experiment because it was on the same type of surface concrete and it was very close together. So I would say that that's pretty legit. I mean, I'm pretty up on concrete and asphalt and all that. So
Nah, he was spraying some Freon on the side that in the shade. That's all he was doing.
There's an infrared light above his head, guys. That light was not that was not the moon. Anyway, so with that, and I know it sounds very small and minuscule, but with that idea of a 5 degree variance in direct moonlight, especially it getting colder, well, guess what? The sun does the exact same thing, but the opposite in the daytime. So again, like I said, 3 of my senses have been tickled. Luminaries, they light the gases, they do not project rays.
do you think you could feel it though? Because I mean, 5 degrees is pretty significant. Like it makes me want to go out in the moonlight and
I know you could feel it in the morning.
Yeah, I
At
feel
least
like
down here.
Yeah, I feel like I used to walk a lot at night and now I feel like I'm going to want to go take another walk. But I wonder how much moonlight you need to be able to really feel that. Maybe like closer to the full moons.
The moon's definitely ought to be full power.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like that would be a good experiment to go. I just wonder if you could just really feel it with your body. I mean, I've never thought about it.
Well, again, I'm going to go to. I can stand in the sun, and I feel that heat, and then I stand in the shade of again a building, and I feel the coolness of the shade, right? And
Right.
again, I'm going to say that the moon does the exact same difference, except opposite. Sorry.
Do you feel the sun's heat in the winter compared to the shade, or is it just less intense?
Yeah, I think the sun's heat is present in the winter.
I mean, I'm always inside in the winter because I ain't working.
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Inclination.
So, you know how the sun goes further away from us in wintertime in the northern hemisphere? I wonder if the moon does the same thing in a sense. Does it have that same track, or do you think that the moon is just set tracking as it, and it's only the sun that really does that seasonal change? I don't know if I'm making sense, but
I don't know. Would we know that based off the like sizes of the supermoons when they come about? Like, you know, supermoons like during winter versus summer. I don't know. That's a good question.
well, I mean, isn't all supermoon is the humidity? Or am I wrong?
Is it?
I don't know. I mean, the humidity acts like a magnifying glass. That's what I was kind of thinking every time I ever heard supermoon.
They said it's closer. I thought they said it's closer, but maybe I'm wrong.
I'm in the world of I don't know, so don't worry.
Guy. Huh?
I'm in the world of I don't know, so don't worry.
Yeah, I'm not. I am not the science guy. Yeah, I thought though the articles I've read, because I follow a lot of moon stuff, I thought it said that it's closer. I thought that's what they said, but I don't know.
Hello. I had to restart my phone. My phone was getting so hot because the moon wasn't out.
Aww. Here we go. Thanks.
Little boy wouldn't respond. He says, yeah, it was. Oh my gosh, why are these wasps fighting each other? I don't get it. They're actually mud daubers. Some friendly fire there.
Okay, looked up.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were actually asking an observational question, like you see
You could
wasps.
demonstrate the moonlight to not make things cold. That would be really great. You know,
What about moonlight?
It would be great if you could demonstrate that it doesn't make things cold. It'd be great if you could demonstrate that.
Like I said last night, it's on a. It's like a crescent moon, and it was a lot colder than it was on a full moon.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just the way you feel like on your skin. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about measuring it, you know, the temperature. We have things we can use to measure temperature, you know.
Two different things though, right? We're talking about ambient.
Feeling it. I was talking like it was measurably colder.
And what you experienced, that was ambient temperature. Ambient temperature is the temperature of the room that you're in, right? We're talking about the temperature of the light, the observed temperature of the source providing the light output. We're not talking about the temperature of the room. We're talking about the temperature of the light bulb in it's producing the light. That's what we're talking about. That's all. And again, you're totally right. And my knee-jerk reaction about your question what the wasps were, because wasps are very territorial. They're ego-driven insects. So their egos speak before anything else.
Yeah, well, they're actually mud daubers. They're not wasps. They're a whole nother category. I mean, not category, but yeah, they're very different. I'm a flat earther still. I just don't think the moonlight's cold, man. It's that's all there is to it, really.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this place is not about, our feelings or subjective reality. It's about demonstrable reality. So, by all means, think this to yourself, but just think it to yourself. If you're going to say it out loud on here, we want a demonstration. If you can't do that, then please do be quiet.
Yeah, there's definitely no effect that the moon has on temperature. Demonstrably, a lot of people would agree with me. Right now, the moonlight's only getting, we're only getting less and less and less moonlight. That means that we should at least see some sort of effect in temperature. The moonlight covers a lot of area. It should definitely have a very huge effect, if that's the case. I don't think that effect is recordable or measurable, repeatable, and I don't think it's demonstrable.
Well, then why are you still talking about it?
That's what I'm saying.
Why are you still talking about it?
It kind of sounds like you've covered up your microphone with your finger or something. I can't really hear. Sorry.
Why are you still talking about this if you're not measuring anything?
And what do you think? Like, because it doesn't really make sense to me. That's why. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Okay. It doesn't matter, dude. Those are your feelings. We don't care about your feelings. Keep your feelings to yourself.
Well, I feel like you're wrong. So you might feel the same way. You might feel like they're feelings, but they're really educated feelings. So they're quite a bit higher than you think. Show me something that's cold. Show me cold light that we've created. Do you have that?
No one's claimed that. Now you're straw manning people. Dude, get a grip on yourself.
Yeah,
I got a good grip on myself, but I don't see what you're talking about, though. Don't understand what you're trying to argue, bro.
You just asked me if someone can artificially create cold light. You obviously know the answer to that is fucking no. Why would you ask me that stupid fucking question?
Cold lasers.
No, I was hoping that you would claim that, so I could definitely debunk you on that.
My bad.
Cold lasers. Look it up.
Yeah.
Well, okay, then
You want to call them cold lasers because they're not fucking as hot as the other ones, dude. I just fucking debunked you. I've looked that up before. Don't fucking throw that in my face.
Yeah, well, guess what? Witchcraft. I'm not making claims. You are making claims, and you're not backing up your claims.
I actually wasn't even talking to you, though, bro. So it's all good. It's all good. You don't have to worry about it.
What is going on now?
I don't know. I just muted his dumb ass. Fuck him.
Why?
Because he kept making positive claims and refused to back up positive claims with any direct evidence. We don't tolerate that bullshit here.
What he said, what he's claimed.
He claims he's making the positive claim that moonlight doesn't make things cold.
Is it?
That's a positive claim. I'm not claiming it either way myself. because I'm not concerned with it either way myself. But if he's going to make a positive claim, he has to back it up with something. If he's not going to back it up with something, he's got to shut the hell up.
Well, I understood that he's saying that we cannot prove that moonlight is causing cold.
No, I just proved that. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the idea of moonlight. Moonlight directly in the video that I literally just quoted myself, replied to myself. Watch the video. It's 5 degrees. Listen. Hold on, Sasha. Wait a minute. It's notably 5 degrees Fahrenheit difference, right? I'm done with that argument. Period. Locked up.
Okay, great. Can you tell me which conditions was in the atmosphere in that moment when was hitting the light in all atmosphere in that point?
I have no idea, but what I can tell you, the constants in the observed. Hold on.
That means that it. Listen. Only question. Only that means that it could be something in the air what causes that change the temperature.
Okay, but there was enough in the air for me to observe a heavily lit viewing area, which he sampled with his gun. And then he went to the shaded spot and did the same. So before you come and try to fill this argument with ignorance, please observe the light output that's in front of you.
No, yeah, of course, it's my ignorance. I'm asking. I'm not saying opposite. That is not true. I'm only asking.
This is why I say you need to observe what you see in front of you in that quick clip and realize that it is a clear night. Okay? He's measuring the temperature of concrete, which is in the direct same light. And then when he goes to the shade, he observes a variance of 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Where is the variable that can come from the sky that can produce those conditions, Sasha? Use your mind, please.
How did hostility enter this dialogue about the coldness or hotness of moonlight? I don't
understand.
understand.
A question of hostility.
Yeah, exactly. Don't start muting people and start being aggressive over some bullshit like this.
Who said that? Who said that?
Ryan, if you fucking mute me again, dude, I swear to God.
You need to back up your claims. Back up your claims or shut the hell up. That's the rules here. Do you not understand
Ryan.
that?
All right, get the fuck out of my face, dude.
Ryan, but nobody likes, especially here from Flat Earthers, if somebody is exaggerating in something, nobody likes. You know that.
You don't just mute me because you disagree with me, dude, right? You're not doing that because you just disagree with me. You think that I made a positive claim.
Not about that.
So, why don't you tell me if I made a claim? You tell me what my claim was right now in front of everybody.
You claim that the moonlight does not make things cold.
I'm falsifying your claim with that, so shut the fuck up.
What? Say that again?
You heard me. You heard me goddamn well.
I didn't hear you. It's gibberish. You're speaking gibberish. You're an idiot.
Hold on, and let me just provide some clarification. As the person who brought the original point to the table for discussion, I would like to illustrate the fact that Orion has provided me the space to explain this. Witchcraft has explained what he has felt. What I've presented is evidence that this is an observable thing that happens. Now, I can understand Sasha entering into the discussion to provide some questions, i.e. what were the conditions that were taken and so on and so forth. My criteria that I presented, all I was asking for was some feedback as to the potentiality for this observation that's there, because we're observing it and there's nothing in the sky that I don't think can change what we're observing right in front of us, right? And coming to me with a adversarial opinion stating that you feel different tells me that you are observing the ambient temperature. Okay, so here's the thing. You brought an argument to the table, right? I classified your argument, and unfortunately I have to put it to the side because I'm dealing with a visual observation versus a feeling, an ambient measurement that you're attempting to explain. This is why Orion is saying you're being demonstrative to what I'm presenting. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out he didn't bring an argument. He brought a claim. He brought a claim without an argument, and that's the problem.
I saw it, and it will be nice to repeat that in many locations, into not only on concrete but also on concrete, and if that's happening everywhere, that mean yeah. But you need to consider that also concrete could have the different temperature also.
Sasha, I agree
I'm
with
fucking
you.
sick of you muting me, Orion.
Sasha, I fully agree with you in what you're saying that the concrete could be, and this is the thing that is a valid point for us to engage with, okay? We've removed what's happening in the sky above us because we were able to outline the fact that the light output is the exact same in the scenario that we're dealing with, one. Next, we look at the concrete, and I can raise the question, and I thank you for bringing that forward, is that when that light hits the concrete, how does the concrete interact with the light? Okay, so, and then if I'm going to go measure that concrete in the light itself directly versus in the shade, if the concrete is interacting with that light output differently, then yes, the temperature output is going to be different. However, I'm still going to lean on the fact that it is a 5-degree in Fahrenheit variable, and it is something that is worth noting for further observation. That is my only point.
Yeah, I'm saying if you repeat that and move, I don't know, now under the tree, and you look the grass under the tree and the grass on the open space on the moonlight, and the giving the same results, then you will say yes, of course.
I'm going to say that that experiment looked pretty legit. That's why I asked you to begin with what was being used and what kind of a thermometer and if he was switching surfaces. But he did that experiment and he didn't even go anywhere. He was right where the line was, and he took the temperature here and then pointed it over there. So he didn't even go anywhere. So he didn't go anywhere where there could be a big fluctuation of temperature differences. And I was looking at the surface, and there was no reason it should have been a 5-degree difference unless the moonlight is actually affecting it, which now makes me want to go and look for, a shade line on the same. It does have to be the same surface. You can't go asphalt to concrete and grass.
Yeah,
you can't really even go grass to grass, because when you're pointing the temperature, you could be hitting the dirt, you could be hitting a blade of grass. You can't really do it in the grass. It has to be asphalt to asphalt or concrete to concrete. The grass doesn't really work because you don't really know what the laser's touching on the grass.
Then I've had some globers say, well, you should be pointing it at the moon. And no, because if you point it at the moon, then you've introduced a whole crapload of variables. You've got the ambient temperature. That's where ambient temperature comes into play more heavily. And ambient temperature to deal with. You have wind speed to deal with, right? And then you have another question to ask, how do you know when you're measuring the shade versus the lit? You'd have to be stepping behind a building. Now, if you step behind a building, you've effectively altered the condition because The building could be providing shade from the wind, shade from ambient temperature, anything.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to point it at the moon with a laser. You'd have to use an actual like thermometer temperature gauge that you hold in your hand that you don't point at anything. You'd have to just move from the light to the shade, and it would have to be again very close, or the temperatures can vary because the what's in the air right there would be like you said, going behind a building. Like then you're going somewhere and it's a completely different situation. You can't do that. It has to be like where the shade line is. But yeah, you can't point a pointer like that in the air because it's going to hit something.
But it's good things to
I
do.
think you guys are making a good point that you'd want to measure the wind also, or at least do this do this measurement of temperature on a night where the wind is very low.
Yeah, it would be actually a really good experiment if you had both types of temperature gauges where you could find a shade line on the concrete where the texture, where the concrete texture doesn't change, and you find the shade line and you can actually measure the temperature on the actual concrete, but then where you could actually measure it up in the air with like a regular thermometer and then walk to the shade. Like it would be interesting to see both of those readings together.
Or to have two thermometers also.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Have one that measure that you hold and it's in the air, and then one that you point at the concrete, to have both kinds. Like that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
At the moment for the Globers.
How are you feeling, man? You okay?
Yeah, I'm still recovering. Having a meal now outside.
Hey, you're eating. That's good.
Yeah, trying to.
Blatty. Blatty, I see you. Blatty. That's all right, man. As long as you got my shout out. I've been working on that. Blatty. Blatty. Nah, Sasha, it's never fighting, dude. No. It's never that. And I boys, I feel like I want to express something. When I'm talking about stuff, please don't ever take what I say personally. I will never attack anybody directly, unless you're being extremely disrespectful and ignorant. But the passion that I speak with is the passion from a standpoint of understanding, and I'll be the first person to apologize for stuff.
That was in the name of the moon, not in my name.
Well, dude, if you bring a sad face around here after the little explosive episode we just had, it's gonna make me want to address it, right? So,
like moon is sad and everything. I'm okay.
I'd be sad too if people kept shooting stuff at me, trying to blow me up.
Hey, man, it's all good. I don't mind it.
No, I mean witchcraft. Listen, I don't know if you are you familiar with the Wu-Tang Clan?
Oh yeah, actually, I've seen them perform live. They're pretty dope. You better start cheering when they get on stage. That's all I'll tell you. You know they're not performing unless you're fucking freaking out.
So they're heavy teaching in their wisdom, the W being representation of the wisdom and teaching mathematics, right, is always keeping your tongue sharp in battle. We engage in battle. The crowd now screams in rage. Okay? So the idea is that you and I can engage on the chessboard in discussion, okay, and you're not going to yield and lie your king down and submit.
Come on, man. So you know I'm a chess player? You want to play?
Buddy, well, we're not playing too well linguistically, so I don't know if I want to sit down and play with you actually literally. I'm saying that in order for us to actually sit down and facilitate an argument, or not an argument, sorry, a discussion, we have to be able to entertain ourselves with, or not entertain, but have a discussion between ourselves with intelligent debate versus talking about feelings. Chess has no feelings.
Yeah, that's true.
My son took my queen on the weekend, and I chased his king until I killed him. Literally. We had like 6 pieces left.
Yeah, I've been put on a pedestal since I got out here by a few friends, and I don't know if I really liked it, because being told that I was undefeated and then going to a place where people could probably easily defeat me and then witnessing it, yeah. It's just like, yeah, I know I'm gonna get beat someday.
But when one puts their ego aside, is that not when the true learning begins?
Yeah, I was really hoping to find somebody that could beat me, because it becomes more of a real game instead of me just making moves that I know are going to be devastating to my inexperienced opponent. Yeah.
I.e. bringing your pawn 2 spaces out in front of your rook.
In front of my rook? I kept trying to explain it to them, like, all right, dude, that's like literally you're breaking the first rule of chess. Don't ever move those pawns. Like, just imagine like they're not there, and you'll start automatically being better.
Unless you're playing chicken with a psycho.
I mean, it's definitely intimidating.
Think about that statement, chicken with a psycho. Do you want to play chicken with a psycho?
No.
Therein lies the question, my guy.
It's very hot out right now. I couldn't even talk earlier because my phone was overheating. I had to take it out of the phone case. I think that helped a little bit.
Did you ever play the drunk chess?
No, God, I just met the organizer, or yeah, I guess you'd call it organizer, and her favorite chess set is some kind of chess set where it's like all shot glasses, and she's really proud of it. So it's like, for one thing, it's hard enough to see the pieces. It's just ridiculous. I don't know why she likes it so much.
I remember one time my friend came and said, "Do you want to play chess?" I said, "Yes, okay." But he said, I have another rule how we will start." And I said, "Okay." And he said, "We will put the wall between two, how to say, in the middle. We put that LP, you know. And then you put your figures however you want. And I cannot see, and I put my figures however I want. And then when we said ready, we moved in the middle, and then we are started not like a normal chess, like a chaos chess. Do you understand?
Yeah, so you couldn't see each other's moves, right?
No. In the beginning, you don't put the figures in order like you're putting in normal chess. You put however you want. Queen there on f6, whatever you want. But you put something in the middle. The middle of the board that I cannot see. What he's putting. Then he's putting the figures. He will put the figures. This is like nobody will move nothing. And then from that point we will start.
You fortify your king. You fortify your king using your rook, not the rook, the knight, using your knight and your pawns in the middle of the board.
Yeah. Something like strategic. You are making first. You're not starting chess like a normal chess. You put all.
No, you don't. You don't build a kingdom from the outside in. You build a kingdom from the inside out. Right. That's why you don't move the extremity pieces first. You move the internal pieces first to set the kingdom, and then you move the people on the outside because those guys are expendable.
Yeah, I'm telling you how people played. How I played one time. It was like a joke.
I know, we're engaging in conversation. You're painting one side and I'm painting the other, right? Somebody who's listening to this conversation will have the advantage only of your purview, right? I'm introducing the second purview so they can understand the whole picture that you're painting.
It's kind of like a blind theory, I guess you could say, because let me get this correct. You don't see your opponent's moves because there's that.
You don't see you don't see opponent's part of the board in the beginning. He will arrange figures how he wants and start from that point. Then you will play normal chess. Then you can, but you don't see it only in the first place when you put all your figures on the board and then you move that things what is in middle, and then you start to play chess.
It was pretty interesting.
You have 65. You have 64. 64. How to say points? 32 of points is his. You don't see him. You put something in the middle. That you cannot see, and he is putting now 16 figures on 32 fields, however he wants, not like a rule in chess. And I'm putting the same. Then we move that middle wall, and then we're starting to play chess in that chaos what we made it.
8 times 8, 64.
It was one also good story about chess. I remember like a child, it was like some old. I think it was Arabic story or something like. It doesn't matter. It was like that some guys need to do something, and the king said that he will give, I don't know, whatever they want. And three guys want blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. Well, the first one said, "I want to like a goal. How I'm great." Another one said something similar. And third one said, "I want that you put on the chess board one seed of whatever, of corn, let's say, on the first one, and then you double till the end." And then King said, "Did you give the guy after a few hours? Did you give the guy all seats?" And other people said they're still counting.
Yeah, I believe that was a grain of rice for every square, and then you multiply that grain of rice. You keep doubling that. So one grain, then another, and then once now you got 3 grains, and you're about to get another 4 of them. So you got 7, and it just exponentially keeps growing and growing.
Yeah. In the beginning, it's small, but when it starts to come to 30 or I don't know, that is a number. And then to 64, it's too big number.
I believe that at some point, I guess it was like a few big ass bags of rice, and he had quite a few meals because of that. Yeah, smart man.
I have a trick. I can predict the results. If you say a number with like a 347, I will say the number, the results, but you need to tell me 2 more numbers and 2 my numbers, and all that 5 numbers will give the results what I said after your first number. I can give you another math. 3,959. Doesn't match with reality. Because of math. Maybe we need to ask first people when they come here, what is the sphere? Definition of that. And then
Well, wouldn't that just what is the sphere? What do you mean by that, Sasha?
sphere is geometrical object which has the radius formula and everything. Curving you can explain. You can say perfect sphere has you know what is sphere. And then when you define, when people put that in mind, then you use the math. You take the one small sphere and explain, but with real dimensions. Like this is basketball. Look, the radius of this basketball is 10 centimeters, and you show because you can measure, and you show what will happen on the half. That you will have the curvature and the drop of I don't know. Doesn't matter now because I don't know the math of the basketball. And then you explain that basketball, and then you say, okay, great. Now let's go to do and see what is going on there.
That's my big ask. I say to them, like, what is your observed depression over a 60-kilometer distance? I always go to the 60 because 60-kilometer distance for me is a known. I can point to that, no problem, because I've learned that. Right, I had the advantage again of being located Lake Ontario, Burlington, downtown Toronto, 60 kilometers, big white building, 300 feet in height. So I have that advantage. But when you're able to say, okay, based on that distance, there should be an observable depression of X amount of feet, that's ultimately the dimension that you're referring to that would give them an observable depression that is not, in fact, there. Because over a stretch of 60 kilometers, there should be a depression. Minimum 500 feet. Minimum. And there ain't
Not there
even that.
because, it's not there because we don't call the sea curve. We will call the sea curve, and we will measure everything a reference to the sea curve. Of course, because it's sea curve. But we are not measuring anything on the sea curve. We are measuring on the sea level. And it cannot be leveled everywhere if it's sphere. That's why I told you we need to define first sphere. Problem is because you seeing distance flat, and that's wrong. Because that cannot be flat because you're seeing flat. If it's curving, then maybe could be flat. That's the logic. If you are stationary, then you're rotating. If you're rotating, then you're stationary. Is it gravity stronger during autumn?
What'd you say? Is gravity stronger during autumn?
Yeah.
Like a season? So you're saying that
Yeah.
a season?
Yeah.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. No, I don't feel fatter in autumn.
You know, the apples and all fruits are growing, and then it's starting to fall down. Then leaves in late autumn starting fall down.
Talking about. I was looking right at the GIF when you were saying it. Wait. So was Isaac Newton? Isaac Newton was really black, and we're just hiding that fact, right?
Stop! Holy crap, guy!
But,
No, I thought that's what he was about to say.
Can you imagine observe the apple growing all the time growing, but it's not growing all the time. That apple is falling, and then one day it's really falling. But meanwhile, that apple never grows. And these leaves, what you know, when you have wind and leaves are going and with the frames like up and down, like playing with the gravity. And if it's wind blowing, that means that we have something like double force. We have wind plus gravity force. When I was young, people were saying that Jesus was walking on the water, and I thought that it's fucking ridiculous. And I'm still thinking about that. But what I heard here on this server, what people claim, comparing that walking on the water, I could believe now that Jesus walked on the water, but all that claims I cannot even put in my mind. Even I still think that human cannot walk on the water.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. The idea of Jesus being so outlandish walking on water initially was crazy. And then you listen to everybody talk about that we're on a globe, and you're like, no, wait. That's just too crazy. Let's just go back to Jesus walking on water. Yeah.
Well
said,
properly
Sasha.
like
Well
that. Yeah. My God, all this changing of definitions in the modern world, all this like a level curve, horizon, the rise of the horizons, I call them, like it's not one, it's more of them. Oh my God, and my eye's the only one, and I'm like, oh, what shall I do? There is more of them, and I know only for one. Ionosphere, stratosphere, everything around the Earth, but we are orbiting 66,000 miles per hour, and all these layers are coming with us in the same position, Great.
Get. What's going on, dude?
Hello, guys. Nice to hear you guys.
Been a minute, man. How are things your way?
Good. I heard that interesting claim, Jesus walking on water, and I was curious to ask a question.
Yeah.
About it.
What do you want? There was not if it is not helium, he could walk.
Yeah.
If it was liquid helium, he could walk.
Yeah. But I know that line in the Bible. It's a line in the Bible verse. But what does it mean to you when you hear that phrase?
That Jesus walked on the water.
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know anymore. I forget it. It was like that it's like a reject in one moment, like I said, like a rejection for the like it's a crazy thing, and it was like a miracle. I think that was described like a miracle. He could do that because it's. Yeah.
I know it is a miracle, but what about the guy who said it in here?
Who
was it?
Me.
Was it witchcraft?
No, I said it. I said it in comparison for.
Yeah, Sasha brought it up as a contention, or not a contention, but a comparison point.
Yeah. So, but you said something about it also. So, what do you think it means?
So you're asking me for the input or Sasha for the input?
Yeah. You too, everyone. Yeah.
I don't know.
So, okay. I'll tell you what it means, because this is where vast majority of people they misunderstand it. We are water, and when you see the word sea in the Bible also, that refers to people, masses of people, nations. We are 70% of water, and when you read that Jesus was walking on water, that the symbolism of that is that He's above our minds. He's bending our minds, like he's superior in intelligence, knowledge, everything.
In
That's
Canada,
the meaning.
we think Jesus walked on water. We just figure it was a frozen lake at the time.
No, it wasn't.
Whatever we get, I'm telling you, it could be that it's also misrepresented, but it was like that was a story, for thinking that a human being cannot walk on the water, of course, because cannot, and that's it.
Yeah, water is not solid to hold you.
And because of that perception, even of Bible, it was like that was used like to somehow to discriminate to Bible also, like you believe in somebody who was walking on the water, And I wanted to compare that with the things what I heard on this server in the last 2 years. It's like you want to say
I also see this as a miraculous thing, like walking on water is something miraculous, is not something ordinary that we can do. But scientifically, it's kind of plausible. It could happen. It is stuff that we don't know yet about this world.
Okay, let's unpack a couple things about this instance you're referring to, get beget. One, Jesus. He did some amazing stuff, right? He was the only dude, apparently, to walk this matrix 33 years sinless. Okay? Yeah. So if you take a figure like that and tell me that he was able to do this, and again, smile on his face, always engaging with his fellow man with light and love and teaching, right?
Yeah.
He accomplished this amazing thing. Now, let's unpack the story itself. Did this not happen on, what sea was this where he walked on it? Wasn't it the Dead Sea? Or is it a different
not the Dead Sea. I think the Red Sea.
Okay. Now, the sea that he walked on didn't, and I could be way off base, I'm throwing this out just for consumption's sake, because, again, it adds to kind of the story, but the salt content in that water as another thing. And I'm not saying that anybody of this world could potentially walk on water, but I'm also saying that if the body of water
questioning
was
this phenomena itself
was dense enough, right, and maybe it could support, I don't know, 100 pounds versus like no pounds because of the high salt content. Again, I'm throwing balls at the wall right now, right? Why not?
Listen, when you read this story, you will see that there were fishermen in a boat on that sea.
Fish could not survive in salty water. Well said.
And they speak that they see Jesus walking on water, and this is their observation. It's something that they see. These people are ordinary people like us, fishermen. They are in a boat on the sea, and they see Jesus walking on water. So they didn't say that the sea was frozen. They didn't say that the sea is salty or stuff like this. So it's normal water, a normal sea. But yeah, it is a miracle. I'm not sure how, but I know that it says in the Bible that he had long hair, Jesus. And also, it was the same for Samson, the strongest man. He also had very long hair, and his physical strength was coming from his hair. So once that woman cut his hair, he lost vast majority of his physical strength, and in that time he got captured and chained, and he wasn't powerful anymore to escape.
You're speaking about something, Delilah.
Yeah. So the human hair could have something electrostatic properties, which can make us give us such powers, but obviously we do not know how to.
I think
there
it's
is
cool.
a video experiment on YouTube about a helium balloon attached to some Tesla coil, and when you add electrostatic charge to that balloon, you can see that balloon like falling to the floor, or it starts lifting itself, when you put a opposite charge. So
I think
Now we explain it how what they are doing with the helium.
yeah.
No, it's not funny. It's really like okay, they are only changing the charge and then they're there up.
Well, yes, but you see, electrostatics is a force that exists. Yeah, it's
I think
real. It's not
JC's coolest.
gravity.
I think JC's coolest trick was when he let his hair down. He turned water into wine, and he pulled out his frankincense and rolled it up.
Yeah,
and started passing it around.
Started sharing the cannabasam oils, ointments.
Hello, Sunny. Yeah.
Yeah, ahoy, me hearties. Ahoy there! How is everybody today on the plane?
I literally just lit that. Holy crap, boys. You couldn't have called it more perfectly. Thanks for that. Holler.
Wait a minute, what? Say that again?
Dude, you guys were calling it as I was doing it.
What? Lighting up?
Lighting that stuff.
Nice.
I got one in my hand.
Time. Like, it was perfect divine timing. I was like, thanks for that blessing, boys.
I just lit it too.
Holler. Let's go.
I need one of you to roll one for me.
Okay, everybody, just take a nice big long draw and enjoy the breath.
I'm gonna roll my frankincense now.
I don't think you get the same effect from frankincense. Oh, sounds like a song.
What's that saying? The dude obeys? Oh, the dude abides. That's what it is.
So cool.
So, any new hotness subject?
I got this case that Flat Earth Dude gave me, and it even hangs up on the wall. But I can carry my guitar on my back and put all my gear into little pockets. It has even my note like sheet music.
Nice.
So I've been down on the corner, out in the street. I've been down on the corner, out in the street playing music at the local coffee stand lately. So much fun.
My holiday is almost over.
Traveling for your holiday?
Yeah.
my life feel rain. Oh, yeah.
A little or two now.
All right. Sonny.
Thank you for the last thing you got my way. Hold on. Where's that darn ashtray when you need it? Oh, I don't know. I should probably put my spaghetti sauce. That's funny. I went to get the ashtray. I saw the ashtray, emptied it, and started walking away from it. When it no way, bro. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. Here's the hard part. Thank you. That's by an anonymous writer. Left that song to humanity as anonymous. It's called Romance. If you didn't know. Foggy Mountain Breakdown reprise, if you will. Thanks.
So, Sonny, how's Sharon, your transitional child, Chad?
Sharon and Chad, they changed their name to Karen and Darren. Thank you very much.
That's a good one. keep turning right to shake people's hands? What the hell's wrong with that guy? Hey, Biden, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro? There's nobody there. Shaking hands with ghosts. Peter. Anybody else here ever take a shower with a daughter? You ever take a shower with your daughter? Woke up this morning, I couldn't believe what I seen. All these transsexuals, I'm thinking what they used to be. It's they, them, they, their, number pronouns. Huh? Old dude. Old dude. How old are you? You really like really old? Old.
Thank you very much.
Pretty good. Pretty.
This is the Jazz Hour on 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Please
I don't
enjoy
know.
your time here. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how that music came out of me.
I wouldn't even call that jazz. It's just like a conglomeration of.
It's like Americana.
Yeah, it's something else. That's not jazz.
It's like blues.
Actually. Yeah, it's more blue. It's more bluesy. That's right.
It's like a blues. Yeah, it's like a jazzy kind of blues, actually. I like the little transition zones where you're going like. See how you play the change where you're going like. So, like in a short way,
Yeah, that's where it gets jazzy.
you play that half step down. You play that change.
Just you wait till I get my guitar out. I'll fucking blow you away. Peter. Come on, man. Two machines.
Nobody's brave enough to do that chip at me. Actually, me and Jeff Beck, yeah. We can both kind of do that. This is an acoustic guitar. That's a weird look. That's fun. That's astonishing. I'm still amused at myself. Like I'm just fooling around. I'm just fooling around in it, and like I end up doing these changes where I'm like, that sounds badass, and I didn't even plan it. I was just basically fumbling around, going from place to place. It's so fun. It's almost like Bob Wills in the Texas Playboys. It's kind of like that, actually. You ever heard any of that? Y'all should look it up. Bob Wills. He plays like
a little bit.
There's this has a Bob Wills Day every year.
What's that?
There's this town in West Texas that has Bob Wills Day every year. I've been there a few times.
It's like that kind of like, I don't know how I incorporated that because I didn't really plan on incorporating this. Like a lot of what I play, it actually turns out to be like the type of theory you would call it in music is honky tonk and ragtime. Like I learned how to produce this kind of music on my guitar, like, which is weird because I'm just like a blues player. Like I learned the most simplest blues things. Those are the first things. And then like all the acoustic tunes, Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Neil Young, like America. Like I grew up with the Byrds. Like I grew up with all those jingly, jangly acoustic songs, you know?
Well, back in the day, Bob Wills, guitarist, is credited as to being the first guitarist to use distortion or something to that effect.
almost sounds like getting ready to go to church or something. Somebody be singing some gospel soon.
Hallelujah.
All right, waxing all moody there for your afternoon.
Thank you so much, Sonny. I think I'm in the right mood right now, dude. You definitely made that happen.
Well, that's cool. You know what? That's the most rewarding thing I could ever think of being able to do. Not only like be able to help me suspend like whatever kind of like, I don't know, like things going on in my mind that may not necessarily be like real, but nonetheless they are real because I perceive them, and they definitely aren't necessarily real. So the music kind of like helped me put like a I don't even know how to describe it. Like how I can kind of set my intention, my mood out into the air, and like what you're telling me, it actually is reaching you. So that's really cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely loving it, dude. It was quite the art. I really admire that. I wish I had the talent that you do.
I like
But
doing some really weird stuff. Yeah, I like doing some very strange things that most guitarists won't dare do. You know, like the hardest songs that I can think of. It's like Steve Howe from Yes. You seen his finger picking before? I learned a lot from him. Like I picked up 2 tunes. They're both like 12 or 14-minute long songs that have like, I shit you not, like 4 to 6 different styles in the same song as instrumentals. These 2 tunes took me like, well, one probably took me about 3 years to even play all the way through. The other one took probably 5 years to play all the way through. For the first time to play it all the way through. Had to do it in pieces. So anyway, I'll try to play it. I played it earlier. My fingers are sore, but oh, dang. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. I almost got it, man. Hold on. That's so funny. Hold on. got?
Right, sorry.
Wait a minute, almost done. Dang, that's the hardest part. Fuck, that's hard. That song is brutal. Okay, thanks for listening. I have another one that's just as brutal and beautiful too. Brutal and beautiful at the same time. Anyway, sounds like the women I pick. No, just kidding. Anyway, the other one is a flamenco impression, but I don't know if I'm ready for it. Maybe in a little while I'll do it. Right now, I'll sing a song about I always hate it when I run out of
As always rain on me.
When I run out of weed, I can't stand it when I run out of weed. There's just one thing I can't stand when I'm in need of weed. Oh, heavens of mercy, I'm almost out of weed. It's gonna last less than a week. I can't stand it when I run out of Tell you what, I feel like I'm a freaking hit maker today.
Well, I feel like a hit taker.
Okay. Me too. Yeah, I haven't seen you around in a while. You go onto the other server. I know you're hanging out. How are the other guys over there? Say hi to them when you see them.
No, I'm on vacation now. I drove like 2,100 something miles
Dang.
to go to vacation. I did it in a couple days, like 1,000 miles a day.
What the hell? No way can you drive that long. Yeah, I guess you can. What am I
Yeah.
talking? Of course you can.
I'm a
like
flat
20
earther. I can do what I want.
I know. It seems like like I'm starting to realize there's very few limits I have. The ones I have, I just put on myself. I'm like, why aren't I out there doing the thing I want to do? Like in my dreams, like I've already kind of prepared myself logistically and physically, mostly physically. Sometimes I'll go out and think I can spend a lot of time like overnight outside, and shit starts happening to me outside that doesn't happen to me inside. Like I guess it's like the cold sets in when you're outside, you're completely exposed, right? Unless you're in your shelter. And otherwise, like it's amazing that even a 10-degree difference in temperature, if you're sitting still and you're outside versus warm, it gets cooler and you're not moving anymore. You don't have as much circulation, you could get chilled. And for me, I have very little body fat, so I start getting cramps. Like when the temperature goes below a certain, so I have to do like double layers. Like I have to do all kinds of shit. But I'm gonna start doing this, taking everything I need and going camping out on the beach, man. I'm gonna start. I love it out there, man. I like spending time out there. I could lay down and take a nap, and there's nothing going on. It's perfect. I don't hear the screeching frequencies like I do here all the time. I mean, I do hear them outside, which is really weird, noticing that I hear these frequencies outside too. And they're not the same like tone all the time. Otherwise, I would know that's tonitis. But what it sounds like to me is they're frequencies that are converging at certain points, and I can hear almost where they are in the sky. It's weird. I'll be in a place and I hear frequencies going. That's what I hear. Hear it all the time. It's going. Hear it inside my house. It's more like going louder. It's like screeching.
Yeah, that's I also like keep hearing Running with the Devil in my head while I'm outside. It's just for some weird reason.
Are you serious? I hear voices like, I'm starting to think, that's one thing I wanted to ask someone like Witsit, or maybe you guys, I'll bring it out there because it's an odd topic. And most people don't talk about shit like this because it's strange. It has to do with the unseen world that we live in also at the same time as we live in the visible world. I hear conversations when I'm out in the woods. I could swear I hear a conversation. I know there's no people around because when they start coming, I can hear them about 100 yards away, which is 300 feet. I can hear them walking. Like I can hear them walking if they're like 100 feet away. I can hear them walking.
Maybe
so I know no one's around, and I hear voices. I hear like a freaking conversation, like just a little tidbit of it. But now listen, in these canyons, also sound travels really strange. Like I've heard voices that sound like they're right across the trail, and they're actually coming from a house that is the opposite direction, up on the hill, up on a cliff, 100 feet above the level where I am, or a couple hundred feet above. So sound travels really strange. Street sounds travel really strange in this area, in these areas. It's kind of bizarre. But I've heard things that sound like conversations where there's no one around. I'm like, so I'm thinking, here's what I want to present, because I'm only telling you the effect.
So what are they saying?
So I don't know, just like somebody whispering, talking to somebody, just in a normal tone, a more normal tone of voice. Like, what did you think of that? Like something like that. What about that day? Like, I don't know, just little bits of. Anyway, so listen, I'm thinking, are we like this ether, this medium that we're in, are the reverberations? Because we know that every time we emit a frequency, it goes outward. So is there lingering frequencies that are still there, resonating in the medium that I'm hearing.
I would think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think so. I think so.
You think so? They might be.
Yeah. I think it's what do they call it now? It's like there's intelligent spirits, and then there's like what do they call it? There's something's just like kind of playback.
It's literally like almost like this. Like I'm on this place that obviously for probably the last 40 or 50 years, this place looks like it's been used for many years, probably maybe even hundreds of years. This place has been a canyon for hundreds of years. It's pristine. It hasn't been touched other than when they put in sewers up along below the ridge line. They put in sewer system like for the people's houses above, right? So that's separate. But other than that, this place looks like it was pristine with waterfalls. There was probably fish. There was probably shellfish. I see remnants of freshwater mussels, freshwater clams. There was probably fish. It was probably a paradise. Now, this little place, this little pocket, is in this place where there's a little ridge line between the high ridge where the trail exists and the creek bed, which is lower than the level I'm talking about, which is like this little platform wedged into the hill going into this creek bed area, like going to the the higher level of ground. So walking in on the trails far to the left and far to the right, this place is right in the middle where the sun shines in from the west right into this little area. It's covered by trees, fully covered, like it's really great, man. Bunch of pine trees all over the place. There's a place where there's like bamboo, like some kind of tall grass that almost looks like bamboo, but it's just like a really thick grass, and it grows to about 5 or 6 feet. And that is left like this really soft, matte kind of bamboo area where, like, honestly, when I leave there, my feet are cleaner than when I got there. But it's a trip to be there because, honestly, it almost like someone's passing along the trail and I hear their conversation, but there's no one there anymore. They just traveled by here at some point in the past. I know that sounds weird, but I felt the presence of the indigenous people that lived all over this area. They had families. They had lives. I sensed their presence from before. I know they were here. Like it's almost like they're still there.
Yeah, it's called residual energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, residual.
And I get to sit there in the same place that they were looking at maybe hundreds of years ago at this pristine, basically these little pockets of pristine wilderness that is just like so peaceful and so calm. And a lot of people can't handle that. Sitting still with yourself, it's taken me a lot of practice actually to go out
without a mobile phone,
to be totally by myself and be okay with everything that I have with me. Just be satisfied that I brought everything I need, which I usually have, and there's nothing to worry about. And I'm like, I feel like I'm separate, out of harm's way. And people actually in that place, people pass by, they can't even see me. They can't see me. It's not a place you would look unless unless you knew where you were looking and looked right into that area. You would never see anybody in there, which is phenomenal because I live in the city where you can hardly ever go where no one can see you, and where I can sit still and be totally at peace and do anything.
In the city, you can be in a crowd of people and nobody sees you.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. And that's something to do with the subjective. How do I feel? Also, like, do I feel? Sometimes I do feel invisible. I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna get ready to start doing full on camping on the beach, like with everything I need. Like at least see how long I can go. Once I do it the one night, then I'll get over that whole hump because I just need to
that one night.
I can do it on my bike, but listen, I have to have everything strapped to the bike. So I have a trailer. I just have to get off my butt and go, if I'm going to go and do this, I bought all this stuff for a reason. Just put the trailer and I can have everything. Sleeping bag, tent, all the food, all the water I need. Like I can even have water to wash with. Like I can have soap. I can have sponges to wash my dishes.
Well, here's
Have
the
little
thing.
containers. Have little containers to put butter in. So in the morning I can fry up some freaking eggs and have my coffee.
I hear you now, Sonny.
That's the time. That's the kind of camping I'm talking about.
You buy the tent, you buy everything, and you have to go.
Yeah, well, I like actually have it now, except.
Well, get out. What the fuck are you doing sitting in the fucking flat, man?
Yeah, no, it's super hot out. That's why I went out just for a little while playing music.
Right, Jay. And when the winter
It's
comes,
already
it's super cold out. I can't go. It's too fucking hot. Nah, it's too hot. Shut
No,
up making
see,
excuses.
you're
Get out the
right.
fuck.
No, shut up. The bike is fully charged. What am I waiting for? Fuck that. So in the next couple of days, I think I'm gonna get ready. Probably over the weekend. I was gonna go tonight, but I had a really restless sleep last night. I was up like every couple hours peeing. Like I don't even drink that much water, but since I switched to distilled water, I pee all the like I can go a really long time without peeing. But when I'm home and I'm laying down resting, I'm up at night peeing all night and I haven't even drank. I drank like what? 2 or 3 sips of guava nectar. That's it.
Guava.
Like before.
like
And
guava.
sometimes I'll drink some milk or some kefir. But I don't drink much water, but I pee way more water than I'm ever drinking. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So-
How's this happening?
Go to bed at 8, wake up at 10:30, gotta pee. Okay.
I drank like half a liter. I'm pressing fucking 2.5 liters. How the fuck
Yeah,
is this happening?
exactly. It's like that. It's almost just like that. But with this hot weather, let me see what the weather is. I think it's over 80 today. It's getting warmer and warmer.
Drink more guava.
Go to the beach. I need a 77. Yeah, that's pretty warm. That's the high.
77. You're 77 now? Jesus, you're right.
77 degrees. That would be 25
degrees.
25 Celsius. It's pretty nice. 65% humidity. That's pretty high for 78 degrees. Where I go, it'll be like more like 88 degrees in the canyons, at least 85. Where there's no wind. It's scorching. I won't go there today. It's too hot for anybody, man or beast.
Is there a river you can go to that you can do a bit of fishing? Or
Listen, the beach though. Yeah, no, but the beach is got the river coming in. So right now there's huge waves. At least there was when I was there 2 days ago. 6 to 8 foot waves, huge walls of water, storm waves coming in on the shore. Like on the breakwater, it looks like pipeline, but they're coming in at consistent intervals. So you have a barrel wave coming in every like 10 seconds or 15, maybe 20, maybe, yeah, more like 20 seconds.
so you're a surfer dude.
I used to be. Not anymore. I can't paddle. My shoulders aren't strong enough. A few years ago I was, but I might try it again on a calm day with a longboard. I don't even own a board anymore. But right now the water's so warm. Let's see what's the water temperature. Ocean temperature today. Ocean temperature today is 69 degrees. Hell, it's warm. I remember this in 2017. We had the warmest water in 10 years. In 2017, it was 72.3 degrees Fahrenheit. Sea water temperature in San Diego expected to rise to 69.4 degrees in the next 10 days. It's going to be almost 70 degrees in the water. Do you know how warm that is?
Yeah, that's way better. See, I'm on the central coast, and it's like 58 degrees here.
Yeah. So look, the average temperature in July here is 68 to 74 degrees.
I know. So awesome. And I think the East Coast is also warmer. But yeah, San Diego, if like you go north from me, I think it even gets colder. Like if you go up towards San Francisco, I think it's even colder than it is here. And we're like 50. water temperature.
Yeah, now the waves are back down to 3 foot 10 inches, 3 foot 11, just below 4 feet. They were 6 to 8 feet the other day, 2 days ago. It calmed down. It was a big storm surge from the south, from Baja. There was some tropical thing. And all the outskirts of those tropical depressions come and hit us. They usually end up going from the south to the east over our mountains and to the east of us over the deserts and into Arizona. And then they get monsoons. Like my son lives in Arizona, Phoenix. He said they got monsoons. That's from all of this tropical stuff that hits us here first, usually. Sometimes it actually goes inland in Mexico, then just travels up, and we don't see much of it. Yeah, so it's a great time to be at the beach. I feel like just going there and setting up freaking camp. Even if I have to eat my freeze-dried food, like, I don't care. I have great water, so just as long as I have enough water and food, yeah. But I'll have shelter, warm clothes. Like with the trailer, I can put everything. I just need to do it.
Do it.
I'll do it. I might even do a live stream from my campsite on the beach. I have a YouTube channel. I've never done a live stream, but I could do a live stream at the beach. I don't know how the weather be. I don't have a really good camera, so you won't get. Sometimes you might get good observations if it's clear enough. But anyway, we'll see. I'm gonna start getting my shit together. I got projects to do now. I like to stay busy, so I have to fix part of my bike carrying apparatus. I'm going to have to probably design my own racks and stuff because I can't find what I need, like, already made. Yeah, so I'm trying to break out of what Gospel Bear around here has talked about, the toolbox fallacy. Anybody know what that is? The toolbox fallacy?
Where you're looking for a tool and you don't have it in there?
No, you're trying, before you start a project, you're waiting until you develop the entire toolbox before you start. I have that in spades. Like, I'm trying to break through that. I'm doing well. I'm actually projected myself forward back into doing projects and getting them done, like actually starting, finishing what I do, and it's going quite well. I fix all kinds of shit. Fix stuff all the time. Like every day seems to be something else to fix. My Stratocaster guitar is the next on the list to get fixed. Got the drill right here. So if Flatty's there, Flatty, are you there? No. Well, it's probably nighttime for Flatty.
Running their drill the other day. Somebody else was running a drill the other day.
That was me with my guitar.
Oh.
I had it electrified. Now I'm about to take it apart because I need to change a switch.
Oh. Well, now I feel dumb.
I got it already. Actually, I figured out if I'm careful, I don't need to be at my workbench which is actually my kitchen table. I don't need to be at my kitchen table workbench. I just can do it right here in my living room while I'm here on Discord, and you guys get to hear all the sounds, which I'm sure all of you just love.
Yeah, I love those sounds. Hey, I see Timbo, you're back, bro.
I'll mute if you guys are talking.
No, it's okay. But yeah, if mute if you want. I'm not gonna force you.
Yeah, I'm back,
Yeah.
mate. I'm on my way to work.
Oh yeah.
6:30 in the morning in beautiful Australia.
I have a cousin out there who's he's a chef in Sydney.
Nice. There's a very good restaurant scene, Sydney and Melbourne.
Is that Timbo over there down under?
G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. No, another shrimp on the barbie. Good to see you, man.
You too.
Another shrimp on the barbie is what they say, right?
Yeah, but we call them prawns. So I don't know where that saying came from.
Really? Really? Oh.
Right.
Well, I mean, I knew they were prawns, and like, I just didn't know that it was really our issue. Okay, so yeah, it makes sense that we would fuck it up instead of you.
I think what happened was, you know, Paul Hogan, who did Crocodile Dundee character.
Yep. You call that a knife? This is a knife.
He did an advertising campaign for Tourism Australia in the US, and I'm pretty sure that he said that line over on your
That's
TV.
where it came from, the programming. Check for that, man. Thank you.
So
what do we
what's
mean?
the thing supposed to be? Prawns on the fire?
We have so we kind of shorten everything, so it's a barbie. Barbie's a barbecue, but it's just prawns. But we don't really cook prawns on the barbecue, so I don't know. Like I don't know. You don't go to a barbecue at someone's house and everyone's cooking prawns.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Shrimp on the barbecue would just be, it's disastrous. Like they stick and no, forget it. I totally get you, dude.
It would just smash a lot of lamb and.
Well, don't they leave it in the shell though? If they were to put it on the Barbie.
Yeah, you leave it full. So you leave the head on and everything. And then you just bite its head off.
Well, they got like the shrimp. I mean, or the prawns, I guess, have they got like a brain the size of a couple grains of rice, right?
Yeah, you can eat the whole lot as long as you get the poo shoot out. Then you're fine. You can eat the brain.
Mud vein.
Yeah, it's pretty tasty.
Yeah, prawns. I used to really like prawns.
I'm a big seafood fan, but I don't like. I know it sounds weird, but like really fishy fish. That fish that really tastes like fish. Like I can't stand anchovies and what's the other little ones that sardines and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say my daughter actually really likes sardines, so.
Well, they're salty, aren't they? Like, I think that intensifies the taste for it. But I guess some people like salty foods. I mean, I kind of do myself, to be honest.
You know what's weird though? When I was younger, I could have sworn, because my mom liked sardines, and I could have sworn that the sardines we got out of a can back in the day, like you could actually like pick it up by the tail and like it was like a whole fish and like you could pick it up. But now it's like every time I buy sardines for her, she has to use the fork to get it out of the can because it like you can't pick it up. Has anybody else, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me and I'm not remembering correctly.
Yeah, I don't eat them.
Yeah, I should ask my mom because I could have sworn she'd be like picking it up out of the can like a fish, if I remember. But I have never found a can now that you could do that with, so it just seems odd.
I love
tuna in olive oil from a can. I mean, it smells like cat food, but it tastes so good.
Oh yeah, the tuna with olive oil is the best one. Once I tried that, I couldn't eat the one with salt water.
Mm-hmm. And you can literally put it on everything. But sardines are also good. But I like sardines when they're deep fried. No, man, that's delicious.
Anything deep fried's good.
I've never tried the tuna in olive oil.
Oh,
You
gotta
should.
Get it. It'll change your life.
Really? Wow,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check that out.
Well, because when you have the tuna in salt water, and then you have to kind of, I don't know whether you do, but you have to mix it with something to kind of, otherwise it's dry, like maybe some mayonnaise or some vinegar, and you got to add some olive oil in anyway. But you take the olive oil one straight out, whack it in a roll or on a piece of toast or something, and it doesn't need anything else.
Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about it.
But you got to be careful as well, because some of them say blend of olive oil, and then you look at the back and it's like 10% olive oil and 10% sunflower oil. So you've got to see if you can find one with just olive oil.
Yeah, I would always go for a little bit more expensive one, which definitely has the simplest ingredients, which is olive oil and tuna.
Yeah, some of the olive oils that they use commercially are not fully olive oil. So that it makes sense that it could be iffy. Because a lot of the food manufacturers, when they say olive oil, it's not 100%.
Yep.
So any Globers in recently, or in the last couple of hours? No.
I haven't seen anybody new come in the last, pretty much all morning. Or no, I did see a few people pop in, but they popped out too fast.
Timbo, you showed up yesterday when your friend from Down Under was here visiting, right?
Oh, that lady? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for showing up, dude. That was awesome. I was laughing so hard. I was like, when your brother shows up.
Well, when I was working, I build houses and renovate houses, so I have my headphones on as earmuffs, and I was just listening, going, why does she keep on saying? So you guys saying that my stars aren't real? And I was like, what? I've never heard this silly argument before. And then she was a flat earther, and you go, what's going on here? Are you a flat earther, or what are you arguing against? I'm not sure. I understood with the rotations, because visibly things look like they rotate, but we don't know what's going on up in the sky. So, and what going on from what AI said after, maybe that makes sense. Like, because people say, flat earthers think that Australia is not real. But then he said it wasn't about Australia is not real, the place. It's not a real country. And I understand that, because there was, sorry, I'm going on a bit of a...
No, take your time, dude.
So we had a referendum in maybe the mid-90s to leave the Crown, so to become our own country.
Yeah, and when you say the Crown, just for people who are listening, the Crown being the British Commonwealth, is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So we most people voted no. So we opted to stay in. But as they were doing that, they changed I don't know what it is, but they changed something and changed the structure of the actual country. And that's when people talk about it being a corporation and have no, and we don't really have those God-given rights and stuff like that. Something actually happened in that time where they changed everything. So by AI saying that, he's actually right what he said about it not people saying it not being a proper country. I don't know if you follow me, but yeah, I've got to look a lot more into it to get my facts straight. But
Okay, wait a second. Hold on a minute. What year was this?
I think it was maybe the late 80s or early 90s.
Interesting. Because I mean, the whole idea of the questioning the existence of a country, that would be put forth in that medium, because the thing that you tell that story, and my again knee-jerk reaction is what happened to the United States of America when they declared bankruptcy in and around, I think it was like 1915, and introduced the Federal Reserve and Capital Bank and all that stuff. And then you had the introduction of the United States of America as a corporation versus the United States of America as a country. And just as you said, AI last night was talking about that that thing of the edification of the country versus the actual corporation of the country.
Yeah, so imagine what happens when if you declare bankruptcy, then you have people come in called not liquidators, but the one before that is they come in to run the company to make sure everything's paid.
Yeah, similar to like John Wick, the adjudicator, in a way.
Yeah, so
right? the cherry counters, cherry guys.
Yeah, so they come in and take hold of the company. So if the US became bankrupt, then wouldn't that same system happen? And someone else would come in and take over the country and the monetary system? That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I totally get it. Quick question. You said you build houses. What size houses do you do? Out of curiosity.
I used to build double-story ones and stuff like that, but I'm actually more into renovations now. So
okay. So interiors or additions?
Interiors,
Nice.
bathrooms, kitchens.
Bathrooms and stuff. Very cool. Very cool. I mean, I do building permits for my my area, so I totally I'm into the renovation and addition stuff, especially residential. Cool stuff. Man.
Yeah. That's what residential. It's a lot better work than
yeah.
Less
worries, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah. Less worries. I'd say less. Yeah, because you don't have to deal with much structural work either. So. But yeah, I'm going to look into this transfer of power, so called in Australia. So I'll get back to you guys on that.
So I believe it may be on the part of maybe the Bill of Rights or whatever. I don't know if that's maybe what it is. I know exactly what you're talking about though with for example, Canada. I'd seen the document that's supposed to grant people their human rights. And wouldn't you know it, the Queen Elizabeth had oversigned the whole guarantee of rights. Not her underlings, but she herself, the one who has supposedly the ultimate authority in granting these people their rights. She oversigned it. Meaning that she doesn't grant anybody rights or doesn't guarantee it. She needs to sign underneath. Literally, there's a spot that she was supposed to sign it. It was like designated area for her to sign it and to guarantee these people their rights, but she oversigned it. So she doesn't give a fuck about people's rights.
They never have and they never will.
All right, boys, let's talk about people's rights for Clay. Give me one quick sec. People's rights. Do you guys know who King Cyrus is?
Cyrus.
King
No,
Cyrus.
doesn't
King
ring
C-Y-R-U-S. Pardon me?
Some dead dude, I guess.
So he wrote the Cyrus Cylinder. Take a look into it. It's super cool. Now, within the contents of the Cyrus Cylinder, he wrote the original written, I guess you'd say, it's the first written element that talked about people's rights. He was the king of, I believe it's East and West, in the Middle East, maybe the Middle East and West. But he had to write something that brought his people together. And so he came up with the Cyrus Cylinder, which was the first written thing that talked about people's rights. And this is where it's kind of like almost the original constitution in a way that talks about what people should be allowed to do within their lands without getting harassed by the powers that be.
How do you spell Cyrus? Is it Cyrus or?
Yeah, I'm going to search it up right now and I'll put it in the chat. Bear with me.
Wait, what country? Well, what area was he from?
He was from the bush, mate.
From the bush. I go out bush all the time. I'll send in a pic of my my 4-wheel drive setup. I got a rooftop tent on the top, a fridge.
Damn, Flatty's got me. So the Cyrus Cylinder, the clay cylinder, Babylonian account of the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus in 539 BC, of his restoration to various temples of statues removed by Anyways, boys, that's the link right there. Flatty, thank you so very much for that supply, my guy.
Hey, look at him coming clutch like that. Yeah, I like that. Flight good people.
That's what we do around here, man. We have each other's back, especially when someone's engaged in battle, in a verbal battle, and they're trying to reach for the pencils that they can draw on the board, and someone hands them the pencil. It's an amazing feeling. Someone's always got your back.
Holla. I wish that was the case for everybody. It's not that way for everyone in here, unfortunately. Well, at least they left.
My guy, you put out, you get what you put out, right?
Speaking
and again, observation. Always observation.
Speaking of Flatty, I'm about to put first pick of the open assembly so you can see the electronics. 1 second. Coming right up. Images du jour. Okay. Oh. Alrighty, 1 second. I'll put it in a DM free Flatty, and I'll also put it in live stream so the rest of you can see what I'm doing.
I'm so deep in the bush right now, I have to take big steps.
What are you doing? Camping?
Oh yeah, I'm in the wildy, bro.
What state?
California. California love.
Excuse my ignorance, but do you have bears and wolves and stuff up there? Or down there?
Yeah, there's bears.
Only up in the mountains, like in the wild reaches, up in some of the national parks and some of the wild areas up in the mountains. Yeah, up around the deserts. There's mountain lions. There's no bears though, until you probably get like Northern California, maybe in some places, or along the Canadian border and Alaska. Most of the bears in the U.S.
That's where I'm at, though.
have been wiped out.
That's where I'm at. I'm in northern Cali right now with the mountain right here in view. I can see a helicopter flying kind of overhead over the mountain. But yeah, oh god.
Bears and Big Bear. That's in Southern California.
There's actually bears still in Big Bear. Okay, I could believe it.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting it. Probably up around Arrowhead too. I don't know about that though. That's maybe more deserty. I'm not sure.
No, I went to Arrowhead too. Arrowhead and Big Bear are all in the same area right there. But yeah, there's bears. There's bears up there.
Yeah, I believe it. Like especially up around Reno and Tahoe, those mountains are really stark. Like it's pretty amazing. Let me see, Flatty message. I don't know if you can see that well, Flatty, but those wolf switches, the wolf strat switches are all on the left as you see it there. Let me see. Hold on. I'll put my previous strat picture on there so people know if they care. Strat, where'd you go? I'm for sure I put that. Image. That's weird. Oh, that's right. All my pictures are on the other login that I can't use. Great.
I want to sing this right now because you guys say California and it popped into my head because the lyrics are now in my head and I can't stop singing them now that I understand them. Bass may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Yeah. What song is that from again?
Californication.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the Stratocaster in its all its glory. Hold on. This is Flatty's side. Here we go. Live stream voice text. I'm glad I'm not one of those boomers that doesn't know how to operate technology. That would be.
Yeah, it would be terrible to know how to use this technology that we're forced to deal with every day, right?
To not know how
I don't know if I was about to say I don't know if anybody really heard of it, but I just was checking out the damage from there was some fires in California. They over here they called it the lava fire. It's like a volcanic mountains around here, like the Cascades. But like that wasn't caused from a volcanic eruption. I think that was kind of like a planned burning, controlled burn. But they honestly, the firefighters did a really good job. You can see a lot of remains. You know what I mean? Like they're burnt up trees, but like they're not like tiny little twigs. They're still pretty big. You know, they're there still. They're just waiting.
Amazing that they could burn the rims, the wheels, aluminum wheels, and windshields, and stainless appliances, and marble granite tops. That it could melt all those, but all the trees nearby perfectly fine. Crazy stuff. How could it melt the stainless steel and the wheels off of your car, but not the trees right next to it?
You're understanding what he's suggesting, right, chat? Sonny, you smooth devil, you. You guys know what he's pointing at, right? Think about this. A fire did not consume a tree, but it consumed metal. I say to you, Sonny, do you think that that could be an electrical fire versus a gas type of fire?
Well, PG&E was being sued for the fires at the time, and yeah, I believe they did lose that lawsuit. Correct me if I'm wrong. They did definitely have some kind of negligence involved with the whole situation, but I don't think that they're solely responsible for the whole beginning of it.
But again, take what Sonny just outlined, right? He rendered that as something that we should consider, which was the type of fire. Because the consumables that actually got consumed within the fire itself are questionable. Because, like, when I see a fire burn down a house, it burns down the house. The cars that are parked in the garage when the house goes down are generally okay. They're surface charring, perhaps, things like that. But, I mean, Sonny, where are you at, man? What do you think?
Had to run off into my kitchen. I have some
no stress,
homemade spaghetti sauce, and I
Let's
started
go.
some water for the noodles. Anyway, yeah, about the fires. What was your last point? No, I was sort of listening in the background. I heard you, but
It's no stress, man. No, in your what you had said, because you raised an amazing point, is you outlined what was actually consumed in these fires, right?
Yes.
The fact that trees were okay, so to speak, but the cars were consumed, right? Or cars were greatly affected. And my question is, because I actually talked about this a couple of years ago, just the source of that kind of fire, the difference between an electrical fire, so to speak, spark created electrical, right, versus a flammable, flammable liquid-based gasoline type fire, liquid fire. That's where I'm going with that idea. And that's where I'm curious to know, what do you think about those two potentialities as a correlation for the reason?
Well, you have to take into account, like, those different things. How is it possible to cause conditions? What could cause conditions that would cause things like marble countertops to disintegrate, or aluminum or metal rims, or metal wheels from cars to actually melt? It takes quite a bit higher temperature and a more focused kind of flame. As you know, you don't just throw an aluminum rim on a campfire and cause it to melt. No, you have to use it like you'd have to use like temperatures used in a foundry or a forge to get those kinds. So you have to take into account those factors, which means that the fire, whatever caused combustion at those levels are something completely different than what you would normally find in a wood-fueled forest fire, for instance. Yeah. So, also with a caveat, they also found trees that were burning from the inside. Very strange that trees would be burning from the inside, the whole entire core of the internal part of the tree on fire and the outside not on fire. That's a very odd thing to happen. So I don't know. Does that mean that somehow the combustion was caused from the ground going up into the tree? I don't know. It's very anomalous. All those fires are very, very strange. People don't even realize how strange that actually was. We live here in California. I grew up in Southern California, where I saw the entire Santa Monica Mountains burning all at once, from the mountains all the way down to the shore in Malibu, where the ocean is. So I think these fires always occurred in LA, and they would start raging across, burning very expensive neighborhoods in the early days. Like there would be these firestorms literally in LA. That's common. Even the indigenous people that lived here before called it the land of 1,000 fires, the valley of 1,000 fires, because it always looked like there was always something on fire. But I think they capitalize on that, so they have these fires. So we'll create our own fires, because why not? We're already changing the weather, causing mass devastation down in the south with these hurricanes. That's becoming quite profitable. I mean, to rebuild those places that got destroyed by these storms that they are creating, yeah, that's hugely, hugely profitable. So that's working so well. Why wouldn't they keep on destroying for profit? And actually, if they want to get some people out, such as pot farmers in a certain county, burn them out. Why not? If you had the ability, wouldn't you do that? Especially if you have no conscience and are some sort of evil fuck. See, that's when cursing is more effective. See how I used it? Didn't curse all along the whole way till the very end. Just saying.
Listening.
There's a clip I'm looking for, Sonny, that has it. It was a storm in Japan, and they showed the sky and two types of lightning. I don't know how it happened. Freak phenomenon. I don't know. I'm looking for it now. But you can see a blue spark lightning arm, blue being indicative of a higher burn point, and then a red type of flame lightning strike. Both occurred at the exact same time. I'm looking for the video clip now. I'm going to share it as soon as I find it.
I'm almost positive I've seen.
And it's a red arm, right? So here's where I'm getting into the idea of burn points. And if it's an electrical fire, it would be like a bluish type of a haze, if you will, or light that would be given off. And I'm wondering if that is with, well, not wondering, but we know that based on what science has shown with burn points, and the higher, hotter the flame burns, I believe it's a bluer type Bunsen burner, right? Versus the red being a cooler, slightly less burn.
I can't say this for certainty, but I do believe I did see. I had to have seen a video that was very similar to what you would look and observe. Regarding that story and in that area, there definitely were some electrical fires, but like I said earlier, I don't really know for sure exactly what is the cause of getting the whole thing started, the whole raging fire. I guess the fire was raging against the aluminum rims. Hey, where is everyone? Sasha,
digging in the
tag
crates.
in, bro.
Sorry, I'm running back and forth. The narrative that came out of those fires, that they said happened was that PG&E has their electrical lines running out there, and that they had maintenance, like deferred maintenance, where they weren't checking all their lines and cutting branches away and things. And then during times of high winds, supposedly they would say that like a spark would happen, like let's say the tree, is too close to the line, and then it makes a spark, and then the wind blows it. So that's the narrative that went out, and then PG&E got sued, and so now the outcome of that is that during times of high winds, a lot of times they're shutting off the power out in those places, which can affect a lot of different communities in California now, because some people have had high winds for like over a day, and they've had the power out in those communities. So, but yeah, there was a lot of strange things that didn't really make a lot of sense. And so, it was interesting.
I feel like I'm hearing some birds of prey teaming up right now. Definitely a crow call.
What?
Well, I was just saying I can hear some birds of prey. I can hear a crow calling in the background.
Oh, okay. Watch out.
Flying right over my head after you said that. Thanks, bro. Real nice.
I'm waiting for someone to land in the chat based on that observation you just made. A crow circling. You know what that means, right?
You're being what? What?
It does depend if it's clockwise or counterclockwise. At least it does for me.
That is a fair statement. I'm going to look into it right now. Hang on.
Y'all got any bendy space time in here?
Yeah, man, this thing is really bendy.
Bendy. I need it to be bendy. It's the only way.
Straight from the Arctic, bro.
I really wanna debate a Glober. Can we get somebody in here? Like I really want to have this horizontal and level discussion right now. I feel like Bev was missing a good argument when I had heard that. No disrespect to him. He's definitely a solid FE proponent.
You're saying you want to debate a sober?
I want a Glober.
Oh, I thought you said a sober.
What is that?
Since you're drunk, you want to debate a sober one.
Yeah. Well, I'm not drunk, so
not anymore.
it's just, I don't know if I sound. Do I sound like it?
Yeah. I'm just messing with you.
Definitely.
Calling all sober Globers.
Sober Globers. Hey, Jumsy. I'm in Cali, bro. Aren't you in Cali?
Yeah.
I'm meeting flat earthers out here, bro. Not even people that I've met before, like online. It's really such a spiritual place that I'm in. I really love this vacation that I'm taking.
Flat earthers?
Yeah.
Oh man, how about earthers? Are you meeting any earthers?
So many earthers. They're very dusty and they don't care to clean their clothes.
Yeah.
I'm a troll earther. Yeah, you meeting any of those?
Yeah, there's always one. I got hearing people somebody keyed my car on the first day I got here. I don't know what I did to deserve that.
So
See, they just keyed it like the first night. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, for
Out,
real.
out like at a camp? I mean, are you like out like you're
Well,
not or anything, right?
I make it pretty obvious that I'm a flat earther, and
Oh.
I'm not gonna toot my horn, but toot toot haha. I still can argue really well, and there's no Glober that can honestly face to face tell me that it's a round spinning object that we're standing on. I won't back down. I don't care if it was Biden or Trump or Melania, whoever.
You go to places and you start saying you're a flat earther.
I lure them in, dude. I'm an expert at luring people in, and
Me too. Anyway,
Wait a
I'll
minute.
lure,
Hold
I'll
on a
lure
second.
the whole freaking neighborhood in. Anyway,
Did
right
you-
now there's a blimp flying overhead. Out
And
my
it's
window, I
motion.
see a blimp flying around, an actual blimp.
Dude,
blasphemy.
Quick question for you. Did you just say that you lure people in and then also state that your car is getting keyed? Could it be somebody maybe that has a grudge for you that you maybe have lured into your way of thinking, maybe? I don't know.
No, they're just dicks. That's all there is to that. That's some immature bullshit. There's never a justification for such a thing.
Is this the
Very
first time
vindictive.
your car ever got keyed?
Yeah, I've had I've had this one for like a year and a half. This is the first time. It happened on one side one night, and then on the other side like 3 nights later. So yeah, there's there's a spiritual battle going on over here. They're not going to be fighting fair, and I don't think I will be either after this. Yeah, they're really that petty.
Yeah, bro. Just make sure you take the flat earth hat sometimes and wash it well. No, don't be wearing it everywhere you go, because it gets. I don't know. Just you don't want to be wearing the same hat everywhere you go, bro. Come on.
All right, I'll put on the inverse Earth hat. Then I could with confidence argue that there is no curvature for sure. At least not the curvature they're thinking of.
What's popping in here?
Oh, hello, announcer.
Popping? What's popping?
Oh, I guess this guy's not even checked in. Should we unmute them? I need to draw some blood. You know.
Unmute. If anything goes wrong, you can blame me.
Or me. Take your choice. I mean, I'm willing to sacrifice myself to leave Gemsy of a higher rank unscathed during battle. I will go up on the front lines. Okay.
Are y'all telling me we got a Globetrotter in here?
Do we have someone to unmute? No roles.
The announcer is. Yeah, the announcer doesn't look like he has any roles. I'm on mobile,
right,
so I can't be 100% sure.
Huge punching bag.
Let's unmute let's unmute. Let me unmute the announcer, and we'll find out if he's the pee drinking buddy or not. Hey, how's it going?
I definitely do not drink piss, but hey, how's everyone doing?
Hey, it sounds like you're another Aussie. Is that correct?
Incorrect. I'm English.
You're English. I'm.
That mic, you need to turn down your bass boost, buddy.
It's not a bass boost. I can switch over to my Logitech webcam if you want me to prove it's not bass boost.
I apologize for being an ignorant American.
That's okay. I got banned from
the accents.
I got banned from this other server because they thought I was using a voice changer. I called the admin and said, "I'm literally not. I'll call you on my mobile."
Your mic's pretty crazy, bro.
Oh shit!
It's like resonating my headset.
I
don't even hear nothing.
The announcer, I'm wondering if you can turn your mic up. Can you go to settings, your voice settings?
Oh no, literally, it's I've got it set. I'm a streamer on Discord.
Hey, announcer, your mic is totally fine. They have to check their speakers, so they might need new speakers.
Yeah, that's their problem. They're not even using
right
speakers.
click me, turn me up a little bit, and then that should be good.
Yeah, I got to turn you up a little bit. The regular 33 volume isn't enough, so I had to turn it. Just
no wonder you can't.
I have it in between 33 and 66, so kind of right in between. Well, welcome to the server.
So literally, I got invited to this server because we was having a chat about the old James Webb earlier. James.
The one that got hit by that little asteroid?
Yeah, $8.4 billion worth of damage on one mirror. It's sad to hear, but I was just having a look at. Have you seen the image it got of the black hole? The new one with the different gases
the
around it.
asteroid that hit the satellite saved humanity because it deflected the trajectory of the asteroid. We will be
exactly.
Well, that's awesome.
If we want to put that investments that we sent up there, we will have been wiped out by that asteroid.
It just happened.
I would actually wonder how true that would have been. Like, what the trajectory of the original meteorite that was size descent. I think it was the size of a nickel that hit it.
A nickel.
Blew it to smithereens.
Basically, they uploaded a image of the damage that was done. It was to the bottom right-hand corner of a hexagonal, because there's like 18 hexagonal mirrors on there made out of gold.
Oh my gosh! So, what kind of damage would that have done if it would have hit the Earth? It would have made a small pond where the cows could have gone and.
It would have tilled the Earth out of.
They enabled most of the people to deal with this heat wave by going skinny dipping for a little while.
Hey,
I have a question.
Hey, that asteroid would have tilled the Earth out of the orbit around the sun, and we will be just going places randomly.
Quick question: how was it able to get the picture of a countertop as well?
I saw that meme. It was a really good meme. Did you see one Elon Musk deleted it as well afterwards? But he posted something similar. It was freaking amazing. He was basically trolling NASA. I love it.
You don't need to quote him. I'm just asking.
No. But the fact he basically was trolling NASA made me laugh so much.
Telescope.
Elon's so cool.
Of a countertop. I'm so perplexed by that. And there was a picture. I think you could see the flashing of the picture.
Isn't that where they found?
I guess. But here's the funny thing as well. Like, I could take a photo. Like, if I had webcam permissions right now, I could put my camera on and make you think I'm a fully fledged female, right? Using a Snapchat camera. Our eyes, can make things. There's confirmation bias as well. For example, you see, when people that see Jesus Christ's face in a piece of toast, for example. Yeah. You gotta remember, when our mind can't comprehend stuff, it makes shit up.
Right.
So, have you guys ever seen rocks fall from the sky? Like giant rocks, like the size of like a fucking mountain?
I've never seen. There's a comet that you can actually, if you got a clear sky right now.
No.
There's a
I'm
comet.
not saying did you see a light go through the sky. I'm saying did you ever see a rock fall from the sky?
I never did.
No,
I've
but
actually
one of
heard
my Russian streamer friends did actually. You know that one that went in Russia a few years ago? That came
Yeah,
down?
I remember that. I do remember that.
He was doing an IRL live stream driving down the road next to where pretty much where it landed.
I think
and
I've
that
seen
was
his
fucking
video.
Scary.
I think I've seen his video. Yeah,
That's
where it shakes all those buildings and stuff.
He was
Like
shitting
rocks fall
himself
from the
because he
sky?
thought they were getting bombed. Do you know what I mean?
I don't believe it. I don't think
Right.
rocks fall from the sky.
That's probably what it was. It probably was a bomb. Actually,
Most of the
looked
time,
like-
even let's pretend the Earth was flat for a second. It
No, but
wasn't
hold on
built
a
like
second. We're
Stewie
not done with
Griffin's
that.
face.
Hold on, we're not done with
But
that
let's-
idea
let's-
yet, because it
no,
looked
but
like
anything with
the
atmosphere,
fireworks
right?
going across the sky. That's what it looked like to me when I saw
Whatever it looks like. You know, for example, Elon's SpaceX missiles looking like they're swimming in the ocean at above 63 miles. I've heard all the shit, right? But regardless of that, whether the Earth be flat, round, built like Stewie Griffin's face, it's still got atmosphere, right? And if you put something through atmosphere, it's going to burn up. That's why we don't see most of these rocks. Because they burn up.
Well, actually, we don't see any rocks. Like none of us have ever seen a rock fall from the sky.
No,
And here's-
I don't know if any of us
here's the
personally.
thing: we never will. That's the crazy part too. You know.
I've held part of one.
Oh, you held a rock? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've held a rock, and guess what? This rock apparently had like shit
And it
that was
fell from the
space.
sky, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's fucking. I bet they like played spooky music, and Stephen Hawking like had his
No,
little
they
fucking
actually
robot
played.
voice,
They played the theme tune to.
and he was like drooling over himself, huh?
No, they played the theme tune to Peppa Pig.
So the premise of your argument, the announcer, is that we live in a.
There's no argument at all with this. Literally, like
No,
I
but you
don't
say
know
that we
what
live
the
in a
original statement was. To be honest,
Are
with
we
you.
open system or closed system?
Pardon?
Are we an open system or a closed system?
In what sense? What, the planet, the solar system, or when you get past the Van Halen belt?
Okay, so you're suggesting an open system. Thank you.
Well, no, it depends because, like,
Okay,
there's
let me
so
ask
much
you this. What
there's
keeps the gas
there's not
in
enough
place?
evidence
What
to
keeps the gas in
dispute that
place?
this isn't a simulation. Do you know what,
What
I mean?
keeps the gas in place? Let me ask you that.
Pardon?
We live in a gas filled environment. Do you agree?
To a certain degree, I mean, yeah.
Okay,
but
what
then,
keeps that gas in place?
Pardon?
I'm asking you yes or no questions. What
Okay,
keeps
it's
that
not
gas
as simple
in
as
place?
yes or no because you know on the 5th of
Yeah, it
July
is.
we
What
found
keeps
three.
that gas
No,
in
it's
place?
not. I'll tell you why. On the
Please
5th of
tell me
July,
why.
we discovered 3 new exotic particles that defeat the whole fucking purpose of thermodynamics, okay? The law of thermodynamics. Right. So, let me ask you another question. Can you see oxygen with your plain eye?
I wasn't finished asking you questions.
I know, but I'm going to ask you a question quickly. Decide
you're
what
on
kind
the
of
home
questions you're
first.
asking.
I'm asking you.
No, I appreciate that, but I want to see how much control you are.
Environment. So again, you're proposing.
Hey, I'm gonna moderate at the moment, and let's try to not jump in each other's middle sentence. Let's reply to
Yeah,
each
we'll keep
other.
it civil. I'll keep it civil. Don't worry about it.
Just have a conversation, guys. Come on.
Yeah. So the question I have, based on this how you answer it, decides on how I answer the questions you ask me. Can you see oxygen with your own eyes?
No, you can't.
Does that mean it's not real?
Not at all.
Okay. So your
breathe in
answer is
space?
basically you can have things affect you that you can't see on our visual spectrum, basically. So your question was?
Are we in an open or a closed system?
I need to know what you mean by that.
What keeps the gas in place? We can't breathe in space.
Dark matter.
Dark matter.
Yeah, atmosphere and dark matter. And so, for example, another example would be pressure, right? So you can go swimming in the water, but as soon as you go to a certain depth, the pressure's too much for the human body to comprehend, right?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
So, would you agree that, again, I don't think we're being told the truth about space travel because of the Van Halen belt, and we'll get to that on another time, but when you're going out of atmosphere, we know that we can get out of atmosphere. Let's just pretend we get to 63 miles. Oh, actually, let's go to the red ball guy that jumped from the weather balloon. Remember that one?
Lord
Why
have mercy,
then, at
Charles.
that height, did he
Baumgartner's
need to
here.
wear breathing apparatus? Why do you think?
Because the air is too thin to breathe.
Okay, so as you go
Okay.
higher, the atmosphere changes. What compromises the atmosphere changes. So at ground level, we can breathe oxygen. But when we get further and further up, let's pretend we're in a dome. When we get further and further up, the atmospheric conditions mean the amount of X is smaller. Correct?
The amount of X is smaller as you go up. Though I can
Yeah,
still
in terms of this
counteract that
case,
to
X
say
being
that.
oxygen.
Okay.
Yep. Now, in other arguments, the amount of nitrogen might increase, right? So, well, based on that agreement between both of us, that's why I'm asking what you define an open or a closed system as. Because if we're looking at a sort of planetary body, we're in a closed system because of atmospheric conditions. But if we look at a solar system body, we're in both open and closed. And if we look in a universal body, the same exists. Now, what I find really weird is when they take photos of a universe, it looks like a planet, right? Like a ball, if you want to call it that.
So you think they're actually showing you the wrong images?
No, I actually believe that the multiverse theory is right. So you know how we've got quote unquote different cities in different countries. And,
You're believing that, right? I
Kinda. It's hard to
just wanna
disprove
make
it.
sure.
It's hard to disprove. There's not an.
No,
it's the same with life being a simulation, right?
But wait. If you're believing it, why do you say it's hard to disprove? I mean, believing
Well, no, because I
seems like as if you're not 100% right. I mean,
because
if you know it's a fact, you don't need to believe it, right?
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned no, it's a fact. So there's a difference between fact and absolute fact. So we know it's a fact that the sky is blue. That's a human fact. But absolute fact is it's not blue. It's just how the human eye's wavelength of color perceives it, right? Dogs see sky different color. I don't know if anyone's colorblind in here, but you probably see it as a different color as well, right?
Yes.
So there's a difference between a fact and absolute fact. So there's a difference between a theory and a theoretical fact. So like gravity still being a theory, not proven, is a theoretical fact. It's an objective theoretical fact.
Well, no, it's not a theory. But you said
theoretical. It's not gravitational.
Yeah, it's not a theory.
It's theoretical. There's a difference between theory and theoretical.
Right, but it's not a theory. You said we're being lied to about space travel because of the Van Allen belt, but
kind of, and kind of.
Okay, how do you have? You can't have thrust in a vacuum, right?
Incorrect.
You know that?
We've proven that wrong.
Oh, how do you prove that wrong?
Quantum, about like how you can, how like we can literally levitate shit in a vacuum using nothing but sound waves, right? Have you seen it where he moves the polystyrene balls around using tiny little speakers?
Okay, so wait. You're saying they use sound waves for space travel?
No. So you said that you cannot have propulsion in a vacuum, right?
Okay,
you
using
can't
a
even
rocket.
hear shit in space, according to them. That makes no sense, dude. There's no.
Again, I don't believe that because
all right, hold on. There's no. Let's be honest. You know what sound is, right? Are we gonna at least be able to come to a? It's compression.
Yeah.
So there's nothing in a vacuum. There's nothing to compress. So you're wrong.
My point was.
See, you're going on basic terms. Like that's why I asked the question of if you can't see oxygen, does it mean it exists?
You can apply the same laws here on Earth that you can in you're called space,
announcer,
right? And
I've got to shoot off to my friend, so he's just asked me to come. I'll pop back in when I'm back though, because I'm going to have some smoke as well. I've got to go sort him out with some vitamins and cordial silver because he's got a poorly throat. So I'm also going to pick up some weed from him. So
bye, announcer. Thanks for being here.
Very good. Nice to hear you.
I've actually really enjoyed the talks.
Hey, come back.
Yeah, nice to hear
I'll
you.
definitely come back.
Nice to hear you. While you're gone, we're going to talk about your multiple fallacies in a row. Let's start with planetary objects. Planetary objects. That's okay. Go on ahead. We'll see you. We'll see you later.
Go on. Planetary objects. Go on.
Planetary objects have never been seen, measured, or experienced ever in human history. That's good. You're
Incorrect,
jumping
but go on, carry on.
36. No, not incorrect.
It is. I'll disprove you later on. Carry on. So that's the first
you're
point.
jumping 30. You're jumping. Fuck. Stop talking, or I'll mute your ass. 36
That's fine,
steps
mute my ass
ahead.
if you want, bro. It's fine.
You,
I didn't realize that in a debate.
Sunny's correct. Yeah, Sunny's correct.
apparently
Thank you.
Apparently, you don't listen. So, you've been running over me since you came in. When I tried to speak, you did not even pay attention, like you have me muted or something. So, fuck off. But anyway, so the multiple fallacies that you use, 36 steps ahead from the actual curvature of Earth. You don't have fundamental basis one for your argument or your claim of a ball Earth. Everything after that, including atmosphere, which is a misnomer, it's a misuse of words. You can't have spherical gases unless they're contained. Period. Proving you know nothing about the laws of thermodynamics. I would suggest you probably don't have but about less than a 5th grade level of science knowledge. And I could test you on that with about 3 questions. I guarantee you fail. I'd pay money. I put money on it, real money, that you would fail 5th grade science.
Dude, he left.
I know he left. That's why I'm still talking. I'm talking about him. I'm making comment because he can just sit there and you guys say nothing. Don't stop him on all this bullshit. So
no, well, hey,
that was good. That was good. We let him talk. So now I'm just commenting for a short while. Give me just a couple minutes. I'll be done. So let's see. Where should we start out with his fallacies? There were many of them.
Open closed system. That was the beginning of the
open closed system.
Yes, please go.
Exactly. Does he know what an open closed system is? I doubt it. Especially if he's using a fallacious argument like gravity, which has never been proven
his idea was that
experimentally.
the air holds the air in place.
He doesn't
right?
know what a
That's
theory. He doesn't know what a theory is. He's using a colloquial term. He doesn't know what an experiment is or what a hypothesis is.
Okay, so explain how a cloud would work in an open system.
No, that's not my job. I just was commenting briefly.
No, I'm painting the picture, right? If you have this open dome, like there's no roof to the dome we're in. That's a lot of resources you got to go through to keep that dome operating. Versus close the dome, introduce an HVAC system, heat, ventilation, air conditioning system, recycling system, so that you can keep the air in the dome fresh.
Yeah. So I guarantee you. I mean, I wouldn't guarantee this part, but if pressed for any information, this guy's going to bring up Aristophanes and the other 2 parlor tricks. What is the dude's name with the balls and torsion rods? Not an experiment. Yeah. Anyway, that one and the focal fuck off, not fucking rotating underneath a pendulum. That's all the science they have. Sticks and shadows. Alberuni with no refraction. They got nothing. They have no measurements of their curvature. They need that, and it needs to be repeatable, testable, observable, and falsifiable. And they don't have any of that. Everything he's talking about is unfalsifiable, which means cannot be proven or disproven, rendering it useless in a conversation if you're talking about what is real. That's the end of my statement. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I think he mentioned, let's start with the atmospheres, whatever, and there was some type of agreement with him, and now he's standing on a sphere since he's in the atmosphere, right? So now, from there on, he was talking everything on a globe, from a fictional place, as a character that speaks in a movie from the movie universe. So he was, we are inside a movie, therefore this is how things work.
I wonder if he's really going to come back.
So I have a question, Kiwi.
Homie, what up?
How did the conversation yesterday ended with Mr. Lady? Or this lady that was not capable of having a normal conversation.
Oh, the Australian ma'am, if you will.
Yeah, the
Guy,
Troubleshoot.
Timbo
Her
had
name
his
was
hammer,
Troubleshoot.
and he showed up, and he's like, "Yo, sister, I'm sitting on the same platelet as you, and this is what's going on." He took her directly under his wing, and he handled it, man, like a boss.
Ah, okay, so she understood and apologized. Huh?
Yeah, man, I called her on her shit directly and said, like, you walked into a room full of people located on the northern hemisphere, you're in the southern hemisphere, and you're calling us all liars because we see something different to you.
Right, right.
You can't do that.
Right.
No. We don't do that here.
Well, that's good.
If someone start an argument, say, "Hey, I'm standing on a hemisphere and you standing on the other hemisphere," that's already fallacious, isn't it? Like, where's the curvature to claim that you're standing on a sphere or on one side of it? Hemisphere.
Yeah, I decided to take. I remember I took atmosphere one day and I broke it down to like two parts. And I was like, well, if you take Atmos, what do you get? Right? And shout out to Acid Rain for he like slapped me upside my head. He's like, yo, bitch. I'm like, oh, snap. That's right, dog. Because if you take the definition of Atmos, which is the gaseous envelope surrounding the Earth or any other celestial body, see also troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere. The air or climate are particular place. This is their definition of the enclosure, though I remember hearing something where you have the introduction of sphere. So I looked at the next part of being sphere and got a round solid figure or its surface with every point on its surface equal distant from its center. So I'm thinking, how do you potentially say that the Atmos is a gaseous envelope surrounding the Earth, and in the same word say that it's a solid figure? The actual word is a contradictory word. I have to ask Gospel about this. What he thinks.
You should call it atmosphere shaped.
Or you could be literal and say air structure. Because if it's an air structure, all of a sudden, being a man of scripture, I go to what the Creator made on the second day, being named the firmament, which indicates it's firm. And then I'm like, wait a second here, Operation Dominic. And then you kind of start to unpack the entire figure. I can't. My whole thing is I like to obviously entertain both sides because it's always nice to know what the enemy is thinking during battle. But I'm like, how does a rocket propel itself in space? Clay and I got into this yesterday, and does the rocket build its own environment and propel itself as it's moving through the void of space? And once it gets to a certain point in space, it can just glide? Because the idea of gliding, I can't apply the same things that I experience here on Earth because gravity exists here on Earth. So the principles that I'd be applying here on Earth can't be applied out in space. So just the sheer application of testing. How do you send a satellite to space into an environment that you can't readily experience here on Earth unless you're capable of mimicking that environment here on Earth? I don't know, I'm really, really thinking out loud right now, guys.
You said gravity exists here on Earth. You're funny, dude.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the idea of sucking and blowing at the same time. You can't shit and well, say that much, but like you can't do that. You can't have gravity and then open space and apply laws in those two different spaces. Is that making sense, or am I not making sense? Anybody? Anybody? I just skipped the rock on the water.
Well, you got to take into account that when the Globers talk about the atmos, they actually the atmosphere, they actually mean atmosphere. Because it's pear shaped. Look at this. And then you can just say air. You're adding something to the air. You're saying air what?
The news is on right now. They just keep on repeating over and over again, like everybody's all worried about Joe Biden. He's he's giga, you know. He's got 2 boosters and still got the thing. Poor Joe.
Well, that's like a lower version of the CEO of Pfizer that wasn't allowed in a country that shall not be named because he wasn't fully.
Because he won't take his own product.
Yeah, he wasn't fully. Yeah, he wasn't fully juiced up, so he can't travel to a certain country.
As far as I know, he hasn't taken any at all. Not just fully, like he hasn't taken it at all.
Yeah, I remember saying this. I remember saying that to someone, and he said, "No, that's crazy." I told him, "Yo, do you think these people take this stuff themselves? They don't." And he was like, "You're crazy. They do." And no, they don't.
Did you guys hear yesterday? Bojo stepped down, and AOC was wearing silver bracelets, and then obviously what went down with Biden. Like, that all happened.
No, here's what's hilarious. AOC. She was just walking with her hands behind her back like she was handcuffed. She wasn't actually handcuffed.
Oh, snap, my bad.
Yeah, she fakes being handcuffed.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
She even, like, while walking with her hands behind her back, she then raises one fist to, like, pump it at the crowd and then puts her hand back behind her back again.
AOC for president. Did I read correctly that Joe Biden was diagnosed with cancer or something?
I think I think before he became president, I can't remember what it was. And for some reason, I'm thinking he had like a skin cancer or something. But I think it was before his presidency.
Okay, I'm out.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Lou should know he's like almost like close family, the Bidens. So like a third cousin. Yeah.
Whose family?
Lunatic. He runs in the family.
Yeah.
Being lunatics, kind of like.
We don't invite him to the family reunions anymore. He's always creeping out the kids. And they'll never get out of it. Hanging out by the pool, stroking his leg hairs.
Ew.
Yeah, he does
Wait,
it to
what?
test your filters.
Who are we talking about?
Joe Biden, because I got hairy
Creepy
legs
Uncle,
and they
creepy
tan
Uncle Joe.
Oh, okay. It makes more sense.
Well, that's why we can only allow him to be with the children while supervised, but it's not supervising the children. Him. There's reasons.
I mean, to get this, let's just get this straight. He's not actually Uncle Joe Biden to you, is he?
No, Gemsy just calls him uncle when he's cleaning his pool. I don't know why, it's weird.
I say creepy uncle, not just uncle. Creepy Uncle Joe.
Creepy Uncle Joe Biden. Yeah.
Creepy, sleepy Uncle Joe Biden.
Yeah, I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Hey, at least he got better. Now he's president. He used to, mess with children. Now he's doing better. He got out of the family business because his son still, I think he's still doing that kind of business, but not the president.
That's the sad thing is now that he's president, he can get away with it even more.
And now you can make your own. You can have us create for you your very own creepy Uncle Joe Biden doll, and it can be recorded to say any kind of creepy statement you'd like them to, like "I got hairy legs,"
I hear that.
and many other greats that we've heard from your idiot president.
It's got to be one of those dolls where just the chin moves. It's made out of wood, right? And his teeth are exposed, and just the chin moves. Joe Biden.
Sonny, I know you voted for him, bro.
I haven't voted in freaking years. Actually, I didn't even know who the president was when Trump was in till the very end. I'm like, really? Someone got elected? I didn't know. I didn't hear about it because I don't watch the news.
You weren't around the Trump cults. Yeah, those are pretty ridiculous, man.
I avoided all those pitfalls. Yeah.
I'm just gonna close my statement with saying no. I was not just talking about politics. Nobody heard that. It's all good.
Wait a minute, that's a horse of a different color. Maybe we should make the statement again. Could you reiterate, please? I'm sorry, wait a minute. Who's talking? I could barely hear you. Jamsy, what's up with your mic, man?
Oh, I'm allowed. I'm allowed to hot mic, guys. So,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Don't mind it.
Hey, what the fuck kind of mic is that? Like a drive-through mic? Sounds
It is.
like
It
it.
is. Yeah, it is. I checked in a McDonald's dumpster and I found it.
Good old McDonald's dumpster. Yeah. So when we were talking earlier, I had a nice picture of a butterfly that I had taken
Hmm.
on my
You know what?
P900.
I was talking with someone, actually a beautiful homeless girl, but anyway, a butterfly flew right in between us a couple times. Interesting.
Oh my God! You should have just made her on the spot, just right there on your knee and propose.
I don't think so because like they hang out with crazy fucking people. And, like doesn't matter, but
Yeah, I know what you're saying, dude.
I was tempted to like see if I could get her
going through
away.
that.
See if I could get her away from her crazy boyfriend, which obviously isn't doing her any good. Snatch her away. Come on up here with me. You'll be safe for a while.
Yeah, until that dude sobers up and he needs more.
There's better ways to handle. There's higher quality women walking around up in the park or at the beach. Actually, that's a great place.
I swear, I saw my like friend's doppelganger last night. I knew it wasn't her, but like it was so cool though. She was a real cutie. Probably a Pisces.
My first wife was a Pisces.
It's a love and hate relationship with me and the Pisces.
What sign are you?
I don't know, dude. That's the problem.
What month? What month are you born?
April 20th. So like for example, I see a lot of people they'll insist that I'm a Taurus, but you know, around here, yeah,
dude. So 420
You're
is my
a Taurus. You're on the cusp of Taurus. You're right on the
Yeah,
Taurus.
these
What's
Taurus
the other
are-
one? Gemini. Wait a minute. You're close to Aquarius. No, April. Well, never mind. That's February.
He's Aries. Dude,
Yeah, he's Taurus. Taurus.
Taurus Aries cusp. The 20th to the 22nd is the cusp.
My son is a Taurus.
I'm on like the very, very cusp. Like this is the cuspiest of cusps. So yeah, it's. I honestly I can't tell you. I do feel like both energies. So I feel like I'm just like I'm a mutt.
Aren't we all?
We got all these signs anyways. So what are you gonna do?
My guy. Sonny. Sonny.
Wait, what happened? What did I lose?
When's your birthday? Oops. Really nice.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Sonny, when is your birthday?
Oh, July 10th. Tesla's birthday.
Cancer?
Oh well, if we're comparing whose birthdays we share with, mine would be Hitler.
Whoa!
My daughter.
Born 99 years later, you know.
My daughter as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, mine's Nikola Tesla. It's like 108 years difference or something like that.
Yeah, I believe mine is Ozzy Osbourne.
Really?
Which is what? Guys,
Oh, December
I wonder
3rd.
your signs. November 3rd, Scorpio.
No,
Single.
December 3rd.
Oh, December, Sagittarius.
Yes.
Sagittarius. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a Scorpio. November 16th. Everybody has an experience with a
October what? October what?
No, November 16th.
No, November. Oh, really? Yeah, my brother's a Scorpio also.
What are your thoughts on your brother? And you share the same element,
what's
water. You share the same element, which is water. How do you get along with him?
I love my brother, but when we were younger, we used to fight. Like we used to fight really like at times, but we're really buddies, man. We've always been closer than anyone else in the family, basically.
Yeah, so they're the Cancer. Cancer is a water element, and Scorpio is a water element as well. So you guys, out of the 4 elements, share the same 25% of the battle, if you will, is already won in that basis.
Interesting. Yeah, I could believe that.
I got George W. Bush and Jordan Peterson.
When's your birthday, Jonesy?
June 12th.
George
Cancer
Bush and
too. Are you serious, guy?
Wow, what a trip.
Wow, how do we have all these water, bro? We have a lot of water people here, man. Any August folk Leos walking around in here?
Pretty sure I'm a water too, Capricorn.
Bro,
Oh, you are an alcohol one. You're not a water one.
Oh shit.
That's funny, Lou.
I'm having
Water.
a beer myself, but there's lots of water and beer. So
Oh yeah,
Okay.
primary ingredient.
Water's pure. The water in beer is pure because it's been put through a process, so it's pure water.
Yeah, water was here before alcohol. Yes.
which is
Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call. I'm curious, and if you don't want to answer, I'm gonna call your name. You don't have to answer, but I'm just curious. Acid Rain. If you don't want to share, that's cool. Do you know your sign? Share up, people. I'm curious, man. Love this.
No,
stuff.
I don't know, man.
No,
I'm
you don't.
23 June.
23 of June. That's
Yes.
another, bro. 23 of June, because the Cancer season goes from June 22nd to the cusp being the 20th to the 22nd.
he's
over
a Cancer.
July 20th to 22nd. So everybody here so far is coming up Cancer. So crazy.
Wow.
Damn.
No,
Bro,
as I said, like I'm a Capricorn.
Wait,
So
what-
whenever
wait.
another water sign, yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by Cancer?
No,
So-
that's just the one in July. That's just the zodiac sign in July. So he means we're all coming up mostly water sign.
No,
What-
but
what-
June
I'm born-
and July. Sonny.
I'm born March 3, 2000. What is that?
March 3 is Gemini. No, I'm sorry, Taurus. Pisces.
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 Yeah, look, so go.
Yeah, I'm a Pisces too.
And then isn't
first
Pisces a fish? Is that another water sign?
Yes. Another water
Twin
sign.
fish.
Wow.
I am a Gemini and a twin. Yeah,
So the
identical.
Geminis are twins. Are they the water bearers? No.
Yeah, I think they
Gemini-
are. Yeah, I think they
Oh
are.
shit, Gemini's the water bearer, isn't it?
Bro.
Aquarius is the water bearer.
Oh, Aquarius is my bad. Okay. So Gemini is an
Yeah.
earth sign, right?
I do carry water around, so possibly.
Gemini is an earth sign, right?
I was in the water today. I was at the beach all day, so yeah.
Is Gemini a earth sign, Gemsy? Do you know?
It's an air sign.
Oh, it's an air sign. Okay.
Air sign.
I'm pure Virgo.
You're not a Virgo.
Virgo is the
Sorry.
Virgin, ruled by
I'm pure Virgo, not only Virgo, pure.
Pure.
My
pure Virgo?
my mother Virgo, father Virgo, and plus
Whoa.
I'm married with Virgo.
Oh, bunch of Virgos.
Wow.
I think you would probably murder me if I came close to you.
Oh,
Virgos
Sasha,
and
Sasha
Cancers.
he used to shut down airplanes, so he'll definitely take you out, no problem.
Like I had a Virgo, like we had children together, but we fought, like we didn't get along except in bed. We got along real well there,
That makes a lot of
but
sense.
not in conversation though, or getting
But
along.
listen the birthdays. Father 26th of August, mother 28th of August, me 30th of August.
Wow.
And do you know another thing? Do you know how much my father was older than my mother?
No.
2 days.
2 days.
No way.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's outrageous. Yeah, so apparently Virgo males and Cancer males and Virgo females is not a good.
And you guys were saying Scorpio is a water sign.
Word.
It's a land sign.
My
right?
my
No.
My mom and my sister are both Cancers. I'm a Capricorn. My dad and my daughter are both Scorpios.
What? They're all water signs?
Well, wait. Who was it that was just saying that? I missed the voice.
That was Lunatic. That was me, yeah. So I'm a Capricorn. My mom and my sister are both Cancer. My dad and my daughter are both Scorpio.
That's so sick. That's amazing. How do you feel having that energy around you? How does everybody get along?
Pretty well. I mean, my dad's a douchebag, but get along decent, whatever. Like, yeah.
So what's interesting?
Yeah.
What's interesting with? Sorry, I heard somebody say Cancers. I'm sorry.
I was going to just chime in about Cancers. Yeah, Cancers can be assholes. Like, we have a hard shell. Like, sometimes that shell is so hard, you could never get inside to find out what the real person's like.
Like I said, my dad's a Scorpio. But
oh, I thought Scorpio. I thought you said Cancer. Oh, your mom and
sister.
Oh, okay. So he's a Scorpio. Yeah, Scorpios can be assholes too.
Yes, we can. Oh, we
They
love
all
to be
can.
assholes.
Actually, every sign can. Every sign has their asshole element.
We like to do devil's advocate. Sometimes to the point of antagonist. Sorry.
Now, my sister is an extreme Gemini. She's totally split. Oh my God. It's really bizarre. You can't even deal with her on a logical level. She doesn't listen to anybody, only herself. She's the right word, and she's the last word in any word, and anyone else speaking is wrong if it's not her. She's just like a total narcissist, complete narcissist.
I think that's typical, though, for some Geminis, though.
Yeah, it's extreme. And she has Marilyn Monroe's birthday.
Is it 29th of February in horoscope?
We had somebody call out. That was a different voice I heard. What is that? Somebody says something about their sister, I think.
Sasha.
No, it wasn't Sasha.
I asked, is it 29th February in horoscope?
Oh. 29th of February. That's Capricorn, isn't it? I don't know the earlier months. From January.
No, February was Capricorn.
Capricorn.
I've gotten along with Aquarius before, but Aquarius is water. Yeah, they're the water bearers, aren't they?
February 29th is Pisces.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to ever geek out, I'm gonna throw a resource at you that you can check out. If you know your birth city and you know your birth time, otherwise you can just use 12 p.m. as your assumed birth time. You can go to this site called Astro charts.com. You put in your information. I mean, you put in a fake name, whatever, but you put your birth information in, and what a lot of people don't know is your birth chart has 14 assignments to it. So everybody has like their sun, their moon, their ascending, all these different things. But I'm not talking about the pinwheel, but it'll give you a description below the pinwheel about what your different placements are. So what your sun is, obviously when you were born, everybody knows, we were discussing it, your element base sign, like that's an example, your sun sign. That is your birth sign that you know. But there are things like your moon is how you love. Your north node is where you're heading to in life, as an example. Anyways, there's 14 placements. And all these different placements obviously make up the personalities as such. So it's not just the sun sign that's important. These other contributing factors also help to make us up. So if you guys want to check that out, check out the site.
I have a quick question, Kiwi. Do you think there's something about it regarding the birth dates of people, and like if so, why do you think there's like this specific common thing with people having the same kind of
That's a really good question. Okay, so here's the thing with water element based signs. always want to get to the bottom of things, just like water. Water exists. We want to know what's at the bottom of the pool, and we will come back up to the top when we need air, right? But otherwise, like if our friends want to find us, we'll be at the bottom of the pool digging for the answer, right? And this is why we've all found ourselves on the absolute base plane, being on this base plateau that we exist on, which is ultimately the quote bottom of this basin that we are on. Hence the water element sign drawing us all in as commonality.
So I was born on Johnny Appleseed's birthday, and my sign is a Libra. I was born on the 26th of September.
Libra justice. I was waiting. Yeah, you walk with that scale in your hand, right? You're always looking on.
Yeah, I weigh probably every decision I've ever made.
I couldn't have it because the next day's promotion.
Yeah, Libra is an air sign. But it's like most people in here are water signs. Am I the only fire sign here?
I look down there. I can't see any light for them.
And Andy, Mike is trying to say something.
Sorry. Yeah, I can't find it.
Andy, you're Robert.
Yeah,
Yeah, extra special stuff.
I think I'm a fire sign, so I mean, maybe you're not
I'm
alone.
a fire sign too.
What's a Sagittarius?
Fire sign.
Haha, I got that fire.
Yeah, I actually have 4 Leos, 2 Sagittarius, and my rising is a Sagittarius. So I have like 6 fire signs in my chart. So,
Question for you, Rect. Hold up, homie. You're not going to just drop the fact that you're a Sag and you work on houses. So when you talk to do you work for a company, like are you contract based for a company, or are you an independent contractor for the homeowner?
No, I'm a HVAC contractor. I'm working on a house right now.
Okay, so you're like a consultant then, right?
No, I'm still having to do it.
Okay, but what I'm asking is like the science aspect of things, like the 2 + 2 = 4, and crunching the numbers and things like that. Is that your cup of tea, or are you just like you just bang the hammer, swing it, and put it together, and that's a wrap?
Oh no, it's the whole 9 for
Yeah, dude.
sure.
See,
But the thing about the 2 + 2 is, well, I always enjoyed or always knew that the best way of knowing or teaching anybody is to give them the why.
Understand it. Yeah,
Why.
this is I love it.
So
you're an active blue collar man. You're engaged, and you're also able to teach as you engage with homeowners as you go through life. Bro, I absolutely love it. Okay, I'm done being.
Why it's
Coming back to me because you don't want to hear me work.
Why it's 8 divide 4 2?
Because 2 + 2 is 4.
No, fuck. Why 8 divide 4 is 2? It's in the
because I ain't got nothing left.
If you write on the paper, answer is there. Because 2 per 4 is giving. Because 2 per 4 is giving 8.
I think math is just a language.
Yeah, it's a language.
Yeah, it's just explaining what things, like the quantities of things are, or the dimensions or whatnot. It's very good. I mean, I think math is amazing. I don't love it. I'm just saying I can't live without it.
But I could also argue that math is, or not math, but the numbers are universal. Like that's universal code, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, I guess it would be like a universal language or something like that, right? Because it's recognizable worldwide.
And I'm saying that's why we have to slow ourselves on discounting it, though. Because if we lose that, how do we communicate on the most basic level? I need a service, and I'm willing to pay X number for that service or for that product. And if I'm not able to illustrate that to you in written form,
i.e., words, then how am I supposed to engage with you to exchange or barter if I can't illustrate a quantity? I just have to like push stuff in front of you and hope that you get it.
Yeah.
If we lose numbers, we lose a lot more than just like, well, fuck, we lose a lot of stuff if we lose numbers. Even the scientific calculator, I would actually throw on the table for
But
discussion.
we can change value if we all of us agree to change the value, and then we will have the new language. For example, number 1 we will call number 2, and that value we will call number 2. But only in the case if we all agree on that, then that will become our language, our math. It cannot be too big. Do you understand me what I want to say?
Yeah, but I like the fact that you're putting on the table that there has to be an agreement in place, right? So we have to associate language with that agreement so that that number system can be replaced with something else.
Like I asked for Matthew, can you tell me what is evidence and what is proof? That I want one, I don't want two explanations, I didn't want to even explanations. I want one thing, what we will call for something, what is, proof or evidence, whatever.
So imagine the calculator.
Imagine.
Hold on, Sasha. This actually is going to be a good question. Let me let me give it space. So you have a calculator, normal calculator, nowadays calculator.
I have really had even
basic. Basic Casio calculator. We all remember them from school, right?
Yeah.
Now that read to what, like 9 digits, 11 digits? What do you guys think? I can't remember. Now, the introduction of the scientific calculator, we could go to exponents. Oh, we confused the matter, did we not? Introducing science to numbers?
In the math, when you're halfway of the wall, and if you go, in the math, if you are one distance to the wall, what the fuck is going on? You're roboting badly.
This is just texting to say this.
In the math, you take one distance to the wall and say, I will go now halfway every time to the wall. You will never touch the wall. In the math.
That's right, because 8 divided by 4, and if you constantly half something and you believe in decimals, you will always be on a mission of halving what you have in front of you.
Yeah, something like you will have always some value what is not touching the wall. 0.00.
I used to really be into astrology.
Sorry, I missed that. Was that to me? I'm so sorry. I heard astrology, into astrology.
So I was really.
I lost you, man. Just me? Hello? Hello?
He didn't finish anything. He lost it. Let's assume what he wanted to say.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home? distant ships move out on the horizon. Nobody can I put my finger? The child's gone. I'm no longer comfortably dumb. Relax, relax, relax. Little Pink Floyd reprise.
Can I try now? Somewhere over horizon, when sky meets the ground, there is no curve to be found.